Morning. It is Thursday, the 22nd of August. Welcome to TDA, the day after, your favorite news platform and the home of popular culture as defined by the culture. I am one of your hosts for today, my own royalty.
They call me E-Man, the pro-black activist, TDA producer and news analyst, melanin jam-packed.
That's right. And Brent is up in here too.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. Nice to see you. Nice.
Yeah, the camera is very, very out, isn't it? Was it more? Is it more out today than it was the other day when you said you put it out?
No, it's just because you have less clothes on. It's the same. It's the same when you're like, oh, I like this.
You're so annoying, you know. I have nothing to say to that. Fair enough.
Good morning, everybody in the chat. Do you want me to move it in a bit?
Just a little bit.
More, okay, cool.
For other reasons that we'll disclose at a later date.
Cool.
This is fine.
Yeah? More?
A bit more.
All right.
This is fine.
I could put up a bit like this.
There we go.
All right.
That's fine.
And then...
This is great. Wonderful.
Mm-hmm.
That's fantastic.
There you go.
Thank you
Crispy.
very much.
Good morning, everybody in the chat. Good morning, IX Ether. Good morning, Davina. Good morning, Antonia Hansen. Good morning, Christy. Good morning, Amy Snow Globe. Good morning, Timmy. Good morning, Abby. Good morning, TJ. Good morning, Abimi. Good morning, Dr. Amani. Good morning, Toby Sahid. Good morning, Crud Crew. Good morning, the BUK7. Good morning, Izzy Bambino. Good morning, Demi. Good morning. Nice to see you. Nice.
Good morning, everybody.
All right, then. I saw a video on X and I bookmarked it and I was like, let me show these hosts this video and ask them, hey, you see what happens when it is that you look to discipline your children?
Yeah, see what happens. All right, we'll see.
Because I wonder if it is that some people will call this child abuse.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you may have seen it. Let me just send a link to myself. Was there a question you wanted to ask
yes,
the people, Emmanuel?
Oh, yes.
Ask me a question.
Yeah, I wanted to ask Esther, but everybody, I want you guys to answer as well. So, obviously, yes, you know about the rapture.
Absolutely.
Right? You might have heard in church, Sunday school, wherever it may be.
Is there a version of that in Islam? Let me ask ChatGPT.
I'm not too sure, you know. But yes, if the rapture was to happen right now, bam, and you were still here, what would your thinking be?
The rapture has not happened. The rapture couldn't possibly happen and I'm still here. That just makes zero sense.
But let's just say it did.
It didn't.
So what if, though, the rapture was, let's just say God changed his mind.
Do you know what it is, yeah? If the rapture happens and I'm still here, I'm going back to read the word of God because clearly there's a second rapture that's going to happen, which I'll be called up. There's no way I can't be left behind.
Is there anyone that you may call to be like, okay, cool, I need to confirm this rapture has happened? So if this person is
I call Brent, you know.
Me?
If I call Brent and an angel picks up like, here no more.
You know what I'm going to do on that day if it is I always hear the trumpets and I'm still here. I'm not going to answer your call. just
Can you imagine? So you've been left behind and it will be because you've been left behind because of your wickedness. It has to be that. And in that wickedness, you're still looking to do further wickedness.
Then I'll text you and be like, yeah, I'm still here. We're good.
No, I'll be honest. No, you are not that just a factor.
Just imagine.
I'm just calling just to see.
Imagine Max is gone.
Can you imagine Max is gone? Oh, but then I'll know like it's like reverse. There's certain people that I know that if you like, no respect, no disrespect.
No respect indeed. No respect indeed.
No disrespect. But if you went and I didn't,
Imagine.
then I know that our understanding of what the rapture is not what our understanding of what the rapture is.
Hey, man,
This is the new world now.
Manuel. I call him Manuel and Iman doesn't answer. What? Him?
Listen, man.
If Iman gets called up, I don't care. Then I know this is the new Garden of Eden. God has cleared it out. Nah, that'd be wild, man.
No.
I've definitely thought I've experienced the rapture a few times, but
Serious?
yeah, I told you I hear trumpets sometimes. I've heard the trumpet a couple of times in my life.
Serious?
And I've peeped out the window like Jesus. I've literally, no lie, I've jumped out and looked out the window like, oh my gosh, Jesus, that's you? And of course it wasn't. I don't even know what the sounds were, but they've sounded very like, because I've like my spirit, because in my mind, when that happens, you see how like when people would meet angels in the Bible and they'd freeze up. I've frozen up in those moments. So I was so convinced it was happening. But then obviously, when the sky was clear, I said, oh, well, I guess that's not it. But yeah. Hopefully we'll get called up, man. It's long otherwise.
Put the purse back, honey.
Now throw it in there and see what happens.
Put the purse back!
That's not a good choice. Theo, make a good choice, please. Theo, Abby, don't hit him. That's also not a good choice. Theo, get out. Theodore, get out of the bucket!
Get out of the fridge, come on. Yes. Come on.
Get the fuck out of the freezer!
Wow.
It's hot on the bottom. Don't drop it. No. It's hot on the bottom.
It's hot on the bottom!
Can you stop hitting me with that?
Kids are...
Can you please stop hitting me with that? Thank you.
Stop! Put the purse back, honey.
Now throw it in there and see what happens.
Put the purse back now! Get your motherfucking ass out the cabinet!
No.
This might sound crazy, but one of my favorite things to witness is kids being, like the toddlers like that being startled. I think it's so funny. I think it's hilarious. Kids will test you, man. I think that's fine. I don't think that's abuse.
Not at all.
I don't think obviously if you're shouting at them all the time, then then it has its effects. But I just think kids just don't listen.
They don't, you know. They
Kids
don't.
actually don't listen, and I just think, what's wrong with you? Kids will test your patience, man.
You just have to get to the point where they understand what you're saying isn't an option. It is what I'm
Basically.
saying is the case.
It's literally,
You know what I'm saying?
that's it.
And a lot of the time they just feel like you're playing with them as well.
Yeah, like you're joking about. And I don't understand that. See, little person.
Emmanuel, somebody asked me yesterday if you cried when your daughter was born.
Internally.
Didn't.
Internally.
You're a mug, you know. You're actually just so annoying. Anyway, I heard you don't want to be talking about women weaponizing the tears. I don't know how you want to have the conversation with no women in the room. If you don't want to be doing Wednesday specials, if you want to do Wednesday specials, they used to think about men problems and not be bringing women into it. You even had the cheek yesterday to talk about, that's women's business. So when did you stop being in women's business? You stay in women's business. What are you talking about?
I'm never in women's business.
You are always in women's business. Talking about, that's women's business. I can't comment on that. I said, since when?
Listen, I'm only just commentating because I'm a commentator.
Anyway,
That's it.
if you also want to have a conversation about women weaponizing their tears, make sure Gene and I are in here. Then we can really tell you what it is that is really happening with you lot. Because I have the reason for that.
So you want to be part of that conversation?
Of course I want to be part of the conversation. You're going to be having a conversation about women. Why would I not be part of it? I expect these little Wednesday kumbayas you don't want to start doing to be used personal therapy session. And that's fine. That's okay. But if you start bringing women to the chat and you guys are going to start doing, what's it called? Kumbaya moment around the fire pit, cussing women, excuse me, you don't need to go on another male podcast and do all of that stuff. It's not what the show's about. For people who tune in and think this is what I'm out here, me and Gina co-signing. Nope. Cook your ass.
All right, so somebody has just typed this. They're not gentle parenting. They're being passive aggressive, which the kids can set.
What's passive aggressive? I put the flipping purse down. I'm saying put the purse down. How is that passive aggressive?
Oh, the first instance when they were saying, Tommy, don't do that. Tommy, don't do that.
That's not passive aggressive. That's me talking in my normal voice. You think Tommy knows me not passive aggressive?
No, sometimes when it is that you talking that nice, sweet voice, it's sinister.
Yeah, but that's how you talk to kids though. Like, you know when people have babies, they're like, oh my gosh, it's so cute. Like, it's just natural.
No.
And when you see that they're being silly.
I understand that because I understand both. Right?
Yeah.
Like sometimes when it's a hair, it definitely is like this, oh, goody. And then it's like, don't do that. Such and such.
Do you think so?
Oh, 100% you could tell the difference. Especially when they're doing something absolutely wild.
So they're telling them not to do something, but they're cuddling them at the same time.
Not cuddling them.
Because that's what it sounds like.
In the tone.
Yeah, like the tone sounds like if you're saying, oh, don't do that, Tommy. That's you telling him off, but also cuddling him at the same time. Do you know what I'm trying to say? But where does passive aggressive come into it? Because isn't passive aggressive?
Sometimes when it is that you're in mixed company, your parents are in mixed company.
Yeah.
And your child's doing a madness. And you don't want to basically show everybody else.
Okay, yeah, that's passive aggressive.
How you normally run.
But in those situations, they were in their house. There was no visitors present. They were just telling the kids not to do something. That's not passive aggressive though.
I think this person was saying that, that wasn't gentle parenting. Because right after the 3 times, you then showed your real face.
Yeah, but you still tried gentle parenting. They could have shouted at them the first time. They would have put that we wouldn't have to watch. That video would have been 5 seconds long. If they just went with the final tone the first time, 5 seconds long. I still think that's still gentle parenting. Because gentle parenting doesn't mean your parent is a fool. I gentle parent you until you clearly don't want to accept gentle parenting. So now, turn the dial up. I don't get that. I actually don't get the passive aggressive correlation there.
Have you ever heard somebody talk sweetly and know that they're passive aggressive?
But from kids that will understand that there's company around, so mum's not trying to move mad. But I think with those babies that pick things up and I don't interpret that tone as passive aggressive. Do you know what I'm trying to say?
I thought that was a TikTok challenge anyway. I don't know if it is that was just
I think it might have been.
Just organic filming your children.
It might have been. Who knows what they do on TikTok these days? There's a lot of stuff on there. Who knows? But that's interesting. The person picked up passive aggressive there.
It could have just been a throwaway comment, to be honest.
It could have been, but you on TDA, you can't just throw things away. Can't throw things away if you don't want to dissect it. It's silly. Big up you there.
All the time.
All right. Should we get into our...
Someone says it's patronizing, not passive aggression.
Even that, I don't get that. From telling babies to put something down. I ain't patronizing the kid. I mean, put the flipping thing down.
If I see Esther at Carnival, I'm moving to her.
You've never seen me at Carnival. I've never been to Carnival. You've never seen me there. I've never been to Carnival. I've been in this country how many years? 16 years, I've never stepped foot in Carnival, and I have no plans to do that.
Too many people.
What
Yeah,
about
man,
like
it's
later
too
in
noisy.
life when you got like a couple kids and you're thinking, cool,
And I have
maybe
a
the
couple
family
kids.
day.
Me family day. Family day in my house is gonna be a spa day. My kids will learn about silence and peace. It's too chaotic for me. I don't like chaotic places. I feel like, and the older I get, the more I cannot deal with it. So it's like it grows stronger and stronger by the day. Like the older I get, it's just too chaotic. It's too many people. It's too much. I'm not a whiner. I whine, like I can moan and whine about life, but I'm not I don't whine. I don't believe in the whole daggering thing. I don't believe in you bending me over. Like I don't like physical contact if you're not somebody that I know personally. It's everything that I don't like. And I hope the Caribbeans don't take this offensive. I don't even care to be anyway, but it's my personal preference. It's just not where I go.
But not on those days though. I'm talking about you going, your husband, kids, during the family. What day is the family day? I don't know.
I think Monday,
Is
no?
it Monday? Okay,
No,
what-
Monday's the day people go there to wine. I think it's Sunday. Sunday sounds like a family day.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so Sunday's a go.
Let's just say Sunday.
Let's say
right?
Sunday.
So on that day, what about that?
Nah. Because even that, like, it's just bare people, just parks and just it's just bare people, man. I don't like places with bare people where like I could potentially rub shoulders. I mean literal shoulders. I mean like literally you brush past my skin, and then now we've got to keep that skin to the rest of the day. It's just very stressful. I just honestly I'm not really a crowds person. Even when I go to concerts, if I'm going to a concert to see, say Ashake for example, I go in time just before Ashake comes on stage. Since Ashake is done, or maybe just before he finishes, I'm out of the building. That's why even when it comes to day parties and stuff, and people are always cussing people that go late, I am the late goer because I just don't have the bandwidth for like prolonged, what's it called, socializing settings. It's just, I find it tiring. And I'm just like, okay, I need to go.
Okay.
When I spend time with my family, say we have like a family where people just bear around, just round. My family know they don't see me for the next 2 days. 2-3 days, you don't see me. Because this was a lot. Today drained me. Yeah, but I think we carnival and stuff is just a crowd, and I don't listen to bashment. I don't like bashment. That's my toilet and drink break in the club. Soca? Oh. Don't even know what that is. So every single thing that is present at carnival is just not my vibe. So
I hear it.
yeah. Even when I went to Afro Nation as well, so just in case someone tries to say, you know,
Exactly.
anti-Caribbean. Even when I went to Afro Nation, which was an African festival, I literally would go for just the act I wanted to see. If a person happened to be during the day, I would go for that person and I would go back to my hotel. I would chill, relax. Then for the headline at nighttime, I would come back. I just can't do prolonged, you know, you're just somewhere all day. I only have that time for Daryl and Black History tours.
Yeah, I hear it, man.
Because that didn't drain me. Because it was just a great time. My calves are still burning. Tell you that for free. But like, yeah, I just can't do when it's like constant noise and da-da-da-da. Like, even in my house, I always say to my family members that you don't talk too much in this house. You don't talk too much. Everyone listens to music when they're showering. I think that's so crazy to me.
Oh, serious?
My shower's in silence. Every time someone's in the shower, there's some kind of genre. Like, always. My sister has them. My sister has them. You know them like them DJ speakers, and she's my neighbor. So as soon as she's back home, I just say, dun, dun. I'm like, oh my gosh.
I need to put a poll up because I don't bathe in silence.
Same.
Do you have music?
I have to have a podcast.
Yeah, or YouTube
I have to
video,
have
yeah.
some-
Why? What are you guys scared of? Are you scared of your thoughts?
You just want to consume.
I just
Consume what? You don't consuming. You consume while you're all day. You consume in the
I feel
shower.
as though I'm wasting that time.
Yeah, but you're a workaholic.
So I need to be.
Yeah,
I
you're
need to
saying-
hear something in the
So
background.
you're doing new black pictures. You're doing Zoom meetings.
I just,
What was that, Stephen? Say that again.
it's like going in the toilet, right? To do a number 2, and you don't have your phone. Are you just sitting there?
Do you take your phone to the toilet every single time?
100%.
Yeah, man.
Wait, so you just go and you sit there and you just look.
I'm just sitting there. And when I shower, I literally have very quiet showers. Every time my mom comes in the shower, in the bathroom, I jump. So what she does now, she'll knock like and she'll be like, it's only me because I'm going to jump. I'm a very jumpy person, but because I'm so, like, it's so quiet and silent in there that if someone is to come and get something, I've had near-death accidents because I've nearly slipped. Because I'm so shocked that someone's walked in here.
So you make sure they're silent so you don't miss the trumpets again?
No, I'm always going to hear the trumpets. Even if I don't hear the trumpets, I'll be up in the sky. Don't matter. I don't need to hear the trumpets. But I like silence. The most I talk is when I'm on here. And even moments, sometimes I'm just like, oh, I'm done talking. I'm talking now. I can't talk anymore. Sometimes I drive to the studio in silence. Like in the morning.
I hear it, to be fair.
Because it's just,
Yeah.
because I feel like there's always noise. Like, there's just always noise. And you can't, like, I personally just can't have noise and sounds constantly. But showers where I get my best ideas as well. Because I'm there in silence. How am I going to get an idea of what I want to do with my brand if I'm listening to receipts? Come on now.
Yeah. Even Christy's saying showering is the meeting I have with myself.
What? Christy? No, literally that's when we talk. And sometimes as well, I'm not even in the meet. Sometimes I book myself off the calendar with a meeting for myself. So like there's literally no thoughts. Like it's just no thoughts in there. I love silence so much, man.
Bye.
So yeah, you will not be seeing me at carnival.
But we'll be seeing Emmanuel. Is that what you're going to be doing on your
family day?
bank holiday?
No. I'll be doing something else.
Okay.
Fair. Oh, I'm seeing Maverick City and Kirk Franklin on Bank Holiday Monday. I'm so excited.
Oh, serious?
Yeah, I'm going to worship Jesus in Wembley. I don't even know. No, it's not Wembley. I don't know where the hell I'm going. Somewhere. I'll figure out. But yeah, I'm really excited about that actually. I love listening to Maverick City. But I like Kirk Franklin as well. So I'm really looking forward to it. God willing, it'll be a blessed time. And if it's not, I'll be here to slander them. So that's great. All right. Well, all the best everyone in good carnival. We're going to talk about carnival in Wordon Road anyway. Yeah, man. Every year, man. I feel like it's tradition at this point. If it doesn't happen next year, I'm going to be shocked. But yeah.
I think I'll go this year.
You're going to go?
I think I will.
You?
Get to wind up my waist by the speaker box. Dagger, 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 dagger. I'm gonna dagger everybody. I'm gonna dagger new gens. I'm gonna pretend like I'm shocked. Continue on.
You're actually sick. You know something? Because I actually think I think that people know what they're doing, but then they just add, oh my gosh, I didn't know. Shut up, man. You know, man. You knew. Anyway, let's get into headlines, please.
All right, people. So our first headline, authorities in Pakistan on Wednesday arrested and charged a man with cyber terrorism for his alleged role in spreading misinformation that led to widespread rioting in the UK earlier this month. So the suspect was identified as freelance web developer Farhan Asif, who was 32 years old. The man is accused of spreading misinformation from YouTube and Facebook about the British teenage suspect in the stabbing attack. So this is where it came from, yeah? Well, allegedly, anyway. The false information claimed that the suspect was a recently arrived asylum seeker and had a name that suggested he was Muslim. At a news conference in the eastern city of Lahore, the police official Kishwar said that Asif was arrested at his house in the city for questioning. He said that Asif had claimed that he was not the source of the misinformation, but that he reposted it from social media. Kishwar said that Asif ran the Channel 3 Now account and alleged that he spread fake news to gain more viewers and income. Kishwar added that Asif's arrest was a message for other YouTubers that they should verify facts before disseminating any information. Next headline, and new measures to boost Britain's border security are being set out by the Home Secretary, including the immediate recruitment of up to 100 new specialist intelligence and investigation officers at the NCA, the National Crime Agency, to target, to dismantle and to disrupt organised immigration crime networks. So Yvette Cooper has also announced a major surge in immigration enforcement and returns activity to make sure that immigration and asylum rules are respected and enforced. Cooper says that the government has new plans for the next 6 months to achieve the highest rate of removals of those with no right to be here, including failed asylum seekers, for 5 years, so since 2018. In addition, a new intelligence-driven illegal working program will be rolled out to target, investigate, and take down unscrupulous employers who illegally employ those with no right to work here. The new measures are fulfilling on the government's commitment to provide long-term security to our borders. And our last headline, according to a classified Pentagon document, the United States is making plans to counter the growing possibility of a joint Chinese, Russian, and North Korean nuclear strike. Let me say that again. According to a classified Pentagon document, the United States is making plans to counter the growing possibility of a joint Chinese, Russian, and North Korean nuclear strike. So in March, Joe Biden, the US president, secretly approved a significant change to America's nuclear defense plan, which is what the New York Times reported. But for the first time, the move has focused the US deterrent strategy on China's rapid expansion of its nuclear arsenal. It also aims to address the threat of coordination between Beijing, Moscow, and Pyongyang. This according to, again, the New York Times. Last October, a Pentagon report revealed that China's nuclear weapons stock had more than doubled in the previous 3 years in what officials described as a major expansion of their nuclear forces. So yeah, we're going to see what's going to happen, man.
Just imagine that email chain. You've decided that you are going to link up with the other two nations that are against the US. And you know how scary that is?
Crazy.
But that level of participation and collaboration, what does that look like? What does it actually look like? And who decided that they were going to now convene and talk about this is what we could do?
Yeah. Yeah.
And they're big, well, North Korea is not really a big nation.
But in terms of nuclear weapons, though,
Yeah, 100%. But
because that's where they put all their resources.
what?
You know what I mean? That's where they put all their resources into, isn't it?
What?
North Korea.
So they put all the money.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
This is why their stuff is like that. So they may not be the biggest country or whatever, but if they've got all their money going into that particular initiative,
Yeah.
then they're a threat to, you know what I mean, to take serious.
Just imagine the only criteria needed for that, like CC, is that you hate America.
Imagine.
I don't know how it is that they've decided to find out that this is what they're plotting. That's bonkers.
Mad.
That is bonkers.
But
Maybe it's that same Pakistani guy. Maybe it's fake news. Maybe it's fake news. Oh, man.
well, that's it for our headlines, people.
All right, let's get into what you're saying. Topic of the day.
I think you just put
All
some
right.
meat in your mouth.
All right. So, our topic of the day, yeah?
You're on one today.
I reckon that if he just changes his diet for a month, I don't think he's coughing still. I don't think so.
I think 1 meal will do it.
Things just occur, you know.
It could be just one meal, you know.
I think 1 meal.
You think it's a coincidence, Emmanuel?
No, it's not that. Listen. You have to remember, there's so many things that diet can do and cannot do in it. You know what I'm saying? So people may say, oh, yeah, you got a lingering cough. How many people how many people out there have got lingering coughs? There are people out there who still ain't got a bloody sense of smell since COVID that eat meat. You know what I'm saying? So, people are
I don't
affected
know
in
these
different
people.
ways.
I know you.
I'm telling you,
Case
there's
study
loads
is
of
right
them
in
out
front of me.
there. All I'm saying is there's loads of them out there.
Take
Anyway.
Take your time.
This guy. So, today's topic of the day, yeah. And, for the first time ever, we're not going to spend too much time on this, yeah. Why? Because our wonderful guest, we've got a wonderful guest coming, guys. I want us to go into it when she arrives, right? But I do want to ask you guys on the surface level, though. Politics versus economics. What do you think we should prioritize and why? What means more to you?
If you can define the difference, it'll make it
Yeah,
easier.
that might help.
Go on.
Okay, cool. Let's see it from this angle. So politics maybe just being involved in discussions around voting in terms of organizing.
I knew it.
What happened?
I'm looking at the document, right, and I'm seeing just a dash.
Yeah.
There's a title, there's a dash. You used to fill out that part, that empty part with
No,
talking points and whatnot
This is what you get wrong, you know. You know, I only fill it out
when you have time.
when I'm not here. That's what happens.
No.
Yes, I'm telling you.
I've seen you sat in that seat with that document packed.
Yeah.
That's rare occasions. Most
No.
time it is. I'm telling
Because
you.
there's times where I've looked at that to see what the vibe is today.
No, that's rare occasions. I'm telling you.
So
No,
we
you
ain't
might.
seeing right. That's what you're telling us.
I'm telling you.
Two of
Yeah,
us.
rarely
2 out of
do I
3.
do that.
You put dog yampy in our eyes.
You know the other documents are there, innit? So if you got the time and you want to check, you can check. But yes, anyway.
No. I can have a theory for that too. Once it is the researchers came on board, you became so lazy.
This is ridiculous.
Well,
You see? And he
is
forced me to do
absolutely
that.
this is
You
absolutely
forced me to do
ridiculous.
that.
you forced his hand. You should have just
This
admitted.
is absolutely.
Just said, yeah, you know
See what happens when there's no accountability?
None.
Moving like a woman.
What?
Maybe like
What?
what?
You heard that, Esther?
You heard that, Esther?
How could you hear that? Your hearing is so great.
I shouldn't have come in today. I should have just gone to the gym class I planned to go to.
This is terrible. I stand with the women.
Shut up. I don't want you to stand with me. I want neither of you on this side of
I'm on your side, Esther.
I want neither of you on this side of history. Neither of you.
Oh my
I
gosh.
think Brent is just toxic. see what you did to our fellow women. And yesterday, see how they were mishandling me. You know what I'm saying? Terrible.
You know what?
Absolutely terrible.
Oh my gosh. All right, go.
Anyway, like I was saying.
Give me the two
So,
different
okay, so let's
things,
just say,
please.
so politics, more so focus on voting, organizing, and trying to lobby for change, trying to get in positions of power and actually enacting change via legislation, things of that nature. Yeah? Economics, more so relying on the fact that you can pull your resources and maybe change your destiny, have some sort of self-determination based on what you own, and using that as leverage to actually affect change. So that's kind of how I kind of separate the two.
I think economics is more important. because economics is present in politics.
Okay. In what way? What do you mean it's present in politics?
Like economics is money, right?
It encompasses it, yeah.
Yeah, so I feel like economics is what keeps the world going. If there was politics but with no economics, world wouldn't be going. Like even the thing that you want to implement as in politics and whatever else, you wouldn't have the funds, the means to do it. So I feel like economics is the means for anything in life to be able to happen, for the most part. I think economics is more important.
Okay. Ben, what about you? What are you thinking?
Chicken or the egg? Chicken or the egg?
Because there are obviously a lot of people that will say, okay, cool. I'm passionate about changing my community, so I want to get into politics. You know what I'm saying? I want to maybe belong to a particular political party, or I want to start one. And that's the route that they want to go down. You know what I'm saying? Having meetings with mayors and people on boards and things of that nature. But you get other people who say, no, how about we just pool our resources, maybe own the street, into, like, you know what I mean? Like own certain certain businesses that is kind of that the community relies upon. So that way we don't have to necessarily be affected by the things that happen outside of our community. You know what I'm saying? So you got those two different approaches. That's pretty much where I'm going with it. Let me read some of the stuff in the chat while Brent, you're looking for something. Dylan just said politics is what informs economics, right? Stacey said, I think politics is the check that should balance economics. What do you mean by that, though? How does politics balance economics? And JD said, economics is about interaction with resources. Yep, exactly. Production, consumption, distribution. And Marlon, Hackney E5, okay, big up. Economics is more important than politics. Yeah, so Brent, what are you thinking?
I think it needs to be integrated.
Okay, in what way?
I think both are needed to address the issues that we're all facing. In order to ensure a balanced and sustainable development path, I think both need to be present. Because in a society where like economic instability and widespread poverty, prioritizing economic growth and stability might be essential to create a foundation upon which political systems can operate more effectively. But in a context where governance is weak or oppressive, prioritizing political reforms and representation could be necessary to ensure that economic gains are distributed fairly and that all individuals have the opportunity to benefit.
All right.
But you're silly because you could have actually stuck to that. We would have believed you.
No, he realized I was being too soon. I was using too many big words in tandem. He's like, wait a minute.
Oh, man.
Wait a minute.
That's so funny.
Oh, goodness me. All right. Someone in the chat. Should I say your name? You probably don't mind. But just in
then the
case.
chat. The chat's publicly.
Yeah, but you know, obviously, you know what I mean?
Obviously what?
Because you have to be conscious about people's All right, cool. You know what? Christy ain't shook at nobody. So Christy said... Yeah.
Christy's been on this platform.
Yeah, but...
I feel like a new person that...
No.
Actually, depends what did she say?
Now it depends.
No, because I'm thinking, why are you protecting her identity so much?
No, because... I have
She
to
ain't never
protect my
get to protect her
people
identity. So,
Yeah, so we have to protect it for her.
no, I'm not.
All right. Anyway, she says, a certain community relies on economics to influence the politics.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
There you go.
I don't know who she's talking about, but I don't want to know.
We don't know who, you know what I'm saying? That is obviously out there.
That's between Christy and her thoughts.
But that idea, though.
Well, that's the same idea that the Black Caucus in America looks to move with, don't they? They start saying, hey, we are spending a lot of money, so let's look to pool our votes and vote this way. So 100%, that's the way forward.
Yeah.
And that's what you advocate for.
I 100% do. Mm-hmm. I feel like economics is far more important than politics. And I think any group of people that's moved, migrated, whatever it may be, and done something for themselves have done it because they prioritize economics. That's what I think. I don't think the handouts of politicians is the best way forward. Not long term anyway. But economics though, when the community rely on themselves, decide for themselves and just move forward as a unit in that capacity, I don't think there's anything that can stop them. Again, there's specific groups out there who are only like 1% of the entire population, but have the impact of as if they were 85% of the population. You know what I'm saying? And that's simply because they've strategized and made sure that in different institutions, different areas of life, they have some sort of foot in there. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's where black people, anyway, I can only speak for black people. That's where I think we've kind of failed in some regard. But like I said, I don't want to spend too long on this because I know we're going to get into it when our guest comes. So let's wrap it up there and get into our next set of headlines. All right, so trigger warning on this one, people. Trigger warning, man. This is sad. A businessman has said that his pub and restaurant will have to close after it was targeted in what police are calling a racially motivated hate crime. The Railway Bar in Ballyclare Road in Newtown Abbey was set alight at about 1:50 in the morning on Wednesday. Racist graffiti was all over the walls, and the North Belfast MP, John Finucane, described the attack as sickening and deplorable. He also went on to say that these disgusting and disgraceful attacks, which are fueled by racism, hatred, and discrimination, have no place in our inclusive and forward-looking society. Police are appealing to anyone with information in relation to the incident to contact them. Meanwhile, in a separate incident, a man in his 40s escaped injury after a sectarian attack on his home in Belfast on Wednesday. Next headline takes us to America, where Key West, Fort Lauderdale, Wilton Manors, and St. Petersburg are amongst several Florida cities that have long been top US destinations for LGBTQ plus tourists. So it came as a surprise this week when travelers learned that Florida's tourism marketing agency quietly removed the LGBTQ travel section of its website sometime in the past few months. So business owners who cater to Florida's LGBTQ plus tourists said that Wednesday it marked the latest attempt by officials in the state to erase the LGBTQ plus community. The Republican governor, Ron DeSantis, previously championed a bill to forbid classroom instruction on sexual orientation and gender identity, and he supported a ban on gender-affirming care for minors, as well as a law meant to keep children out of drag shows. The change to visit Florida's website was first reported by NBC News, which noted a search query still pulls up some listings for LGBTQ plus friendly spaces, despite the elimination of that particular section on the website. Oh crap! I forgot to put in a link. I wanted you guys to see this. Brent, did you see the Obama's talking about Kamala Harris?
Yep.
Do you have a link?
I'll find one.
Thank you. Whilst I'm reading this out, I want you guys to see this. So Michelle Obama is being widely applauded for delivering a devastating takedown of Donald Trump in a speech at the Democratic National Convention. So the former First Lady artfully lampooned Trump and belittled his exploitation of race for political gain in a 20-minute speech that was greeted ecstatically by Democratic delegates in Chicago, her hometown. So Obama was speaking to the gathering and said, for years, Donald Trump did everything in his power to try and make people fear us. His limited now view of the world made him feel threatened by the existence of two hardworking, highly educated, successful people who happen to be black. Trump recently used the expression black jobs in a televised debate with Joe Biden in June to describe the economic threat that he claimed has been posed to African Americans by illegal migrants. So she went on to say in her speech, I want to know who's going to tell him. Who's going to tell him that the job he's currently seeking might just be one of those black jobs. So the New York Times described Obama's change of tack as moving from when they go low, we go high, to when they go low, we call it out. While Rachel Maddow on MSNBC praised her for one of the best convention speeches I've ever seen by anybody in any circumstance. Big up Michelle Obama. So yes, Brett's going to play us a clip.
What?
Huh?
21 minutes?
Oh, you ain't got it? Okay, let me put one up there quickly.
Yeah, I got the whole 21 minutes.
No, I just need the short one. Because basically... Oh, crap, where is it?
Oh, wow, hello, morning. I'm blessed. And yourself? Fine, thank you. Lovely, lovely. If you could put this up here, then you
I
can sit
actually
here.
want to find this now. What's that guy's name? D.L. Hughley. It was on his Insta.
DL.
Yeah. This guy is a full-blown Democratic...
No, come in. You can sit down. Yeah, we're allowed. Yeah.
You know, DL is like a. Okay, there it is.
I want to know who's going to tell him. Who's going to tell him that the job he's currently seeking might just be one of those black jobs?
Why is that such a bar?
Is there any more?
Yeah, there's another one. I want you guys
There's
to
one where
see.
he was talking about Trump's penis size.
Obama.
What?
Yeah.
About the crowd size.
Mm.
Yeah.
Beautiful man.
Is that the one?
Beautiful woman.
Obama. Barack.
Misha.
But yeah. Anyway, I'll find that and we can play
Okay,
it.
I got one.
Okay, cool.
Let's see.
People. For years, Donald Trump did everything in his power to try to make people fear us. See, his limited, narrow view of the world made him feel threatened by the existence of two hardworking, highly educated, successful people who happen to be black. Wait. I want to know who's going to tell him that the job he's currently seeking might just be one of those black jobs.
There you go.
But in the doc, yeah, I
Yeah.
put a link at the very end, yeah. I want you to play that. I want to ask you guys what you guys think of this. It's called Link 1. In the same section. Yeah, what's your views on this, man?
That's lit. That's a lit party.
You mean having entertainment?
Yeah, like this.
I think that's good.
It's a concert.
Yeah, I think that's good because music is life. Music speaks to people. A lot of these musicians and artists and stuff have influence. So why not use them? It makes sense to me.
Okay.
Is that what you're talking about? Using people to...
Yeah, but I don't know. Like, to me, it just seems a bit... Obviously, I'm assuming that obviously they were talking about their policies and whatnot. Innit?
But they do all of that. But then that's the American way. Anybody, what are we gonna have? Take that for Boris Johnson? No one cares about that. Like, we don't do things like that. But over there, it's now become very common that when you're running for office or whatever, like as in for the presidency, you have the endorsement of like rappers and artists
and stuff.
that people relate to, just to show that we show our solidarity kind of thing. Do you get what I mean? Like, I feel like we're British people, we're very passive and very mute and very humble about things. That we don't talk about politics, we don't talk about who we're voting for. We don't talk about. We just be shading each other like, oh, some people voted Brexit. Like, we just be doing all that shade and stuff. But Americans, they're very direct on, I'm voting this person, and this is da. And obviously, when you've got people of influence, it makes sense to essentially get the people of influence to encourage their fans to go out to vote, which is what most of these things are about. So if they're gonna have a conference like where people are there for hours and hours and hours, entertaining people, man.
I get it. I don't know. Like, to me, it just feels a bit like this is just a way to kind of dumb down people and get them to focus on things that don't really matter. You know what I'm saying? Like, him being here, I don't really see the correlation between how good she's gonna be as a potential president and him entertaining. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just...
But I think it's because they're sitting there waiting for her to come out and address and all the other people that are going to come out and do these speeches and stuff like that. And in the meantime, sorry, but that's a seminar. If I'm going to go to if I'm American, I'm going to one of those things, and for the next 6 hours, you just expect me to listen to the Obamas, to listen to Fritz, to listen to all these people just coming on there, just talking at me. Entertain me. Like, let me get some food. Should there not be food in there as well then? Should there not be drinks in there as well?
Everyone needs refreshments, isn't it?
But it's not a concert. Like, it's not a concert. Because what they're there for, when you go to a Migos concert, there's no speech whatsoever about presidency or politics or anything like that. But with these things, it's essentially just providing entertainment and then we're gonna go on to what we're here for. I don't think it's I don't think it's dumbing people down.
But the average person isn't attending those conventions.
They lost out. Should have got a ticket.
All right, cool.
You know what I mean?
There's one more clip, yeah. That went to play.
If you feel that 2 arenas, that's a lot of average people in there.
Yeah.
What do you mean the average person? Who's the average person?
As in these people are, to me at least, anyway, I'm getting the impression that these people are proper like Democrats who are there supporting the party, trying to get policies in places about strategy and things of that nature. So
no, that's what you get in the White House. This is there for us to discuss what we'd like to put in place to then discuss like when we get elected. This is essentially them selling their manifesto. You think they're having serious meetings? Everyone's in suits.
No, but it should be about, I guess, everyone coming together under that banner of being a Democrat, right? So I'm assuming it's about the party and what we can do to make the party strong enough to actually win.
I think it's just to kind of ginger them up and tell them, all right, we're about to basically embark on this particular campaign. Go out with the energy and here's some refreshment and entertainment.
Exactly. Yeah, it's not a meeting.
All right.
Like it's not like a seminar, like a meeting of like we've all come to. Because if it was what you're saying, they're gonna be. They will still be there to today. I don't know when that took place. So they'll still be because how are you gonna go around the arena to get everyone's ideas and everyone's
you're not
things and stuff like that?
Ideas necessarily in it because you've got, I guess, a certain amount of people who actually who are disseminating certain information to the crowd, right?
Yeah.
But all of this would have come from these people prior to this. This is the convention to be like, cool. This is the Democrats. This is what we're doing here.
If you're thinking of your Nation of Islam conventions now, it ain't that.
Oh, there's no entertainment with the nation.
They can't entertain you. What entertainment
do they have?
What entertainment do you have?
Do
you have Offset there?
Come on, talk to us about your nation.
Who did you see when you went up there?
Don't get quiet now.
Can we be serious? Can we be serious?
Okay, who was singing?
People who are part of the nation, innit?
They released the mixtapes.
You didn't need to get no bloody.
You did.
You expecting to get
I'm not coming to. I'm not flashing.
Want Chief Keef there?
Yes, if he's part of the nation. I thought you would have had your nation brothers be the ones to come and
Precisely.
give you. I'm not trying to be here to listen to Brother Ahmed's new mixtape because he's trying to out here sell me some. No,
but that's the thing though. You'd only be there because you want to hear some real information.
Yeah, but I don't want
to.
Yeah, but this is not your time for you to push your rap career.
No, but no one's pushing their rap career.
Yeah, but who is the performers?
They ain't no performers. We're there to hear like talks, proper talks, isn't it?
Okay, so you're the performers then.
What?
You said there was performers. You said there was.
I was joking.
Okay.
There ain't no performers. People are going up
Exactly.
opening for the minister.
That's what I thought. I thought you have an opening act. So basically, yeah. So you're thinking that should be like the one you went to.
Maybe. Yeah.
But no, it's definitely not.
All right.
Cool. If I was American, I was going to that. I'm not coming for what you went for. It's boring as heck. I might as well catch you on YouTube. I'll catch that. I would literally catch the highlights on YouTube. I'm going there for the experience.
Okay.
This is lit, man.
Okay.
It's a party.
All right.
Do you have another one you want to play?
Yes, Brent, there's another one.
All right.
It's Obama talking, as in former president.
Oh, but Obama is there. Former president.
No, because his wife, innit?
Everyone calls him Michelle. Everyone calls him Obama.
Who will decide this election are asking a very simple question. Who will fight for me? Who's thinking about my future, about my children's future, about our future together? One thing is for certain, Donald Trump is not losing sleep over that question. Here's a 78-year-old billionaire who has not stopped whining about his problems since he rode down his golden escalator 9 years ago. It has been a constant stream of gripes and grievances that's actually been getting worse now that he's afraid of losing to Kamala. There's the childish nicknames, the crazy conspiracy theories, this weird obsession with crowd sizes. It just goes on and on and on.
Years, Donald Trump did everything in his
Yeah.
I'm thinking though that they got them working for the checks, boy. All these people, as in not Kamala, as in the Obamas, Fitz, all these people that are coming out to be like, the powers that be said we need to get her in, and your time is up. Go and work for this. It's crazy, man.
Boy.
Big up her, man. She got a lot of support. I'm here for it.
Well, that's it for the headlines.
Right.
Time to pay them bills.
Let's get some word on road. Okay. In very good news, I probably should have done this last actually because the other two are just a bit. But basically, Ashanti yesterday revealed that she and Nelly have had their baby boy. So she posted She posted on Instagram a video and a picture of herself, and she says, "Funny how life's plans aren't always on time. LOL. I love Ashanti, man. I just love her. Funny how life's plans aren't always on time. LOL. I've been waiting to be a mum for a long time now, but nothing could prepare me for everything motherhood brings. This is what postpartum looks like. I'm loving these super cozy Freedom Mum shorts. I'm so proud of my body for giving me my baby. So basically she had a baby 4 months ago. Sorry, not 4 weeks ago. Sorry, not 4 months. 4 weeks ago. And the son's name is Kareem Kincaid. Kincaid? I don't know. The Nigerian me wants to just pronounce that as a Yoruba name. Haynes, which is so lovely. And you know the Twitter people, man. They've been doing the most talking about, so when he got arrested, she was already, okay. Them are. But anyways, yeah, they're happy with their child and enjoying motherhood. And that's what's so nice. But what I thought was weird, I feel like there's this whole snapback culture. People need to stop, man. But obviously people won't at the sound of my voice. But this whole thing about, when you have a baby, you should snap back and your body should look this way afterwards and da-da-da-da. But like, the snapback's going to be so crazy. Shut up. It's very unnecessary. And also as well, I feel like it puts unnecessary pressure on women to look a certain way. Like, women will care about their body image while they're single. Care about the body image when they got a man. Then they get pregnant, you start making them care about the body image as well. Then the baby is born, they're making them care about the body image. Please, 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 please. Just stop coming to women's bodies all the time. It's very draining. But anyways, big up her. Here for it. Congratulations to them. That is absolutely good news. In sad news though, Jennifer Lopez has filed for divorce from Ben Affleck after they've been married for 2 years. And she filed for divorce without her attorney. So sources close to her are saying that that's how you know she was sick of it, that she was done and sick of it. And I think it's sad because unfortunately, I don't know how, it depends how J-Lo feels about it. She's been married 5 times. This is her 5th marriage, right? So people are just obviously making fun of her and saying that she's the problem and da-da-da-da. But this is her old love. Like, she and Ben Affleck were like together when they were younger and whatever else. So I don't believe that happens in reignited love. I can't think of the word, but reignited sounds good right now, so I'm going to go with that. But apparently, though, what they're saying, so he was also married before, he was married to Jennifer Garner. They've got 3 kids together. But it's been a known thing that he's suffered with alcohol addiction and abuse or whatever else. And so he's been to rehab for it. And his last time he was in rehab was 2018 and whatever. So essentially, they're saying that their relationship, he was like still in his sobriety when they got together and da-da-da-da. They got married quite quickly after they got together. But obviously, if you feel like you've had history with somebody, I wouldn't see myself waiting 5 years. Like, I wouldn't be doing that. So anyways, apparently what the situation is that at the time of them getting together and getting married and stuff, he was still like in his sobriety and whatever. So now he's settled into his sober life, and the life of a celebrity just he doesn't want any parts of that anymore. This is allegedly what the tea is. But she is flipping J-Lo. So he doesn't want the whole paparazzi thing. He doesn't and I've always found that interesting when celebrities go to Bali. Go and live in a village somewhere in another country, something like. You can't be walking down the Hollywood Boulevard upset that paparazzi is taking pictures of you. What? makes no sense. So basically, apparently, what's happened is that he doesn't want this Hollywood life anymore. Mind you, he's Ben Affleck. By the way, saying this like I don't know, I don't even know who I can even use at this point. Like it's a D-list or E-list or F-list celebrity. You are Ben Affleck. Wasn't it Iron Man or something like that? You're Ben Affleck, sir. So in what world do you think that you just get to be like, Marcus is so annoying, and to be in my car for him?
Oh.
Hold on.
I think he was Superman, right?
Superman, he was something. You know, I don't want.
he was
Batman?
Yeah, he was Batman. Isn't it?
He was
Yeah,
Batman.
he was the worst Batman, isn't it?
Well, he
The chunkiest Batman.
Okay, sober now. So basically, I'm blocking the driveway. So I told Mark when he gets here, I'm gonna come and remove my car, right? I said to him, message me when you get here. Do you want to text me? Daddy's home. So annoying. Yeah. So anyways, very quickly. Very quickly. Yeah, so she's basically apparently like basically the life he wants to live now isn't really the life what her reality is in terms of the celebrity stuff and blah blah blah. So apparently they're having issues with that. But apparently she's actually worked hard for this one. She worked and didn't want this relationship to go down the drain. But unfortunately, we're here now, man. But she filed, apparently she filed, well, she didn't, it is fact that she filed for divorce without her attorney present. That's how you know sis really means it. And apparently she's just like, she's really, really hurt and really heartbroken about the whole situation, blah, 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 blah. And what else is there? He moved out months ago anyway. And apparently they've broken up since like April. So there's that. It's sad, man. I don't like divorces. I don't like people breaking up. I don't think it's very nice, unless it's obviously cases where they need to break up because people are crazy. But it's sad. But he just looks like he's just not. I mean, he hasn't smiled since they were on the wedding at the altar. He just always looks like he's in a bad mood and fighting and always cussing paparazzi out and stuff like that. So I just think people that are close to them are saying that it was never really going to work, essentially, because they want different things. He doesn't want to live in the limelight anymore. But in what world are you marrying Jennifer Lopez and thinking that you cannot be in the limelight? And in what world are you Ben Affleck living in LA thinking that no one's going to know, like no one's going to care for who you are and stuff? It just doesn't sound realistic to me. But yeah, man, it's a lot. But yeah, sources are saying that he was craving more privacy and he can no longer take her level of celebrity. He doesn't want the entourage and all the drama that comes with that in his home. There's a bunch of stuff that people are saying, basically, and all these are sources and whatever. But they are saying that he did care about her and he was very protective of her, blah, blah, blah. And essentially he was holding off on the divorce, but she's just upset and just like, okay, do you know what, might as well move on then if you don't, whatever. Sad. And then last I want to talk about Indiyah and Dami. So they basically got a collaboration with Gymshark for carnival wears. Not carnival wears. It's basically it's just a Gymshark. To be fair, I haven't viewed the whole line. But they basically got a line with Gymshark. And part of that was this I don't know what to call it. But basically it's a merge. It's an infusion of Jamaica and Nigeria.
Okay.
Because she's Jamaican, he's Nigerian. So Indiyah says, styling Gymshark in a flyaway, grateful to have the opportunity to work on an edit with Gymshark and implementing both of our styles. We designed an exclusive tee, as in t-shirt, with reference to both our Jamaican and Nigerian heritage. Mark actually needs to be here for this conversation. Let me know if he has a problem with it. Which means a lot to the both of us. And with Carnival fast approaching, we thought, why not get you guys Carnival ready? The beauty when two cultures unite. Love Dami and Indiyah. And they got cooked. They got cooked clean. Do you know anything about this, Brent?
About the line?
No, about but just about the line, about any of it.
Is this it?
Yes.
Yeah, that's it.
So do you think that's offensive? I'm trying to think if I have enough time quickly to move my car. So Mark's gonna come in here and let me know what his thoughts and opinions are on this.
Yeah.
situation.
Emmanuel will keep the people
Entertained. Wonderful. I'll be quick. Ooh.
I mean, I don't know why it's offensive, to be fair. But again, you remember that time when we had that discussion about playing Afro beats at Carnival?
Yes.
And people obviously are offended, and people say, why should Afrobeats be played at Carnival, this, that, and the third. And
Oh, is that the line? Is that the line?
What do you mean?
Frustration? Because they have
No,
Nigeria?
I'm basically saying, is that why people are offended? That there's a merging of the two cultures for Carnival?
All right, I guess.
That's what I'm thinking. Because I don't see what's offensive about it.
You don't have a problem with that anyway, do you?
With what?
Having an Afrobeats at Carnival anyway.
No, why would I have? I'm Nigerian, innit? So wherever we are, I'm for it, man.
Yeah.
But obviously,
Hula
it's like
corner.
But Carnival's not my event, innit? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's not. My opinion is not really valid like that. So I can understand that people feel like another ethnicity is kind of infringing on something that is theirs. You know what I'm saying? Because I feel the same way, to be fair. Especially if I don't really want any of your stuff there. But I don't understand why this is offensive. If anything, I just see unity in it amongst people who are part of the Black British community from different ethnicities. Why can't that be the thing we focus on? You know what I'm saying? Because the t-shirt's going to be around after Carnival, right?
Yeah, but basically people are just like, do you know? I think basically part of the conversation I hear, which I get. So basically, there's an argument first that people are saying that whenever people think of Carnival and whatnot, they only ever think of Jamaica. Whenever people think of the Caribbean, it's only ever Jamaica. Like, where's Trinidad?
Okay.
Where's the representation of all the other Caribbean countries in relation to Carnival and that have carnivals and all that kind of stuff? So there's that. So essentially, they're speaking to the ignorance of these brands who try to act like, oh, we're so diverse, we're so inclusive. But then, are you, if you haven't done your due diligence in this stuff? And I think also with that collaboration as well, it just feels as though it's like Gymshark is gym clothes. You have nothing to do with Carnival or anything like that. So it's like, why are you just trying to take advantage of this thing that's happening? Do you get what I mean? And then also, people are then criticizing Dami and Indiyah, saying that not all money is money that you need to be, like, just because you got a deal, you don't have to say yes to everything, because this collaboration makes no sense. Yeah, you're saying Nigerian and Jamaica because you're both of Nigerian and Jamaican descent, but
I have a suggestion.
there we go.
I go with Gina and there be Trinidad Ghana. We get the theme going.
Okay, and then who does St. Lucia?
We
Have you got St. Lucia in your family?
St. Lucian
Amazing.
could represent. You know any St. Lucians in the industry?
No,
Not well represented in it.
no, they're not.
How
Still.
about Grenada? Where's Loons from?
I was gonna say, where's it?
St. Vincent.
Yeah, then he can go and.
Or you can go with somebody and then
Great
get.
Britain.
One day, Luns actually just fight you. Just because he can.
He said that we don't shut him out enough, so there you go.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Yeah, but Luns, you need to do one step. You need to learn how you want us to shout it out.
He's just come in the chat like 3 times. He moves like he's in there every morning. Like, he's sick. Like, you're not sick, bro.
Oh, yeah. But
man.
yeah, man. So it's just been a whole conversation. Obviously, people cooking them and whatnot, and you always get people that are like, "Oh, you guys are just hater. You guys just hate these two." And it's like, no. Some people are saying that it's not a hate situation; they're just criticizing them. And then also, people are saying that stuff like that is why Carnival is how it is, where it's like it's watered down, and people don't actually know the actual history. Actually, someone actually said that to me earlier. Someone said that about me in the chat earlier when I was talking about I don't go to Carnival. Talking about this is why. You know,
Fair.
people don't know what kind of
Fair, hold that.
It's not fair.
Hold that.
I'm holding nothing. I'm Nigerian. Why am I in it? Like, why am I in it? Okay, I said bashment. That was a trigger.
Yeah, you said
My
when
bad.
you hear bashment, that's when it's time to go to the toilet.
It is though. You want me to lie? I'm collecting sins for TDA. You think
Well,
this is-
there's sharing information that you don't need to share. And there's
No, but that is facts though. How many people openly would say they don't like this genre of music, they don't like that genre of music, but because it's a genre that you like, now you're triggered. I'm not triggered. Someone says they don't like Afrobeats and they go toilet. Then that's good for you. I don't.
I love
Toilet
it.
time must be fun though. You ain't never had a good night.
That's fine. That's your opinion. I have a great night every time I go out.
But you run off the dance floor when the bashment comes
I
on.
don't run off. I casually.
She said we grab
Let me get a
my
drink. This is the time to get a drink and time to go to the toilet, powder my nose or whatever. But anyway, so yeah, that's the conversation. What do you think about it? The whole Gymshark collaboration, Nigeria and Jamaica
Oh,
t-shirt stuff.
I mean,
Yeah.
I don't Give
Yeah,
my time
fair.
for those kind of things. I saw it going around. I've seen people chatting shit on X and that.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, I forgot. My bad.
I don't even go carnival, so I'm not.
They won't think you have a problem because you're Jamaican.
Oh yeah.
But when I say it,
He's not Jamaican.
bro, allegedly,
what do you mean he's not Jamaican?
I am Jamaican. He's just a hater.
No, he did his route check. Remember, it was in where was it?
You give it like your like.
Was it Iran?
Iran? Oh yes.
Nah.
Wasn't it? It's Syria.
Syria. Oh wait, one of my ancestors. What does that mean? They went to Jamaica and had kids for 3 generations. 4 of them even. So we're not Jamaican, huh?
All right, serious.
Basically, right. India also posted something on her snap, and also this is part while people are cooking it as well. So I forgot this part.
And if you done yours, you wouldn't be able to not have Indian in there.
That man definitely has Nigerian in him. Oh, can you imagine if Brent had
not how
Indian
it
in him?
works.
Could you imagine if he had
Why are you
Nigerian?
making a face like that for? It does.
If
'Cause you're
Brent
from
had
Trinidad.
Indian in him.
Trinidad, culturally, there's Indian in you somewhere. Because
No, that's not how it works.
Generations. Oh, it don't work like that.
No,
I bet it does.
I've done my
You don't know what your great grandpappy was up to.
100%. I do. I
That's
traced
what I
it
do.
after the Saturday when Dara showed us.
Yeah.
I traced mine
And
quickly.
then, have you got the answers?
Yes,
What was it?
and it took me 9 hours to get it.
Where by?
Nigeria.
No, you didn't.
I even know his name
What's your name?
and the ship
Are they ship?
and the ship.
And the ship.
At the ship.
I wish I had they ship. Look at you. Done it this time. You have done it this time.
That would never fly out my mouth.
Can you imagine?
Ever.
No, that's not what will fly out. But you want to tag everybody. That's fine to fly out.
Yeah, the speaker box, isn't it?
All right. Anyway, she said, of course, Carnival doesn't originate in Jamaica. However, we live in the UK, where Notting Hill Carnival has now become next level multicultural because London literally is. Carnival in the Caribbean is nothing like the ones in the UK. However, our community actually isn't doing anything to change that. People didn't like that one. From time sounds are playing Afrobeats and R&B, it's clearly starting to have a different meaning. It's actually becoming the place where people from all islands and countries go to enjoy themselves. And quite frankly, there's nothing wrong with that. It's like asking for authentic curry goat in Wimbledon. It's not going to happen unless the community make it happen. Obviously, people are upset with that because people are saying that there are a lot of people behind the scenes who are doing a lot of work to keep it authentic.
Yeah, that's the immediate argument to go about London's multicultural. It's the carnival. You know what it's about.
Yeah.
We was having this argument last year because remember I was saying like by rights, what song was it? Would it have been Burna Boy? I'm saying how can you go carnival and not hear Last the way that how big that song was? Like you know what I'm trying to say? Like that don't make no sense to me. But again, man is saying, but it's not about Afrobeats. I think on the little street corners in the what they called the sounds and that.
Yeah.
The sounds should be able to play whatever they want, but I think the floats should just be like calypso and
Yeah, the main stage. The main stage.
yeah, the
definitely.
main stage
Yeah.
should just be Caribbean, but they should be able to play all genres.
But
on,
don't you
on
think
the
that
sound.
like if the sounds are playing different genres and stuff, and people are like and it looks, because obviously with Carnival you're not gonna have just people from the Caribbean there in it. You're gonna have everyone, different people go. So if different people who don't know like the roots of the kind of songs that's typically meant to be played at Carnival are hearing those sounds, don't you think that over time those sounds will get bigger and bigger and bigger, and that will then wash out?
But when
the floats?
when the man used to go on Rampage all the time and Giggs is performing there and Wiley and that's performing at Rampage and that, no one ain't moaning. That's not. No one ain't moaning. And then you know if you go Rampage, you're gonna go on Bucks, I'm gonna man them and get different sounds and things. So I'm saying, I think it's all right in the sounds. It's just, I think it's if you see the floats going past and Afrobeats blasting off it, you're thinking this ain't authentic.
Yeah.
I don't know. But I ain't got a horse in the race. I ain't been carnival since I was about 8.
10 or 8?
8.
Fair. So yeah, that's the conversation that's happening. That's the word on road, quite literally. But yeah. So let's get into people's journal.
Marks, I'm going carnival this year.
Are you?
Yeah,
He's just gonna dag everybody.
Are you on a float?
I'm gonna be floating all over the place.
He's going to tell him what you said you're gonna do.
Daga, 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 daga. Old gens, new gens.
You don't strike me as a
Everybody.
man that can dance.
No, I'm
Though.
gonna surprise a lot of people.
You don't strike me as a man that can dance though.
He can't do you see like an Ed.
No, he won't dance.
I wasn't dancing.
He was vibing.
Yeah.
Anyone can vibe. I said he's
No, anyone cannot.
I didn't say he don't seem like he can't vibe.
No, but I don't think I want to see Ben in a position where Ben is dancing for his life.
For his life.
That's my thing. I'm very
That's
extreme.
okay.
Dancing man, innit?
I hate dancing man. One thing about me, I hate a dancing man. Why are you dancing like that? Maybe like, nah, man.
I hope he's not picturing me like that big oaf that eats. Like,
No,
off
I
his
can never
face.
picture. I don't even want to picture that guy as that guy.
Shoot him.
He makes me sad. Anyway, I'm not gonna say what I want to say. I feel like he's a reason for racism. I'm not gonna say it, but
He's
yeah.
not a reason for racism. He's a justification.
True, man. Heck, I'd be racist and all. It's silly. He's a nuisance.
I can't stand him. I don't hate
probably
many
can't-
people,
I can't
especially people
stand
that I
him.
don't know. I feel like I got no business.
Yeah, there's no
hating,
business with
hating people I don't know. How can I hate someone I don't
But
know?
I can't stand that guy.
But it's close. It's
I
close,
can't
man.
stand him. Like, I can't stand him. So embarrassing. Big for nothing. Anyway,
Where's he from? He's Nigerian.
it can't be.
He looks it.
He can't be. What do you mean looks? Why
Where's
does
he
he
from,
look it?
man?
You ignorant
I'm
twat.
not
Why does he
sure,
look
man.
it? He's dark skin?
I'm gonna ask.
Yeah.
I'm gonna ask ChatGPT.
No, ask what was it dancing
What's
fool?
his name?
Was
Dancing
it-
Gorilla?
I don't know.
I said dancing gorilla.
What's
you know.
wrong with you?
Is that his name?
Somebody typed that in the chat. I just assumed that.
But I feel like he's got like a coon type name though. He's got to. If you're doing coon shit, you must have a coon brand to accompany it.
He's annoying, man.
What is his stupid name? Oh yeah, he calls himself Gorilla.
Oh, is it? Wow.
Actually, he's dancing gorilla. Where is he from? I hope he's from the Caribbean.
It's actually dancing gorilla.
He's actually dancing gorilla. This is what people are saying. Apparently,
Yeah, I hate him even more than.
he can't be Nigerian.
Yeah, my brother's
Nigerian
got
men
a
have
this shit.
shame.
I might
Nigerians
go,
have
you
shame
know.
for the most part. For the most part, like that's one thing that is in our DNA that we can't shake. Even when you don't want to have shame, your ancestors tell you have shame. You're really tapping for your life.
Trying to find it.
I'm getting pictures of dancing gorillas.
Oh my goodness.
So dancing gorilla, black man. Or black is he must? I think he's American as well.
Yeah, he's.
He gives American energy. You can't be from the UK doing that.
He's definitely Nigerian.
Who said that?
About 17 other people.
Yeah, but that's also because I was talking about Bashman earlier. I said I don't count.
His name is Grooving Gorilla.
Grooving. Oh,
It's the same
hello.
thing.
Dancing, grooving. It's a moving gorilla, nonetheless.
Everyone's saying he's Nigerian. Christy said it. She's BOE.
Whose side are you on? He is Nigerian.
I told you I could tell.
What tribe then?
You can't tell.
Let's at least go to tribe, innit?
I'm scared now because he might actually be Yoruba.
Ah, you know what?
But I don't think he's one that's like knows his roots.
It's a damn shame. Anyway,
If I see him dancing like Bada one day, I swear to God. I swear to God. I would dedicate 24 hours to reporting his account until it gets shut down. I will actually dedicate the time. That jobless I will be.
but
Anyways, let's get into people's journal, please.
yes.
One question and then we're going to do it with the guest.
Welcome to People's Journal.
So generic.
He didn't have any notes.
I don't know why that means anything.
So, oh yeah.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, Marks.
yeah. So basically, you know in thingy, yeah, Iman is saying that the only time, when you go on the topic of the den doc, he's saying the only time there's notes is when he's not in. But there's been other times where he's not in and there's still notes there.
I have a theory. He doesn't like it.
No, wait. Let's see what Mark is saying.
You know what? He might be telling the truth.
He's not. Your
telling
memory's
you.
just
There's a
shaded.
link. There's a link. There's always like a link or
A
something.
link to it, to a video or article or something. But I rarely put notes.
I'm conscious that I'm not reading when you're leading it anyway. But I don't feel like I see all the questions when he's here.
You're a day one, aren't you?
Yeah.
You've been here from the beginning. You've
From
had
the
the document from the
beginning.
beginning. What did the document used to look like?
Oh, in the beginning.
Here we go.
Beningen.
In the beginning.
My theory.
In the beginning.
Why are you saying like that? Say it all the time. In the what?
In the beginning. Yeah, in the beginning he was.
Yeah, then he got lazy.
Then he got lazy. Yeah. Recently he hasn't been. So
That's
I
what
thought he
Brent's thing
meant.
was.
For the last year and a half, 2 years, I haven't. You know what I'm saying?
No, but this show's been 2 years.
And the researchers have been on board for 2 years. I mean, yeah.
The what?
The researchers.
So basically, he pushed Brent's hand in it, and Brent said, "Listen, since the researchers came on board, you've been lazy."
100%.
And
Because
it's
that used to be
Can you imagine?
padded.
Why am I wasting my time writing stuff when you guys are not going to read it. It's all in my head. It's all in my head anyway.
So you're admitting, you're literally now
admitting
saying,
that-
you're
yeah.
confirming that,
That what?
all right, it used to be like that, and now it isn't.
Like back in, like we're talking about the first 6 months.
No, it wasn't the first 6 months.
Months for 6 months.
Anyway, let's get on to better things, man.
Corey was here, Juicy was here, Youth was here.
All right, welcome to the People's Journal, where I give you the news from an economics point of view. Before I start, though, I do want to introduce our guest. You might need to put the mic closer. Good morning, good morning.
Good morning. So
How-
is it correct?
Yeah, you might need to direct it up.
Sorry.
Just
Nah.
that part.
This way.
I feel like it's so unfair when we ask guests to do that because they feel like they're going to break it.
Yeah, exactly.
I feel like I'm going to break it most days and I'm here every day. Morning, Han. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Can you let people please know what your name is?
My name is Busayo Twins.
Are you a twin?
No, it's my surname.
Shut the front
Yeah, I
door.
know.
That's
You know what the
lit.
thing is? Like for
Throwing
the
people off,
last...
just tricking people.
I know people think that, but
I honestly thought you were a twin.
I know
That's what I was
everyone's-
thinking.
Yeah.
Your last name is twins.
Twins, yeah.
Especially how you spelt it.
TWINS.
Are you fully Nigerian?
Yeah.
That's so interesting.
Yeah. It was changed a couple. So basically, on my dad's side, there's like 7 generations of twins. So my dad's a twin, dad's a twin, and then under like when they
that's
used
lit.
to work for like civil service or whatever,
Yeah.
they used to call him like Omo Twins. Like
Okay, yeah.
then they got it legally changed because it was like Abdul Karim or something.
Okay, yeah, to be fair, twins. Yeah, they were able to trace your generation with the name twin.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's lit. Oh wow!
Okay.
If you want to have kids, your chances are.
Ain't Von married.
Yeah.
Ain't Von married.
I just can't work him out.
What did he say?
I
did
can't
everyone
figure
say?
him out.
Oh.
Anyway, let me not look.
Anyway, so can you let people know? Sorry, someone in the chat has been silly. What?
Okay.
Can you let people know, please, what you do?
What I do, so I guess online I do like political content creation or like analysis. So basically anything that goes on in the news, I try and break it down for people.
Okay, nice.
So they can understand it or engage with it and
Nice.
see why it's relevant to them.
Yeah.
And then in my, I guess, day job, I do like strategy, policy,
Okay, sick.
business development, yeah.
Amazing. Oh, you are every Nigerian parent's dream. Like, that's nice.
And you're an economist.
Yeah, I guess I studied it.
Are you giving people labels she hasn't given herself?
Is that why you introduced me before yours?
That's
right, I
yeah.
see it, I
He set
see
you
it.
up.
I
Even
see
the
it.
topic of the day
I just wanna-
is for you.
Is it?
Because he asked us and we looked at him like, what the when have I ever when have I ever told you this is what I want to talk about?
Do you know,
On a
when
Monday
I
morning.
came in and I saw you talk about like the American politics, I was like, oh.
Yeah, to be fair, I studied that at uni, but you know,
Oh, what?
we're
They
talking
were
about
talking about like the
Kamala and
Obamas
them.
talking.
Yeah, but when you said you was like, oh, what, like a
So I was
pleasant
like-
surprise kind of thing?
No, but like, everyone here is talking about politics because you kind of like alluded that you don't want no.
Yeah, but I feel like he wanted like an in-depth
Oh,
answer
those
from
ones.
me,
Oh.
and I can give you surface, but there's only so much you're gonna get from me. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah.
But like stuff like that, but like we know what goes on with the politics and stuff like that.
Yeah, of course.
To be fair, we talk about it a lot on the show, so we know what's going on in the world and all that kind of stuff. But he was looking at me like he was requiring the assessment that you would give from me, and I was looking at him like, "Have you just met me?"
Even me, I don't know what he's expecting.
Boy,
Even me. So
boy, he said you economics. so-
yeah. I hope you're not doing definitions, terms,
No,
times.
nothing like that. I'm
Okay.
just reporting.
Casual.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, well,
Just
we'll-
wanted your little 2 cents in there and whatnot.
Okay.
But yeah, just wanted to mention the first thing. Oh, in fact, actually, Brent, in the doc here, in the People's Journal part, there's something I want you to click. Let's big up Trinidad real quick.
And Tobago.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I mean, and Tobago.
I was just checking that you meant the place. Like, that
But you know, as a
could
person,
have been like a spot or something. I don't know. A brand.
There you go.
that would be a nice brand name.
Ben, you want to read that?
Trinidad and Tobago will replace the 3 Christopher Columbus ships on its coat of arms. This is what Imi shared in Discord the other day. With the steel pan, a musical instrument
nice.
originating in the southeastern Caribbean island country. This was announced by Prime Minister Keith Rowley during a special People's National Movement convention. He added that we are on our way to removing the colonial vestiges that we have in our constitution. The 3 ships depicted on the nation's emblem, the Santa Maria, La Nina, and La Pinta, were used by Columbus on his journey to the New World in 1492. Columbus left a dark legacy in the Americas, beginning with his first encounter with the indigenous peoples of the Caribbean Sea. His travel logs ridicule the natives' simplicity and supposed lack of sophistication. His reports of the voyage fueled in Europeans a drive to colonize and exploit the lesser beings he had discovered across the Atlantic Ocean. Official stationery bearing the old coat of arms will reportedly take about 6 months to consume, after which the new version with the steel pan will start being used. The steel pan has already been recognized as a symbol of Trinidad and Tobago by the United Nations, which passed a resolution in 2023, making 11th August World Steel Pan Day. The steel pan proudly traces its roots back to Trinidad and Tobago, where it was invented and came into fashion in the 1930s and 1940s. Trinidad and Tobago's decision to remove the Columbus ships from its national emblem is a significant step towards decolonization. Let us know in the comments if you applaud it. I applaud it.
Why do you think this stuff is important?
Because in 100 years, people are not going to remember that these ships were here.
I didn't know there were ships on there.
I know, because you don't know what the flag looks like anyway. The emblem, sorry. I sometimes I wear it under my my new black attire.
And do you feel the ships on you?
Yeah. heavy. heavy. So I'll be buying merchandise with this new one, and
Nice.
definitely, it's a great day. It's a great day.
Big up Trinidad, man.
Together we aspire, together we achieve. I would sing the anthem, but you know,
Go on. Do it.
forward from the love of liberty. That's how you know now.
We wouldn't
I know.
even know.
That's how you know I know.
Literally.
You could have sung any rhythm.
Anything.
To the left, to the left.
Right. I know that's right.
Yeah, I was actually born in Trinidad. Where were you born? Syria.
Syria.
All right. Like I was saying, right? So, the number of new child benefit claims rose in April, man. Why? Because the government changed the rules on how much parents can earn and still be eligible. I remember when we were speaking about this back then, when we were talking about different manifestos or the different parties, I believe it was the Chancellor, Jeremy Hunt, at the time was talking about increasing the threshold in April. So that's pretty much the reason why. So apparently, 86,656 new claims have been made. And for those people who want to claim, let me just give you the information so that you can obviously be part of that number, so you don't miss out. From the 6th of April, the income level at which people have to start paying back part of the benefit rose from 50k to 60k, right? And the level at which it's completely withdrawn went up from 60k to 80k. So I remember, I believe, maybe 2 years ago, a year ago, we spoke about how things changed, right? And how obviously it cut certain people out of it. You couldn't, apply and whatnot. But obviously the Tories were trying to get everyone to vote for them. Obviously they were unsuccessful, and so the threshold has gone up. So if you do earn above 60k, but less than 80k, you can still apply. You just won't get the entirety of the benefit. Next thing I wanted to mention, remember the other day we were chatting about McDonald's and how they've been affected by the pro-Palestine marches, right, and everything that's going on in Israel, yeah? Firstly, what's your views on that?
What, the impact or the...
Yeah, the impact.
Fantastic.
Do you feel like it really makes a big difference?
Yeah.
All right, I'll tell you why.
As in the boycott or the
Yes.
fact that they are losing money?
Both.
Yeah, it does.
So okay, because the boycott is leading to them losing money, isn't it?
Yeah, but you can boycott and it not be in the news that it affected them. So it might just be the act of boycotting that I might support versus it being like that's your impact. Do I think the impact is significant? But I think both are.
So if the boycott didn't affect them economically, you still think it's useful?
Yeah.
Why?
Because I think there's something psychologically important about knowing about your instinct to respond to something that you don't agree with. Whether or not it works, it's not the point, because at the end of the day, we're all just small pieces in a wider movement. No boycott is going to end genocide. But what it's saying is that from where what I can do is signal to society that I'm not impressed with this, but also maybe a smaller company that tries it, McDonald's might survive, but you might not survive.
Yeah.
So it's that kind of stuff. So just one example of like, why, but even if it didn't work, it's important.
Okay. Because I do want us to get into how, I guess, we can kind of, the everyday person can actually contribute to the resistance. You know what I'm saying? So we'll get into that afterwards. But I say all this because, obviously, like I said the other day, we were talking about how they're now having to potentially increase their prices now to kind of, make up that shortfall. Now, they're planning to open 200 more restaurants across the UK.
Who? McDonald's?
So apparently, because of what's going on in
Yeah.
Israel, Gaza, the conflict, they're now saying, like the places where they actually have a stronghold, like in this country, let's double down here. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, they're now looking to over the next 4 years invest £1 billion, £1 billion into basically making McDonald's
Great again.
basically, yeah,
Not
man.
great again.
It's crazy, man. So yeah, there's gonna be extra 200 restaurants. It's gonna be drive-through restaurants. It's gonna be a bunch of different things. And yeah, man, that's what they're saying. Next thing I wanted to mention, Starbucks, right? So the new boss of Starbucks, right, is basically getting in trouble because, well, facing backlash. Why? Because he has to commute 1,000 miles to get to the head office or whatever, and he's using a private jet. And obviously people are saying, wait a minute, Starbucks care about the environment. That's part of their branding and whatnot. How the hell is the CEO doing, you know what I'm saying, something that's basically contrary to that? Does it really matter though?
Why?
Yeah, I'm just asking. Like,
Doesn't matter. Yeah, of course it does. What do you mean? Are you just
Because-
asking me because
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
here, isn't it? Not because you don't know.
Yes.
Of course it matters.
Okay, cool. But do you feel like there's other ways to be, because stuff like that, yeah, is it really going to change?
What, hidden traveling via
Yes.
private jet? Yeah, it should.
Well, he shouldn't be allowed to use private jet.
No, but if your brand of your company is saying that you're environmentalist or they care or they're saying something, and then your CEO is now traveling by private jet, it's like if you didn't even say that, different. Double down, be like, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Stand on your business. But now you're actually trying to get more people to buy into you because you're sustainable and you're doing that. It's silly.
Is
But
the
also
carbon footprint of a private jet worse than a commercial flight or something?
it's the amount of people that it's the fact that it's only like 1 or 2 people on it, and you're using the same amount of fuel. It's the amount of fuel that you're using, but only carrying one person.
Yeah.
Whereas at least if there was like hundreds or thousands of us, we could be like, okay, cool, we've efficiency gains.
But yeah, basically that's what's happening, man. People are saying there's a discrepancy between their public stance of being, caring about the environment and obviously the lifestyle of the top executives who are just taking private jets all over the place.
Does Starbucks care about the environment? Is this
Apparently, yeah. I never knew that was part of their branding, But apparently it is. It is, man. They've taken public stances on green issues, apparently.
They use plastic cups. the little summer spritz drinks. It's a plastic.
I don't know what's going on over there.
It's recycled.
And the last thing I wanted to mention is basically a bunch of firms across the UK, in terms of in the oil and gas supply industries, are basically expressing their grave concern about government plans to increase windfall taxes and obviously eliminate the investment incentives. I don't want to say that they're threatening, but it's always going to be that, innit? You know what I'm saying? And I think this is the issue I have here. I'm always for people who don't have to obviously take a bigger share. But I think I don't necessarily blame these private companies. I blame the government. That's my stance.
right?
And why do I say this? Because I feel like the government has kind of enabled that sort of behavior. We have a system in place where if these companies fail, they get bailed out. There is no consequences for their ridiculous behavior. So they will take as much as possible. And then we're left talking about windfall taxes, and it shouldn't be a discussion. You know what I'm saying? So that's just basically my stance. But long story short, in an open letter to the HM Treasury, 42 companies warned that official plans threaten £200 billion of investment in all forms of domestic energy. This includes renewables as well. And the signatories include manufacturing, engineering, and technology companies. The Treasury said, however, that its industrial strategy would create thousands of new jobs in the industries of the future. And the government currently plans to increase windfall taxes on oil and gas profits from 75% to 78%. And they want to extend the tax until 2030. And they want to abolish tax incentives for further investment. On the surface, do you think that's a good idea? Because I'm assuming, in fact, let me not assume your position.
No, so what you assume my position is what? That it's good that they have the windfall tax.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But do you feel like just increasing it and taking away these incentives that have been in place for the longest while is the best way to actually get money back into the pockets of the everyday person?
No, of course not. Britain has no ideas. Our biggest issue right now is that we have no new ideas. So what we're doing is the same thing, and repackaging the same thing. But the issue isn't what is being presented to us, is the fact that there's just not more being presented to us. So it's not going to solve the issue. And the destruction of the UK British economy isn't because of the oil and gas companies. That has come since the cost of living crisis mainly. And obviously you can't justify having billions in profits while people can't afford their heating, electricity bills. That's the main thing. But really and truly, as you said, the structural issues, how did it get to a point where, for me anyway, I think it's like unjust anyway to be a billionaire anyway.
Serious?
Yeah, I think it is. You don't need it. It's not a real number. It's not real. Do you know what I mean? So I think from the moment you're allowed to earn that much and do all that kind of stuff, that's the problem. But once someone has that in their pocket, obviously they're going to be upset that you're taking it away.
Yeah.
But of course they should. They should do that anyway. On a moral, that for me, that's a moral thing.
Yeah.
That's not a business economic answer. My thing is morally, I'm happy for anything to go bankrupt if it's moral.
Okay.
Yeah.
Makes sense. All right.
You
well,
have no problem with what she just said about being a billionaire?
Well, it does.
But
I
he's
know.
quiet. if
no,
Hester said it,
I know that.
if Hester
Embarrassed.
said it,
No, I know. Obviously,
Okay.
we're going to get into it. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, so
He snatched my wig off my head.
You're not serious, man.
he decides to pick his battles, yeah?
That's so annoying. So annoying. Anyway, that's the end of People's Journal.
That's convenient.
Oh.
Let's get into an interview. So, I choked. As you guys know, we have the lovely Busayo twins with us. Thank you for joining us. We appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
Love even more because you're giving Iman a run for his money today. That is my favourite thing to do in life. Well, it's packed. So before we get into our interview, we do have a game that we play with our guests. It's a general knowledge question. It's general knowledge questions,
Oh Lord.
and then this or that as well.
Right.
We are keeping a scoreboard.
Right.
It's a very serious thing.
Right.
And then yes, it's not bad, and it's over 140 beat. And if you don't know any answers, you can just say pass, because the more you answer, the more points you get.
Is it like like pop culture?
No, like,
Or like
it could be like
politics
maths,
or
it could
like
be like
maths. Oh,
what
God.
country is this, it could, stuff like
I
that.
shouldn't even ask what, because all of it is hard. Okay, go. It's fine.
Was you hoping it was pop culture?
No, when I said it, I realised that it doesn't matter what genre it is.
What, you're going to be good at it?
I wouldn't be good.
That's not a Nigerian spirit. Excuse me.
I know, but you have to just admit, you have to.
Fair, and then you blow it out of the water. Yeah, then you blow it out of the water. All right. Are you good? Are you good? Wonderful. Brent, are you set up?
I am. Just remember, if it is that you don't know the answer,
Yeah.
just say pass.
Pass. Okay.
Yeah. Just
Okay.
Okay.
All right. 3,
Emmanuel, you ready?
Yes.
Wonderful.
2, 1.
Local or national?
Local.
1,000 minus 1 plus 2.
1,000.
What two elements make up CO2, carbon dioxide?
I don't even know. Carbon, oxygen.
Harris or Trump?
Harris.
Where is the capital of Germany?
Berlin.
Which British comedian is known for his character Mr. Bean?
I don't know his name. Pass.
Netflix or Disney Plus?
Netflix.
The Spectator is a left or right wing paper.
Right.
Who helped Malcolm X write his autobiography?
Nobody.
AI or humans?
Humans.
What's the main ingredient in guacamole?
Avocado.
Name two countries located in East Asia.
Philippines. Thailand. Where's East Asia?
Star Mark.
That's so bad of me to say. I'm so sorry about that.
I thought you took a very calm approach to it. And I thought you were picking up and you were like, huh. Yeah. I hear it.
I did want to ask the last one though.
Oh, was it not fast? Oh, that was slow, isn't it?
Yeah. Because the more you answer, the more points you get.
No more point. Okay, sorry.
But I get it because I feel like you didn't want. I feel like that pressure is what makes people say like very silly things. Like, what's 1 plus 1? They're like 5. That you get me? Like, so I kind of like that approach.
But it didn't get me anywhere.
No, it got you some points. It
Okay, cool.
didn't get you to like.
But I'm not
beat
on the.
them
I'm not on
one.
the like the actual scoreboard.
No, you should be on there. Yeah, you've had someone do 0 before.
You may not make it.
No, she got some right. She got quite a bit right actually. She got the maths one. I wouldn't have got that. I was impressed with that. She got the CO2 one. Got the Germany one. Got the Spectator one. got the avocado, the guacamole.
She's got the two
East
countries
Asia.
in East Asia.
East Asia.
Yeah, she got.
Thank God.
Yeah, she actually only didn't get 2. The British comedian from Mr. Bean and who helped Malcolm X.
Who helped him?
Alex Haley.
Alex Haley. I don't know who the hell that is.
And Mr. Bean's Rowan Atkinson.
Okay, yeah. I know what he looks like. That's
Yeah, he's got an
That
annoying
counts,
face. He stresses me. His face annoys me.
Got to
Yeah,
be
so
age
he actually
appropriate
did
though. If you're the
well.
wrong age, you're not going to know who Mr. Bean is, isn't it?
See that?
Ooh, that's true.
What is that?
I said them questions got to be age appropriate because if you're the wrong age, you don't know nothing about no Mr. Bean, surely.
Yeah, but
That's true, you know.
what we having here, toddlers? Everyone knows Mr. Bean.
Yeah, but did you know his real name?
No. But I don't know the real name of a lot of people.
Yeah,
I'm not
it's because you're younger.
Use up by calling him Rowan.
No, but man, if I got asked that question, I would have said
Yeah, because you're...
because of old.
Is that the answer? Is that the reason why? Because whoever addressed him by his real name? So how on earth did you know his real name?
Because he's Rowan Atkinson.
Is there someone else that's like that we might know the name of? That like everyone knows him for their character? Because I'll be honest with you, I thought Mr. Bean's name was Mr. Bean. I thought his last name was Bean. I never thought he don't look like a Rowan Atkinson. The hell?
He didn't even speak when I was growing up.
Yeah.
Did he speak now?
Mr. Bean don't speak.
Did he speak in
Yeah,
your
when I
time?
was growing up,
No.
he didn't. Oh, okay.
That's the thing.
So how do you know his name is Rowan Atkinson?
That's what I'm saying.
He's a real person.
Did he tell you?
The actor.
Oh,
Exactly.
yeah, in real life he speaks, innit?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Does he? I've never heard that man.
makes
I don't know what his voice sounds
Yeah,
like.
I've never heard of it, but I just realised, yeah,
What accent
when
does
he's
he
not
have?
acting, he
Have you
speaks.
not seen Johnny English?
No.
Oh.
He acts. He's got other roles with
Oh,
that
yeah,
are
yeah,
verbal
yeah,
roles
yeah,
with
yeah,
lines.
fair enough, you know.
He does other things than Mr. Bean. I thought his whole thing was Mr. Bean, and I thought he made a whole living
Yeah.
of just this stupid show, which is not even funny anyway.
That's
I
quality.
mean, what, in everyday life?
I
I'm
just thought he did nothing else. So I just thought like Baja, whoever saw his face,
Don't kill
But
me.
if you saw his face, you wouldn't know.
he's a good looking man though. Very good.
Is he paying?
Carlton from Carlton's a good one.
He's good looking.
Who, Mr. Bean?
Do you know Carlton? Do you
No,
know
like
Carlton's real
Baja, let
name?
me see. Who?
Carlton from Fresh Prince.
Yeah, Carlton Banks. What do you mean?
Real name.
Oh, Alfonso Ribeiro.
Okay, cool. So I actually, I think.
Oh, you
might
thought I was
know
calling
that.
Carlton Banks his real name? No. Yeah, I know Alfonso.
Okay then.
But he's done other things where I can see him as Alfonso. He wasn't I'm a Celebrity. Like, he's done other things.
He's done other things.
Yeah.
Has he?
Yeah.
I ain't seen him do nothing.
He
He wasn't
dances,
a Celebrity.
innit? Did he do a dancing show?
He did Strictly as well. Did Strictly Come Dancing. So he's done other things where I can say, I've never seen Mr. Bean do anything other than Mr. Bean.
Okay.
No, I'm lying. There was a show that was on Gold. You know the TV channel Gold? UK Gold. I had Only Fools and Horses, Vic of Dibley and stuff. He was on a show I used to watch. Dark Adder or something like that.
Blackadder.
Blackadder, that's it. Black Darker. Yes, I used to watch that actually. Oh, yes, it is him.
You used to watch Blackadder?
Yeah.
Bruh.
I'm an old head.
Yep.
Very old.
'Cause I never used to watch that.
Nah, it's very funny. It was very interesting. I liked it. That
is
Only
that
for
show
the
with,
Horses, Royal Family. What's the one with that other old lady? Vic of Dibley.
You bet. I bet you
You watch
watched
just that old BBC stuff, innit?
There's Gold.
There's UK Gods.
Oh, you watch
UK Gold.
Keeping Up Appearances on there?
Yeah, that was on there as well. I didn't really get into that too tough, but
was
yeah,
alright.
that was.
Is that the bouquet one?
Yeah, Mrs. Bucket.
That's it. That's the one.
One Foot in the Grave.
Oh,
Yes.
One Foot in the Grave. That was lit. That was good as well.
Try my age.
Hello.
Yeah. I
So
didn't know
actually, yeah, you know what? I have seen other things. I just never made the connection. He just looks so annoying, Mr. Bean. Do you think it was the same person?
great
That is
actor,
true. Oh, well, Rowan. Okay. Okay.
Yes. Firstly, yeah, there are quite a few people who are excited to have you on the show today.
that. Really?
Yes.
That's so funny.
Ramsey.
Oh, that's so funny.
Big up Ramsey. Ramsey was like, yes.
Don't
So
kill
he was
me.
excited. Obviously, the Bill as well. He commented. Daryl as well. Daryl Blake. Everyone's been seeing what you're doing, man.
Von.
Oh, that's good.
Von. You know what I'm saying?
Who's one?
Don't worry.
Someone in the chat.
Oh, the same chat.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not looking. I don't
look.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Cool.
Yeah, like
But you stay looking.
Oh, I was thinking.
Yeah. So you don't look what you look.
I'll
Yeah.
say
That's my balance.
There's two
Yeah.
types of people in this.
If there's something I want to see, I'll make sure I tell her.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
he's an up like that. Very helpful. That
You know
way.
when you're getting cooked online, he's telling you, "Have you checked your?"
like, have you seen it?
Have you seen it? So that you know, have you seen it?
Yeah, very helpful he is.
But yeah, I guess everyone kind of loves your takes when it comes to obviously politics and everything that's going on with the genocide, right? I'm trying to think of the best place to start, but in terms of what's going on over there, how do you think effectively, that sort of thing can stop? Do you feel like the people actually have power to make it stop?
Yes.
Okay. Why?
Obviously, not the physical power of being like, we want it to stop. It's going to stop today.
Yeah.
We're going to actually physically stop selling arms, right? We're not there. The decisions happen in a closed door. But I think people have to understand people's pressure points, and even the governments that we are following, quote unquote, they have pressure points in it. At least now, obviously in America, there's elections. There's certain opportunity that you have to at least allow them to, you know what I mean, be more lenient on certain things or have certain perspectives. The people can do it as well. We live in a, as you know, like it's economics as much as it is political. You can stop that by removing their business incentives and all that kind of stuff. And culturally, I think where Israel is losing the game is the cultural, you can't control the narrative. And once you can't control the narrative, it's not necessarily our generation, but our children's generation is going to grow up knowing that Israel committed a genocide. There's no other, now we're debating it. But our kids are going to grow up going, by the way, I'm going to program you to understand that this is who they are. This is what this government has done. And now the waiting, you know what I mean? But we spent a long time for the last 10 months trying to convince people that Israel is not the Israel in the Bible, by the way. So when we talk about this, that took a lot of time. Then we had to kind of tell them that. So that took a lot of time. So controlling the narrative is probably the most important thing when it comes to like society.
So okay, you just mentioned that, because obviously you can see there's a countless televangelists out there talking about how we need to support Israel. If you're a Christian, you need to support Israel because that means it's going to signal the coming of Christ and all this sort of stuff. Firstly, why do you think that Israel is not the Israel in the Bible or the Israel that we are meant to be supporting? Because they'll tell you they are. Because they'll tell you they are.
And the Lulu.
Yeah, but I think even based on obviously how quote unquote this Israel was created, right? We could trace it back to what's his name, Herzl, whatever his name is, like a secular atheist man who wanted a place for Jewish people to thrive following persecution in Europe. You were gonna pick somewhere in Africa. What was it? Ethiopia, Uganda. Then you chose that space. So even if you think regionally it's there, what you're creating, it's like saying like in 1,000 years people come back here and say this is the London of before, but based on what though? You can't just say because of the region. What are you trying to say is, and even if you go to the Bible, what is the story about Israel? So it's just not connecting. Do you know what I mean? It's not really connecting in that way.
But if the Bible's talking about one day my people are going to come back to the land, one could say, okay, this is that time.
So what date? But October 7th versus people coming back. They reach because October 7th allegedly to them is that Hamas killed Israelis, right? So what has that got to do with Zionism in the sense of then going, now it's the return of something? Do you know, what is the connection between that? Because aren't you just retaliating to a terrorist attack?
Yeah, but I guess they'll say their return started back in the late 1800s. So they're saying, okay, this was the first thing, like you said with Herzl, thinking, cool, we need to come back and find a way. When they got their land in, what was it, 49 or whatever, then they'll be like, cool, Israel is now established. But the only reason why we're fighting Hamas is because they're trying to stop what God has promised us. You know what I'm saying? That will be their answer.
Yeah, no, but they can say anything.
Yeah, true.
Do you know what I mean? They can say anything, and that's the problem. They've been saying anything. They hope, because religion is such a sensitive topic, they hope that you don't understand what they're trying to say, and they can mix politics and religion. That's the thing. You get into that place of politics and religion. My thing is that even if God said that this is your promised land, what has that got to do with genocide? And what has that got to do with occupation? Because if God said this is your land, then wouldn't God make that way for you?
But what does making that way look like?
Who knows? So it's better that I don't commit a genocide until I get confirmation. I'm not going to come and go, do you know what, in a dream, God said, this is my country, the UK. Then I start bombing the whole of the UK because God said. How he said it, I don't know. But is it worth me causing that much destruction just because I believe it?
But you know what it is though? I think if they're already in the mindset that they think that they're the Israel from the Bible, back then when they were going to take over lands, God would tell them to run on in and kill them, the concubines, the animals, everything.
God sent a few people to wipe them from the face.
That's what I mean.
So I was going to stay out of that one.
How you put your foot in and be like, no,
but it's true.
No, what you're saying, I was going to say, but God's told people to do that.
But that's the thing. So,
Like,
but because they think that they are the Israel from back in the day, that's what the way I don't think they're the Israel from back in the day, because essentially God, Israel went to be God's chosen people. When Jesus died, the church today is the Israel. That's how I see the whole Israel situation. So, but because they think that they are the ones from the Bible, they are not going to see there's anything wrong with what they're doing, because that's what Moses, Aaron, and them were doing.
But the funny thing is, it's not the Israelis that believe that they are the chosen ones like that.
Okay.
Christian Zionism believes and has basically American Christian Zionism basically wants Israel there. Right, as a political, like a glorified military base, anyway. Politically, but the Zionists themselves believe that obviously when they go back, it's the coming of Christ, right? Israelis themselves, a lot of them are not necessarily religious like that. It's a secularist. Remember, you can be Jewish in many different ways as well, and all that kind of stuff. So the Israelis themselves are not saying this is my promised land. A lot of them are saying now that I've just been born here now. So technically, you can't even remove me if you wanted to, because I've been born here. I've got grandparents here. So the people making that argument are not the Israelis themselves necessarily. So it's like Christians making an argument for Israelis then to commit genocide. That's what it doesn't make sense. If it was them saying it, cool.
Where's the Christians interceding?
But what are Christians who are not even... Then go there and support it. Christians should go there too and hurry up the process as well. But you're saying it from over there. That's what makes it difficult, because... The people who are saying it aren't the people, you know what I mean? So that's why it's manipulative and all that stuff. So
I see why Ramsey was happy she was here today.
What does in fact, before I go on to that question, what's the ideal situation in that area? Two-state solution?
Okay. Ideal versus... That's a tricky question.
Okay.
And this is going to be one of those recordings that come up in like 5 years when I change my mind.
All right.
But I think ideal right now, based on all the destruction, ceasefire, no more fighting. You have to get aid in. You have to have that big like medical kind of thing there. The hostages will be returned. For me, prisoners, and I say prisoners, but actually hostages, Palestinian hostages held by Israel must be returned. Okay. They must have right of return. Everyone who's been displaced must be able to come back. Okay. They should be able to govern themselves as well. You need to think of a new ruling structure, because obviously it's separated through the West Bank, and then Gaza is just a part of Palestine. It's not the whole of Palestine. So it's giving them that kind of sovereignty again, and making sure in international law this never happens again, and Israel is punished for what they've done. That's ideal, and that's just realistically that's what's going to happen. Ideally. Israel, you are going to become that state where the whole world turns its back on you for a bit, like they did to Germany, all that kind of stuff. You need a moment, you need a season of time to know that the international community does not respect you. So when you come to the UN and that, you're sitting on your own. In fact, you shouldn't even be allowed in it.
Do you think it will ever be the same as Germany? Because remember, again, I'm not trying to... The people know me. But what I'm trying to say is, I feel like maybe Germany got that sort of scrutiny. Because, of course, they killed millions of people. But I think because of who the victims were, I think that's a big part of it. The victims in this case are not Jewish. So do you actually think the world will turn their back on Israel like they did Germany?
It's interesting because at the time, the Jewish people that they were persecuting were dehumanized like the Palestinians now. Remember, it's Europe that did that to Jewish people.
100%.
It's not the Arabs that are doing that. So it's like they did that to them. So obviously in this context, you can't turn your back on them in that way because of obviously the Western agenda to make everything seem anti-Semitic. So we can't address things as they're supposed to be. And they are the biggest anti-Semites anyway, Western governments. But what I will say is there is a movement outside of that as well of other Jewish people who don't believe in the state of Israel and who don't believe in Israel's actions. So it depends on what they do, that movement, they might be able to. But it just depends. I think the fighting just has to stop for clarity. I think no one's got to that stage yet of going, what's actually happening next? Once the fighting stops, we can see what we're dealing with here. But until then, it's really difficult to say you can't. It's difficult. It's been a problem place for a long time.
The issue I had, I remember having this conversation with Ramsey, and I said to him, the issue I have is that, and I'm definitely not trying to generalize here, but I know there'll be a lot of Israelis out there, like you said, who don't care for this religious war. They don't care for none of this stuff. We just want to be citizens of a particular land, and that's it. Let's coexist. Everything's cool.
Right.
But if they are on the side of the people who are committing genocide, and the people who commit genocide win, what does their presence being in that country actually tell the world?
Yeah, it's mad. And that's another thing. That's why I say, in terms of what I think should happen versus what I think would happen versus what I think should happen, because to kill that many people and to did what you did bareface, you single-handedly undermined the UN that we all grew up with. We thought the UN was that. You've shown us that UN is nothing when it comes to you, and then there's loopholes and that stuff. You've caused so much destruction that now, when China wants to go and get Taiwan, or even Russia with Ukraine, you've made it difficult for anyone to be like, rah, because you want us to hate Putin for the reasons why you want us to side with Israel. You've made it difficult. That's the biggest thing that they've done to ruin society. You put everything else in the air. You've removed law and order. But their presence there, for a lot of people are saying Israel shouldn't exist. And of course, when you a certain discussion, they'll say it's anti-Semitic, but for you to have killed that many people, and for us to know that America is committed to your war machine, you are a danger not only to the Middle East but the entire world. So I see why people can get to a stage now where they're like, you cannot be against genocide and live in Israel and be like, oh my God, I want a two-stage solution. I get that. But same way I get, and I believe in population warfare, not agree with it, but I think a lot of countries do that, where obviously they want a lot more people to live in the land, knowing that that land is disputed. So when it's time to then divide the land, you've got bare people now. So whatever happens, Palestine is going to get less of its land because you've done a whole population campaign.
100%.
So on that level, we can't tell Israelis to go anywhere. So it's almost you have to charge it.
And this is kind of how I see South Africa. So a couple of weeks ago, the people were getting on to me, South Africans, black South Africans, the people I was trying to defend.
We got beef with Nigerians and South Africans. It's rough there.
Exactly. This is where it even started. Exactly where it started.
You're going to make them call in again.
Are they called in out of anger?
They're trying to teach us.
Oh.
They was pleasant actually.
The
phone calls were pleasant. I think people in the chat.
YouTube comments were different.
Had a bit
Is
of them.
it?
YouTube comments were not as bad as people in the chat. YouTube comments.
I didn't see the YouTube comments.
Yeah, there was something.
They said I was right though. Remember, they called me the coloured boy.
Don't kill me.
Khaled.
You're so annoying.
But I mentioned South Africa because I'm basically, I want to ask, do you think we're going to get to a place where 50 years from now, 100 years from now, the Palestinians there will be like, yeah, the Israelis, they're my brothers. Let's forget what happened in the past. Because the same way I was trying to tell the South Africans, I don't understand how you guys can look to the right of you, see white people, colonizers there, and say they're South African, just like me. To me, that's insane.
But if they stopped and lived together under different conditions, eventually, of course, it will get to that point.
Yeah, but does that mean Israel's won? Because if you're out there basically saying now, let's stop what's going on, two-state solution, or it should just be Palestine. Because the reality is many people...
There's no winners. It's just losers. Israel winning is them getting rid of Palestine. That's you know what I'm trying to say. So I don't know whether you can take that as a winner or a loss, but by that point, the generations are going to feel different, just like how the South Africans feel.
Yeah, I see. I think it's a generational thing where if you didn't witness this genocide, even your feelings towards it isn't as strong. And about even us living here, after all the things we're complaining about, the what's it called, the flag. Where you're still residing in your colonial master's land at an age where you could leave. Yeah, it's not like you're young. So
a lot of generations have been lost over there. So it will take time, but like time's the best healer. If they had enough of it, I reckon it could get there. Obviously, living under different conditions, isn't it?
But in Palestine, I think in Palestine, it would never get to that stage where they're doing. It will never get to a stage where it's like there'll be some people that are doing pally. Yeah, obviously. But if you lost the whole generation of your bloodline, that's a different thing. It's different if my dad worked for your dad and I had to, work overnight to go to uni. That's one thing. But you killed off my whole bloodline. Do you know how many orphans you're creating? this is why people said about Hamas is never going to die. It's an ideology. As long as you kill them off, you're making sure you've got ops for life.
Yeah.
So,
and this is why I think that even if it was the case where they could live together, like even if they did live together, now, what would the name of the country be?
Don't know.
Can you imagine it being Israel?
Humans are resilient.
Oh, God
So if
forbid.
anything did, if it did squash or whatever and took all that stuff down and rest of the ten unified kind of thing, is the sentiment of the people that live in Israel the same as the powers that be, like the government? You know what I'm trying to say? You were saying that they don't even see things the same way, and a lot of them are against what's going on and stuff like that. You know what I'm trying to say? So obviously, like, your hate towards the establishment and the country and what they've done is there. But when you're having human interactions with people that didn't necessarily do anything, that are don't agree with that, and there might be some kind of common ground that you can find in it. Like,
yeah.
do you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, 100%. 100%. Especially like every kid now that's in school, they're going to be the ones who are going to be like, I used to play with this Palestinian girl in the garden. Now she's my friend. You know how it is in school?
Yeah.
Like, you don't really have that thing. It's adults that carry that.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting to see. It'll be interesting to see. But I think Palestine, Israel has now become a global issue.
Yeah.
So even if they bless it, we'll have a problem. I think with South Africa, for example, we've also okay with it. So the world's okay with it.
Yeah.
It's not on our agenda. Like Israel, like Palestine. South Africa is more like a story of the past of like oppression, but now guess what? We've had this, we've had that. But Palestine, listen, even if Palestinians forgive Israel, I haven't.
Yeah.
I don't know whether
Like-
we've got over that or not with all apartheid or that. The image of a white South African to me, especially if they're like a racist, could almost be like one of the worst kind of racists.
But in terms of the
Like,
global,
in my, like, you know, the way I
Yeah.
perceive it in my mind, you're gonna have like NFs and Nazis and Ku Klux Klan and whatnot. But like a white man speaking Afrikaans and being racist is like
is
top
Yeah.
tier for
yeah.
me.
But
You know what I'm saying?
would you go to South Africa? Have you been?
I ain't been. I'll go though.
Would you go?
Yeah.
Would you like?
That bunda?
You say before?
Concentrate. Get back in the car. Come on, focus.
This is why I shouldn't look at the chat. I'm done.
I'm trying to go.
But what I'm saying is that no, I agree with you. But then it's like there's no international. They don't feel the international
Pressure.
They don't feel that they've been snubbed internationally. There's no. They can't see it. We know we don't really like them, but if we're still going to travel there, we're still going.
Yeah,
they're not being excluded from
They're not
Olympics.
outcast or
anything.
sanctioned or
Yeah.
anything. Yeah.
They don't even catch Brants like that because it's awkward. How can you catch Brants when through them you were cussing the black? You know what I mean? You can't even do nothing with it really. Whereas with this one, it's like you've been like, do you know what I mean?
Isn't that just part of their strategy? Because I guess, to me, the way I see it is apartheid only ended because of I guess, the sanctions, right? The world, shunning
It wasn't economically feasible. Like
Exactly.
most of colonialism.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's why economics number one. But yeah,
Oh, you're,
camera.
oh okay.
But you know what I'm saying? Like, to me, I feel like if that same sort of situation happened in Israel, I feel like the sentiment will still be there, but they'll just stop what they're doing. Now, to many people, that might be enough. But if you go to South Africa right now, 90% of the country's wealth is controlled by a small percentage. And that small percentage mainly is white people. So to me, it's the same thing. Because you could be a black person, go to uni, do everything you need to do, and want to be a business owner and struggle because you're black in South Africa.
Yeah.
And yet, out of the same mouth, say he's my brother who is white.
Yeah.
And who, in various ways, is oppressing you.
What I'll say the difference is, in that context, but not based on what's happened today, and says I don't actually really know, so I don't want to say what's happened. But based on what we know of like South African stuff, they believe in the inferiority of black people.
Yes.
That's how it like kind of start. They want you to work for them. They enjoy seeing a black face under them. Yeah. In Israel, they want to get rid of them, exterminate them.
Yeah.
There's some white settler states that enjoy being around the majority of black people to even show. There's only 5 of me, but I run the whole thing. There's a joy in that. It's like a power move.
Yeah.
Israel wants to, the crimes that they're committing, this is not people that think you're just subordinate. They don't believe you're real people. So that is why living side by side is a different thing to go, you want to eradicate me versus you just don't think I'm your equal. Not being your equal is fine. That's the story of everywhere.
Yeah.
We can live with you not thinking we're equal. But you think that I'm the devil's spawn. You think that you need to annihilate me. That's a different conversation.
Yeah.
That's a different terms. That's a different social contract. I wonder how you be like, I know like you don't think I'm a human being, but let's live side by side.
Yeah.
That's difficult.
Yeah.
Not to say they don't think that in South Africa, because we know, especially in the hype, they didn't think they were like human.
Yeah.
But
100%.
look at the response.
Yeah.
Look at this one. I think this is just, we're all used to, you know, oppression and seeing all that stuff. We know that we don't expect anything more. Like Israel to me is basically, it's a Western state. They have the same approach.
Yeah.
But the way they're doing it like this, it's like you have no shame even to hide your animalistic behavior. Nah, there's Putin that they told us that is bad. It's even weird when you hear on the news that they bombed like an empty apartment. You're thinking Putin that you told us the big bad wolf is not even killing civilians.
Exactly.
You let Putin kill 2 Ukraine, you'll see like 3 blonde people on the screen crying, and then all of a sudden we're like, oh nah, open up your doors to Ukraine, which you should. Death is death. But Netanyahu can do that. Nah, you can't put Putin and Netanyahu in the same conversation.
At all.
You can't. But one wants to encroach on Europe, so that's why you inflate his sense of villainhood. Not saying he's a good man, but anything that upsets Europe, you call it terrorism. Anything that doesn't upset Europe, you might start making. So that's probably, yeah.
I remember seeing one of your posts where you were speaking about Islamophobia, right? And basically saying how it's connected.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, why do you say it's connected?
It's connected because we have normalized the dehumanization of Muslim people. We are also very used to the Middle East, which we associate with Islamic or Muslim populations, even though they're filled with very different people. We're used to that place being in conflict. So when we hear about more conflict, it's like, these people are fighting again. It's not. We hear it all the time. They're fighting again. If it's not Iraq, it's Iran. If it's not Iran, it's this. If it's not that, it's Yemen. If it's not, like, we know. Yeah. That's why it took a minute for people to go, is this a real thing that's happening here? Or is it just news of yesterday? Is this just basically Al Jazeera? Because when you watch Al Jazeera, you see more of the fighting that goes on in that thing. But is it news? So that's why I forget. No, yeah, and Islamophobia, like, we're Islamophobic as people. So we're very slow to come to the aid of our Muslim brothers and sisters. It takes a lot. It's a lot harder. It takes a lot longer, and that's the reality of it. We're Islamophobic, not necessarily by choice, but the imperialist project has done its number on us. You can't show us Osama bin Laden, what's his name, Saddam Hussein, Gaddafi, all them man for years, and expect us not to be Islamophobic. Well, that was the point. The point is, show us these people are criminals. So when I tell you I've killed them, you ask them questions.
You don't bat an eyelid,
Yeah.
Immanuel feels that Arabs don't like black people, so he has it. It's difficult for him to basically take Palestine's side in this.
Who?
Emmanuel, the guy you're talking to.
You don't like black people?
No.
Huh?
Oh, you said Arabs don't like black
Arabs,
people?
yeah.
That's not true.
Do you know what it is? Let me be more accurate.
There's anti-blackness, of course.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And I despise it. Because every day people are talking about, okay, cool, let's support this, let's support that, fine. As we're talking right now, in Mauritania, there are Arab people who are enslaving black people.
Yes.
I have a problem with that.
Yes.
So you want me to divert all my resources and time to caring about people over there, but my people that look like me are under attack, being enslaved.
That's a good point. But the funny thing is, before October 7th, were you posting about? No. So it's not when people talk about Palestine that you remember that you're black and that you've got issues going on.
Impossible.
There you
prior
go.
to that, I've always said this.
But then you also know.
Yeah.
This is the funny thing is, and I get that point. It's not. It's actually not. It's not even a silly point. The point, and you're not even saying this, but I get why some people, especially black people, are like, why would I talk about Palestine when X, Y, Z? We also come from genocide, all that stuff. Facts. As I said, first of all, before October 7th, what was your timeline saying? A lot of people weren't saying nothing, apart from if you're in it, you know.
Yeah.
If you go to the Palestine movements, you'll be very shocked that actually they broaden it to an anti-imperialist movement.
Yeah.
When you go there, you will see flags of every country that is going through it.
Yeah.
That's how that's how anti-genocide, anti-imperialist people are. If you're really on the front line, it's not no Instagram, TikTok thing where you're like, end SARS only, but nothing else. No, you look at the wider systemic structures and we try and hit two birds with one stone. Yeah. We have the same oppressors most of the time. Obviously, when they go, we still have our own issues, of course. But I'm not going to be like, because you're this. Please, there's a war on what? There's a state emergency, violence against women. Gender. Am I not going to stand up for you when it's knife crime?
Yeah, of course.
There we go. So anti-blackness is not the only injustice that occurs where you still make a way to stand up for the people that you think discriminate against you systemically. Yeah. Palestinians specifically, them lot are going through some things,
Yeah.
and on their wall, who's on there?
George Floyd. But we've also seen in Palestine. See, I don't want to put any negativity in that region.
Yeah, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But I can understand the sentiment for anyone who's a Pan-African who says, wait a minute, let's focus on Africa, because Black Africa don't have no friends. I fully believe that. No one cares about Africa like that. They don't.
But what are we saying about posting about Palestine is doing to the African movement? Is it that because of, for example, every post I post about Palestine is one less post that people don't understand about Africa?
Precisely.
Which is completely wrong, because every time you post something, if you look at it like, I guess a zero-sum game, then yeah. But these are simultaneous things happening at the same time.
Yeah.
I'm both posting about the Drake and Kendrick beef after I post about Gaza.
Yeah.
They're not like it's not competing.
Yeah,
And if you think it is competing, if you genuinely, my thing is, if you're only against anti-blackness, then I get it.
Yeah.
People have selective justice movements, which is fine.
Yeah.
But don't misinterpret that as being against injustice. If you're against injustice, wherever you see it, you're like, this is wrong. I might not put my resources there, but it's wrong.
Yeah.
If you're selective with your injustice, of course you're going to take offense or going to be worried about that. But listen, slavery happened. It's not Palestine of October 7th that is stopping you. Let's not.
Yeah.
Let's not be obtuse. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's not us posting about Palestine that is not bringing attention to Congo and Sudan.
Yeah, I hear it, but it's more so just people that feel like, okay, cool, I hear what you're saying about Palestine. I hear that all of us are coming out to support Palestine, and we should. But I don't see the same desire.
Energy, yeah. Of course.
For African states.
Yeah, facts, because it's anti-black.
This is what I'm saying to you.
It's anti-blackness.
So that means everybody has these ounces of anti-blackness in them. Why can't us who is black say, cool, we can see all of them are anti-black, let's focus on ourselves.
No,
because
but
time and time again, we have to.
No, because what we're saying is, remember, you're saying that people are anti-black versus the people that you're advocating for being anti-black.
Okay.
It's different.
Yeah.
I can't punish you for something that someone else who looks like you is doing. That's wrong. If Palestinians were the ones that you feel like were systemically like hate black people, then you could argue that, you know what, it's bad, but hold on.
Yeah.
You're saying that Arab nations, which I don't necessarily agree with, but Arab nations are anti-black, so I'm not going to help a genocide.
No, it's not that. It's not that. I fully agree
weird.
with you. I fully agree with you. But it's not that. It's more so saying, cool, you guys over here, the three of you are supporting this. I see that all that attention is going here. Someone like me needs to bring attention here. That's what it is. So
Facts,
I don't need, so the time I will spend with you giving attention that three of you are already doing, I want to bring here because it's not enough.
But your attention, the thing is, the attention you're bringing is different.
Yes.
Remember, Israel and Palestine is a European Western problem.
Yes.
We live in the West. Any issues that affect the West are going to be inflated because it's West. This is not... Israel has been persecuting Palestinians for a minute. Well, for the whole time. October 7th was another threat of destabilization. Remember, Israel is basically America's frontier in the Middle East. It's not the same country. We're not talking about... It's like, that's why when things happen to Nigeria, it will get bigger news than when it happens to another country. Yeah. Geopolitically, there are more strategic countries, unfortunately. And also, what we're asking for is ceasefire. I come from a country where you're selling arms.
Yeah.
I don't come from a country who is selling arms to Sudan in that way. Do you get what I'm saying? Yeah. So I might be actually doing bare for Sudan and Congo, but the protest doesn't look the same because it doesn't require the same attention. You don't need to boycott McDonald's to stop Congo. What we should do is Apple. We all know what to do with Apple, but we don't want to do it. Why? Because the capitalism with the Africa issue is that it's tied into our personal pleasures.
Yes.
The Palestinian one doesn't. It's easy for me to be like, that's wrong because you're killing people.
Yeah.
I don't have to give up anything apart from what Starbucks I never had anyway at McDonald's. Like, let's not act like we're giving up something serious. But if we cared about Africa, we wouldn't worry about any posts because you'll throw your iPhone in the bin. Yeah. Also, when we're doing all our events, you lot will be raising money. We have how many day parties here? I don't want to get started on this because, trust me, in the whole creative industry, trust me, I know that bare people don't like me, but it's all good. You're doing all these events. How many of them are you seeing that are raising £5 for Congo? Just £5, just to say consistently. Show us what you're doing. I'd rather be like, what we're doing, we can only raise 100, but we're begging everyone else to come add 20. Yeah. You're doing nothing, but you're upset that someone else is doing something. No, you do something. You're not doing nothing.
Oh, but this is the thing, and this is another thing that I wanted to ask you as well. Like, how does the everyday person contribute? Because when you're saying this is enlightening people to be like, wait a minute, I do have these events that I put on every month, but I never thought of this. This is something simple that I can do. But there's not enough for that. You know what I'm saying? Where someone like
What,
yourself
thinking?
No.
No, there's not people not thinking about it in that way.
Yeah.
But this is why I say boycott. Me, you see me, I'll say it here again. Listen, I will boycott Black British events and creative stuff. Let me tell you that I'm on it, innit? It's only because last time I still want my ticket to certain things. I had to go.
You had to use them.
Yeah, I had to use it. You see me?
Yeah.
You can't, my only gripe,
Yeah.
and I've said this many times, is that in this country we use the word community too much. Stop it. When you want your EDI funding, you remember community. You remember there's systemic racism. That's probably what you pitch, that you're a spokesperson for the culture. You understand what we go through. When we're talking about like carnival and all that stuff, you remember. But when it's time to do something about it, that's not about glorifying you and getting a platform. When it's time to get an award, the first Black person to do this, we did this. Can you stream this person's music so we get to #1? That's where we come.
Yeah.
But when it comes to community, isn't just the good times. It's not just about getting our artists to #1.
Yeah.
You don't want to do that. So that's my thing, is that you use the word community too freely, and that's why I'm like, hold on. We want to listen to dancehall bashment in a party, but when there's Hurricane, how many of them raise £1?
Yeah.
You're telling me that it would be too much just to raise, even just to say, guys,
That's part of what we received.
Our T-shirt this year is just the Bahamas, just to show you can't do it. But you wanted to say dancehall and that. When Dexter's Apps to come, you're the first one to be like, oh, he's coming here, because you want to take a picture with him. But when his islands have a hurricane, you can't. That's confusing to me, because I feel like you love people holistically. Not every single thing, but I can't say I'm a champion of Afro beats. But then when it was NSARS, I was like, but in my bio is the Nigerian flag. Awkward.
Yeah.
You didn't have to go that far and say community. Just say you want to do what you want to do. But what it opens your eyes to is that you're doing the same thing that everyone else is doing. You find something that works, and you can kind of be like, it's community because it sounds cute and it sounds nice. But now you've got the privilege.
Yeah.
You don't want us to criticize your privilege. With heavy is the head that wears the crown. You can't have all of this glory, all of the magazine covers, all of the VIP wristbands and flexing on Instagram. But we ask you to raise one money for Hurricane, all of a sudden you forget you're not political.
Yeah.
I haven't got time for them lot, sorry.
Where's the horns, Brent?
You know what I'm saying? This would be like 20 minutes.
No, I just haven't got time. I think it's really sad.
Yeah, he's not impressed. He's not moved.
Why are you not moved?
I don't know. He just see him.
I think he loves everything you're
No,
saying.
he's stuck.
I don't know if he's happy. He's glitched. He's glitching.
He's actually glitching.
He might be falling for you.
Biden, no.
It's possible.
He's ordering his flag with the new steel pans. Free order.
I'm wondering if it is that Emmanuel has
Free order.
he's caved in.
Listen.
Oh, you're saying he met his match?
Oh, you don't agree? If you don't agree, just say it.
I agree.
say it, man.
Don't be polite.
He's fine. He wouldn't.
Okay.
There's a reason why I invited you to come.
Oh yeah, fair enough. You did.
You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
it's fair enough.
Because
Yeah.
I knew-
No.
She knows because I was saying what I was saying in the messages. I respect everything you're saying and what you do. This is why I want you to come here.
Oh,
You know what I'm
thank you,
saying?
thank you.
Like, we may not agree on every single thing, but I know the people need to hear it. You know what I'm saying?
What's your thoughts on the anti-blackness, as she said?
No, I agree. I agree.
Okay.
But the only thing I'll say is I feel like, and it may sound like a cop-out, that many people do want to help, but they don't have that activism in them to be like, cool. Like, even the little I'm doing here can be something. They feel like I have to do something big. And because I don't have the means or the time to do something big, I can't do anything. So like you're saying, just a little £5 each, just a little 10% of each ticket could go towards something. But the mind doesn't, you know what I'm saying?
But do you know what it is, though? I think, I don't know if this is what you're saying, you can correct me.
Yeah.
But it's something that I've said that irritates me the most, is that when people come to know about something that's going on, they start talking about it, and then everybody else that isn't talking about it, that isn't posting the way they're posting, that isn't doing what they've deemed now is what is the right thing for everyone to do, or the right energy everyone should be having, they become very critical of that. But then outside of the TikToks and outside of you on Twitter saying these things, outside of you on Instagram posting a black square and stuff, what are you doing? I don't think that you need to have the spirit of Nelson Mandela in you to know that, do you know what, let me actually look further into this. I think it's more because when you said about when people, like, anything that's outside of it glorifying the individual, you don't really see people there. I feel like that's my biggest issue when it comes to these, what have I called it? Not pretentious, performative. When it comes to the performative activism, is that you just want to look as that person that's speaking about Congo, that's speaking about Sudan, that's speaking about this. You just want to, but then behind the scenes, what are you doing? That's like the whole thing people are like, okay, but why are you still using the iPhone? And the people are like, yeah, but if I throw away, that's just wasting. It's already. Do you mean you find other ways? So I don't think you need to have the spirit of flipping Malcolm X in you to know that, okay, beyond what my performance here online that everyone can see, what am I doing in my everyday life, or what people am I reaching out to? What people from that community who live here can I speak to? People don't typically do that. It's more about how people can see, what people can see of you. So really and truly, I've never actually thought about the events thing. But if you're someone who does run events and you do say you care about this thing as much as you do, really and truly, why would that have been a big thing to thought about?
But Esther, that's where I'm coming from. And maybe you're right. Maybe because I don't run events as well.
But I don't run events. I feel like if I did run events, I would think of that. Okay, because I've thought of donations in other things, but if I had an event around this time that was going up, like I would think of that. And even when I think about it anyway, when 90s Baby, big up 90s Baby, when that whole situation happened, when the whole PK thing happened and the comment they made and they admitted that it was ignorant and they said that the money that they got from that gig was going straight to there. That should have inspired hella other people. And I get this not to call out people or whatever it is, but obviously they know what to do, it's stupid. But I think it's just really about, I personally, I just don't like that whole online performative activism thing people do, because the reality of it is that if people ask you even more questions about this cause you're shouting from rooftops about, you wouldn't know anything else. You wouldn't have a clue other than the things that you see on Twitter, you just repeat. But
I hear it, man. I hear it.
But we definitely use the word community a lot, man.
Yeah, we use it a lot, and I'm sure if I looked at those contracts of those brands that love to sponsor us, there'll be the word community, culture, understanding, systemic something, empowerment,
buzzwords.
But all now, to be honest, look at Knife Crime. We haven't done done what we can do here. So how can I expect us to help Congo when we haven't taken? You know, it's what you were saying. You know that thing about like, I don't need to be an events person, whatever, to know that I can give back in certain small ways, right? It's like, if we haven't even come together to take blame. I think for me, my approach is take blame. People are quick to evade accountability because they think they're being blamed, but I'd rather just be blamed so we can get on with it. If I feel like my ignorance is making knife crime persist, what do I gain from defending myself? Like, no one's saying I started knife crime, but what I'm saying, maybe what I put online glorifies it. Yeah. But people are like, no, it wasn't me. What you want to do, protect your bag. I get it, and you're not, and you're just making what you can. But at the same time, there are consequences to this. That's what I'm saying. There's consequences to this. But at the same time, how can we expect us to help Congo and Sudan and that when knife crime we haven't blamed ourselves? We're still here debating that, it's only this. At the end of the day, guys, let's take responsibility. It's not because we started it. We can trace it back. But who's to blame isn't always the person who's going to be responsible for solving it. And I think people forget 100%. That. That's why the government can do what they want to do. They're not going to be ones to clean up the streets after when it's wrong. It will be us. But they don't like that. That's why I'm always like, we'll wait until knife crime kills every single young person. And then we'll go online and go, oh my God, RIP, the knife crime is getting out of control. The same crime that we would have grown up with. We didn't take it upon ourselves. I'm not trying to say that there's not powers that be that are doing it. We get it. But at the same time, I'm looking at it like...
But how do you not stop knife crime?
I don't know how to stop knife crime. But no one knows...
We're just saying that, we should... Like...
When you say knife crime, you're talking about like incidents involving knives, like robberies and theft and
just
stuff.
The whole narrative, right? Like youth violence, that culture of youth violence, or even because I think knife crime one can be sometimes not a touch one, but obviously we grew up and we understand how it comes about. It's not like demonizing it. We get that, but when you move it, I always use gender because it's a lot easier. When we look at like violence against women, it's the same question: how do we stop that? Yeah, but you would find ways to be like, at least what can I do as an individual? Let me mind how I'm speaking. Collectively match up. Then it's also like be mindful about representation and how we do certain things. It won't solve everything, but that doesn't mean because it doesn't solve everything that I won't do anything. Just because my one thing about stopping knife crime doesn't mean because you not posting you just with a bag of money is not going to stop people with knife crime. Doesn't mean you shouldn't do it. So I think people, and this is the thing of activism, people initially were also like, protesting doesn't work. Good. No, because you are new to this and you haven't got the humility to understand that protesting is the long game. It's the long game, yeah. If you're looking for a quick fix tomorrow, then you don't understand politics. You don't understand this. And that's the problem. It's the humility when it comes to activism that people don't have.
But then are we wasting our time? Because like you said, it is a long game, but obviously there's a certain amount of years people have in their lives, right? Are we wasting our time going down this political route? Should we go the economics route?
But as I said, they're simultaneous. We're both economic and political beings.
Yes.
So I'm still going to work. I'm still buying clothes whilst I'm protesting.
Yeah.
So it's just when you're doing that, you're mindful. When you're spending money, I'm mindful where I spend it. It doesn't affect what I post online, and it doesn't affect where I go to. You know what I mean? They're not competing things. They're just saying. I always say this: it's one battle, but many different frontiers.
Yeah.
That's all we're doing.
I hear it.
So you can't waste time. And economics as well. People like the economics argument a lot because it feels a lot less like not controlled. But economics is probably harder. Economics is like, people like that thing about, oh, we just need money. Do you know what is going on economically, what they're dealing with? That even your small even when I say raising money, people, APAC are donating billions. Like, people don't like to understand systemic oppression. We are in a system where, yeah, it's difficult. But I think sometimes the economic side, I'm always like, it just sounds better, but I don't think it is.
The reason why I mentioned economics, because I'm linking it to what you mentioned about community. So you mentioned before we use community too loosely, right? Under what banner should a community kind of be formed, in your opinion? So basically, like, when you first hear about community, are you thinking the black community? Are you thinking the British community, London community? Are you thinking the activist community? Like, what are you thinking first?
I'm more of a local person.
Okay, cool.
So I think the biggest that I would go, maybe UK, but I don't even want to say that I know what's going on in all those other places. So for me, London is enough. Like, London alone, you're big enough size to at least affect London or London places. Do you know what I mean? It doesn't have to be such a big thing, but I think London's enough. Wherever you reside and go, wherever membership you think you have, that's the community that you're referring to, even if they don't see you as that.
But the thing is, though, and I guess I'm kind of moving it towards race, because at the end of the day, even though we're in a multi-racial community and capital or country, other races, certain races are affected more by certain policies than others.
Yeah.
So does it make sense for us to kind of have a community that encompasses all different groups, where some people's priorities won't be what it needs to be for another group? Why don't we kind of have community amongst ourselves and just be like, cool, let's focus that energy on the thing that we need right now?
As in a community, as in black people?
Exactly.
You could try. Let me know how it goes. People don't know. Like, it sounds good, but this is like the story of like time memorial.
Yeah.
Black people not organising together collectively, economically. What divides us is so powerful that we no longer want to do it. It's the story, and that's the thing. That's why it's difficult with certain narratives. It's like, this is the issue.
Yeah.
This is the issue. But what I would say, when you look at like how many of us there are here, the black community is not even one banner. Before you even get to the countries, before you even get to the genders, before you even get to the areas.
But there's just certain things that I guess us as black people, like for instance, on this show, in fact, I'm not going to say what they call me, but on this, don't say it.
What did they call you?
Nothing.
I'm trying to think. They called you a lot of things.
That's true. But
the T word?
Yes.
Oh.
What's
Satori.
Oh.
You didn't even try to fight back.
Listen, I'm not no Tory at all.
I don't know, man. You said a few things that I've been like, okay. But not in a bad way. Not in a bad way.
Okay.
You can be.
But my issue is, and this is what I've said since the beginning, right, is that I feel like black people feel as though, it seems anyway, from our voting, to how we vote, you know what I'm saying, and the way we speak about certain things, that Labour's going to save us. I have a big issue with that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And regardless of policy, we go out there, Labour. Labour. Hate the Tories. Labour. And I think to myself, but both parties don't consider you. Like, what else do they need to show you that you are not at the forefront of any of their agendas? And so that's pretty much my issue.
So who do you want us to vote for?
I think we should do something for ourselves.
You want us to have a black party in the UK?
Yes. So even if it's not to necessarily win the elections.
Protest party. Like Green Party.
I wouldn't like it to agree with that.
No, but like your one issue party,
To some degree, because do you know what it is? It kind of goes back to what you were saying before. Even if the boycotting doesn't stop the economics, just the presence there is sending a message. So if we can come together and be like, cool, this is what we believe in. We've managed to do what everybody thought we couldn't do. We're now unified and we have 1, 2, 3 things on our agenda. This is what we're attacking. I thought that sends a message. Amongst those gatherings, we will then be able to say, cool, those of us who are entrepreneurs, let's focus on this area. Or you guys are already focusing here. Let's make sure we buy amongst ourselves. Let's do this side of thing. Because the reality is, the Jewish community, wherever they've gone on this planet, I'm not trying to be anti-Semitic, right? But wherever we've gone, they've gone. They've never been a majority. Never. Yet the impact they make is as if they're the majority. And I think it's because they have a sense of togetherness and they focused economics. I don't think they've ever focused politics. I think politics was always second. That's what I think.
They always focus what first?
Economics.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I don't want to go into that bit too much because, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I also feel like you have to remember diaspora groups, whatever. You're only as respected as the nation state that they associate you with.
Okay.
So if they don't rate Africa, your diaspora is you can't. Your diaspora is limited. That's why. Okay. You see, even when you go to, you will see it even at uni and stuff. Like if you come from a country where your government is proper, like involved in everything, you can't chat to those students like that. You can't chat to them because I've got a country talking to you, but also on the world stage, my country's got veto powers. That's big. That's why, again, apart from racism, when a white man goes to Africa, they're not treating you like John. They're treating you like Great Britain.
But yeah.
They respect you like the nation state. Do you get where I'm coming from? So me as a Nigerian going here, apart from all the like intellect and stuff, they're treating me like what Tinubu's doing.
Yeah.
That's why when it was Ukraine and the Nigerian students were just there, no plane came to save them.
Yep.
So there's another thing there. Like that's what I also think. Like with similar but different, going like Africa things. Like Africa, it's hard because if you're not respected, your diasporans can't do much. It's not as simple as that. Do you know what I mean? Not to say we can't do anything, but that's how they treat us. So that's why with the when you call like Jewish like communities, and obviously I don't know which type of, there's so many different Jewish communities, but some of that as well. Like based on what we've seen with Israel, if you're Israel connected, we know why, because you're not operating on the loan. You're operating with a machine behind you. But obviously, there are other Jewish groups that aren't operating like that. But there's always things at play. But we should do it. But you know, like, where does that start? By telling the people that they should do it, and then what would they say to you? Oh, you don't respect me. You can't tell me what to do. You don't know. No, can't bring a black man down. Don't chat. We'll be here all day. Yeah. But you start the party and see if your co-hosts even sign up. If they believe in you.
Esther?
You ain't watched the show before, have you?
Girl.
You don't
Girl.
believe me.
I'll be the last one to sign up.
You see?
This is terrible.
You
You know what I'm
see?
saying?
Esther's
No,
lying.
because
She would
we're not
sign up.
online. Second?
You're lying. You would sign up.
We're not active member. You'll
I
sign
don't
up,
know.
but you'll
I
never
don't
come to
know
the...
because it depends on what. Because me and Iman don't have this a lot of views
No,
that
we do.
align.
We do.
Oh,
Esther.
really?
We're the
don't.
same.
No, man.
Well, okay,
shut
what is the
up.
main
He always
thing?
says things.
What's the main thing that you'll be worried about if he became like PM?
I just think he's I can't say that word to get YouTube taken down. Like I think that he's very traditional in the way that he thinks. I think he's very idealist in the way that he thinks.
Right.
I think that, he's very idealist in the way that he thinks. I don't think that the way that he thinks sometimes about certain things is realistic to the climate that we're living in and to the realities that we're facing.
Right.
Because even like start a party, what's the chances of that happening? Yeah. And I'm not saying it's impossible, but then how does that help us solve the matter at hand right now?
Yeah.
Do you get me?
Yeah, I get you, 100%.
But I will support him anyway.
You got to start somewhere, don't you?
You got to start somewhere, but if where you want to start, sometimes you got to start somewhere, but you got to start here at what you can reach. Yeah. If what you're trying to start is is Timbuktu, how realistic is that compared to what it is that's here that I can reach?
It's one foot after the front of the other, though. If you don't take the step, you're never going to get to Timbuktu.
Yeah, but what if the steps you're trying to take 50 steps at the same time? Is what I'm trying to say. You can take one step, that's fine. I'm good with that. But if you're trying to take 50 steps at the same time, you're trying to jump rather than take a step. How realistic is that for what it is that we're trying to sort out?
But is,
I
is,
feel
starting
like
the party
I get where you're coming from.
steps?
I feel like that kind of opinion or sentiment towards it, there'll never be a black party.
No, but I'm not saying do nothing though. Because Iman's thing is, for example, he's always big on do for self. However, I'm not saying we can't do for self. I'm not saying we shouldn't do for self. But when this issue we're facing here now, this is what's happened. Say, for example, the Peckham hair shop situation, right? This is what's happened. We should do for self. We should have our own shops. Until we have our own shops, how are we dealing with this here? Before people can be able to have their own shops and be able to, there's so much stuff that goes into certain things happening. People having their own shops, being able to get the mortgage for the shops, being able to afford the business rates, being able to all these things. Before we get there, how do we solve this situation at hand where this woman's been attacked? Do you know what I'm trying to say? So I'm not saying make no steps, and I'm not saying that these things can't be achieved, because it absolutely can. But it's one step at a time. I don't think it's realistic to want to jump when we have to take a step at a time to get to that point. Do you get what I'm trying to say?
If the problem is man ain't got no voice, or you can't leverage no power, or there's no infrastructure there, you have to build it. Do you know what I'm trying to say? So you might have to take a few steps backwards and look into the future. Like you're saying, the problems that we got now, how are we dealing with these now? All right, cool. We can find people to put out small little fires, but we know the main reasons why we're in the position that we're in. So now we have to take steps to get there. So in the future, these things can't happen. You have to build them.
Okay, and when we say that, okay, in the future, so this can happen, what are we doing right now to get to the future? Because when we say do for self, okay, what steps are being taken for the self to be done for self?
But this is where it comes back to. So it's the same thing like what you're saying. You're fighting on different frontiers, right? So you're always going to get people who say, you know what, let's take to the street, let's march. So everyone went down to that peck and hair shop, right? But whilst we're there should also be the thought in the mind to not be like, cool, the police will handle this alone. It should also be the idea that, you know what, I was thinking of maybe buying a property, or I was thinking of maybe doing this. I'm going to invest in a hair shop so that we don't have to have that same situation.
Repeat yourself,
You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm talking about. It's not an overnight thing, but it's just to put into the minds of everybody to start thinking, if you have your own this, you don't have to worry about wanting better representation. Ownership solves all of that for you. You know what I'm saying? So and again, it's not an overnight thing. And if it was, none of us would be here. We come here every single day because we believe in the new black. You know what I'm saying? It being what I guess the BBC is one day, but owned and controlled by black people.
And it's a collaborating can come together because, and I get what you're saying, it's easy to have these dreams about where they're going to find mortgages, shops, this, that. But it's not saying everybody could have a shop, but there's people within our community that can afford it.
Exactly.
Yeah, but the thing is though, I feel like with black people, it's a lot of talking and it's not that happening because, and again, I never say any of these things to take away from the people who are constantly doing these things. I feel like these people are the minority, and a lot of times maybe they're not as popular, they're not involved in any kind of scandal, so we don't know. We might not be able to say their names or know what work they're doing. Do you get what I mean? There's that. However, I don't think there's a problem with, in the future, it would be great for us to be able to own our own shops and da-da-da-da. Yeah. But right now, these are the steps we're going to take so that in the future we can get there. It just always feels like it starts and ends with, we need to do for self, and this is where we need to be one day. But what's the action plan in the meantime that would then get us there? Like, if we're thinking objectives, I think of one big thing, black ownership. Yeah. But what are the little subheadings that will get us to black ownership? So it feels like a lot of the conversation sometimes within the black community is that it's just that main title. Yeah, but I don't understand what's being done in between that process, because if
everybody's different, you can only you got to hold yourself accountable, innit? Everybody's not doing it. We're not like you said, it's not a monolith. We're not all marching down the same road. But you saying that like you can't see it. All you need to do is look in the mirror. You wake up every morning, every day, and take steps towards us building for ourselves and helping black people and black issues. Like every day, what we're doing on this show, like the little small steps that you're doing, and it's a bigger picture as well, because it's a long thing that we got to get to. And if we didn't start it, we will never get there. We will never have the media company. You know what I'm trying to say? So the things that you're saying about that they don't do, I don't understand why you have that mentality, because you wake up and do it every morning. Yeah,
but I wake up and do it every morning. But that's just an example that I drew on when we talk about, for example, the black having a black party. What steps are being taken for us to get to that point?
I don't think that's a priority necessarily for black people though. But if you put it out there.
Yeah, but then you're saying that because she asked, who should people vote for then if they're not voting Labour? Yeah. And your response was, what we should ideally have is the black party. Yeah. Until we get to the point of the black party, what are we doing to get to that point?
But there should be a black party representing black people in this country, like the Green Party, or even if they never get a seat, never get a vote, never win, don't stand a chance in hell. Yeah, but they should be there. Yeah, that's what I think.
Absolutely. Yeah. But in the meantime, do we not vote then until we then one day have that black party? What are we doing in the meantime until we get there?
That's a good question. Though.
Do you get what I'm trying to say?
It's a good question.
You heard of taking the initiative? I think there's a party called.
There's something.
There is.
I saw it recently, or the last election.
I'm gonna look it up. Yeah.
But there's that Nigerian man from Peckham. Was it women?
Yes, Nigerian man as well.
That's true. Independence is trying to do that. Yeah. Jeremy Corbyn said he might start a party. Is that what the new thing arose? Well, it's supposed to be a group of independents, so you can't have an independent party because it's a party. but yeah, they're trying. I think the third way is becoming a really popular thing, and I think people are saying that no more of the same old. But you're right. It's in terms of being like, are you just transferring the same problems to a different party? What are the logistical benefits of that, because in one way, having a black party might remove the need for even Labour to pander to black people. Because we're so small, even in this election, there was no black agenda. Normally, there was always something. There's always that one thing they try and give you, like, we're going to do nothing.
They didn't care for it.
It finished. It's not there. George, sorry, but 2020 is a long far away. It's gone.
But
so you can see. So maybe if you had a black party, that would do the same thing and actually now make Labour and Tory party now not have to even talk about black people, which might not be good. Alternatively, it could be the protest party where it's like, actually, we're going to give you all of these like policies that you must adopt, and otherwise we threaten to take out your strongholds. Like there's places where black people's vote matters, in it. So it's like, take your strong. So there's a way, there's a risk, but I do think, again, when you look at the bigger picture, we are a minority. I think there's a ethnic minority approach to activism that hasn't been mastered yet. I think there's a majority ethnic people approach that makes sense, ownership but when you're ethnic minority, even ownership seems like the 1,000 steps away, because you're trying to get ownership in a system that, first of all, is designed for you not to have ownership. So should I waste all my energy on trying to own a home when I could provide medical care? Should I waste all my money trying to build this big, I don't know, university for students when I could create the Black Saturday schools again? I think sometimes the ambition, especially with the economic stuff, feels a bit too like, okay, you want to do all those big stuff, but that requires a bigger movement than things that we could do within our vicinity, because the idea is not about being different outlook. Some people might feel like it's about having like a self-sustaining black community. Some people just want equality. So even that requires different things, do you know what I mean? So it all depends. And I think it's a necessary conversation to have, but it's one that we must prepare to have that will take us another 20 years to even get on the same page. So what she's raising and what you're raising is it represents the issues or the challenges that we face as people, because we don't agree. What we have is a shared experience. We have a shared enemy, because it's easy. A real enemy, but also perceived enemy. But when they're not on the picture, we can't face ourselves, because, again, accountability is not part of our movement yet. If we blamed ourselves for these things, it's a different approach. In fact, you'll forget the white man even came to Africa. Because you'll be blaming the subsequent leaders after.
100%.
No one's taking away the fact that they're trying to destabilize Nigeria. No one's. I'm using Nigeria as an example, by the way. So I don't know if your South African people are in the chat, but I mean, no one's saying they're not trying to destabilize Nigeria. No one's saying colonialism wasn't a Mazzoline. Like, no one's saying no one's saying
none of these things happen.
But it's not new. So is there not a version of Nigeria that is post-colonial, that light doesn't turn off?
Word.
Is there a version? Because the white man is not turning off NEPA, though.
Word.
He's not the one that is not building the road. He's the one that is saying that when you sell your apples, we're going to sell it back to you as apple juice. And now you're permanently in a deficit. Oh, yeah, of course, they love that one. But all the oil in your country...
Thank you very
it's
much.
not illegal for you to prioritise your domestic citizens.
100%.
Thank you very much.
So you could have let everyone have light and then sell it and be finessed. Cool. But that's where people jump from. Oh, there's no here because of the white man even forgot he went to Nigeria.
No, for real though.
He forgot he was even there. Do you know where the white man is now? They're going to the Caribbean, or the Chinese are going to the Caribbean. Like, before you know it, our story is going to be, as time passes, we will just be one time in history of that generation of colonialism. When new colonialism happens, you're going to be looking at everyone like, oh, Palestine, why are we shouting for you? Yeah, because, trust me, you don't roll over your oppression to the next generation, and everyone's going to be like, oh, there'll be pending things. There'll be things that are more pertinent now to the next generation. That's why Africa, because it's old news. It's always going to be old news unless we make it real news, and we're not. We're too busy trying to be like... Oh.
So how do we make it real news? Because the way I see it is, 50 years time from now, this country is pretty much finished.
This one in Nigeria?
No, this country. I feel like the future is Africa. The issue is, though, who's going to control what happens in Africa? Because if the Chinese are there, they don't need to be the face, they don't need to be the president. They just have to be in enough strategic positions to control what the president does. You know
what's interesting about that as well is that I feel like those of us that don't actually live in Africa, like we really think differently, because people in Africa are trying to leave Africa. Obviously, I don't know about the whole of Africa, but I can speak for Nigeria. People are trying to leave. So they're not looking at 50 years' time as, they don't know if they're going to make it to the end of the week. They're not looking at Nigeria as like, oh, this is the future, or Africa is the future. They're trying to to leave because do you know what I mean? Like
Africa's been the future since they came to colonize it. Since they came to take slaves, it was the future.
So how
it's just
how are we going to make it the future if it's actually meant to be the future? Because
it's not supposed to.
And that's why I like the point about us when is that we're blaming white people and
Yeah.
because the subsequent leaders since then who also know what it is that white people did have gone there to then be continuing the things that white people did. So how are we ever going to get through this?
Yeah. Thank you.
When we basically have black people in there with white people ideas. That how are we ever going? How is it ever going to get better?
And I don't know. It's unfortunate, but
very unfortunate.
You have to do violent overthrow. It's a generational dying out.
Saying that,
and that's what happened. And unfortunately, not to wish anything bad on Africa, because obviously never. But Nigeria, like we always say, like Nigeria and Iraq, very similar in terms of your importance to the West and stuff as a place. But Nigeria, after the Biafra, Nigerians don't like to fight. We're not that people. We haven't got that type of thing where we're gonna come and be. We're not like, you know. There's some countries where it's like, listen, we will have war for 50 years. We're not built like that. But Nigeria's population, by 2030, 2050 is gonna be more than the whole of Europe.
Insane.
So how can Africa be the future when where are the people in the future gonna even live in the future? It's not that we're in the most unstable. Africa is not the future because Africa has to be the future because it is the future. It's not the future because it's not the future. You have to make it the future. It's like saying your baby's born, you're the future. But by default of God willing, you live to a long life. But it doesn't mean you're going to
that child with the right values, with the right morals, with the right tools.
It's like when in school, every time we always had potential.
Yeah.
Of course, I'm not dead. Until I die, I'll always have potential, no?
Yeah.
But it gets to a point where it's void though, isn't it? You wouldn't say that to someone who doesn't try that you got potential. It's void. So sometimes I feel like with the Africa future, it's like it's almost a void statement because it's like that's why they came there, because it's the future. It's not the future. The reason why they go there is because it's the future. But you know, but climate change is also the future, and it's going to disproportionately affect Africa. America's recession that is already here but impending disproportionately affect Africa. So as much as the positives there, the negatives are still there that is disproportionately affecting Africa. The destabilization of the world order. Now Africa has to deal with like Mali, Russia, France, America. We're becoming proxy states again. And they're going to start funding different sides of the world to destabilize us. Africa's one of the only continents that doesn't have a veto power in the UN. Yet about 80% of the world's issues are happening in Africa.
That's despicable.
Sad scenes, man. Sad scenes.
So when it comes to community, what does community look like ideally for you? Because it sounded a little bit defeatist when you were talking about what community looks like here. So what does it actually look like for you? Seeing as obviously Margs are trying to tell Esther that she is waking up every day and coming to build something. She just doesn't realize that she's part of this change. So community in the future, the black community in this particular country, what does that look like ideally for you?
It's a good question. I think first of all, it's like awareness. I think you can be building unintentionally, but there's power in building intentionally. So we can get so many billionaires who are black, but we can then pretend that that's good for black people. But if they didn't plan to be good for black people, you can't just say Stormzy's money is ours money. Stormzy made a decision to give back to the community. Stormzy's not the first artist to have P's. He might have more P's than most people right now, who knows? But he wasn't the first one to reach over 100K, 200K, 300K, I don't know the number. But if you have the intention of doing community, then it will be good for us. So I think there's an intentionality with saying, it's not just because I am a black person with money that is good for the community. I actually have a vision for this money, for the community. So I think that awareness and intention. I also feel like a holistic consideration of what community means. Not just the good times, it's also going, no one gets left behind. For every time I'm doing something great and big, who's the weakest of our links? That's why it's a big thing for people to go back to the ends and know where you came from, because it's like, no matter how far I get, it doesn't really mean much. I'll just be odd. I'll just be the odd one out because most of my people are still in the ends. There's a joy in knowing that actually, do you know what I mean? Like, I'm still connecting back to people. So I think it's holistic and going, okay, for every music video that we're going to shoot that's this, what are we doing about knife crime? No one said don't talk your lyrics. No one said don't reflect what you've seen. Of course. But are we saying that there's nothing else we can do as well to mitigate the impact of our success or maybe even our imagery to the ends? That can range from maybe giving free tickets to some people to do whatever it is, or even building a recording studio here, doing what you guys are doing. It's not that, it's just the intention is there. But I think holistically looking at the black community and go, we are great, but don't get caught up in that whole Africa's the future thing. Well, how bad is it? It's still bad. What's that girl's name? Elaine, who was unfortunately stabbed to death last year. Eliana.
Yeah.
What did we do? We were talking about what happens after. There's no stamina in this community. Yeah. Are we committed to making sure no other young black girl, even a young black boy, does that, or is stabbed?
And I was gonna actually say that when Iman was talking about, like, in terms of the future plans to make sure that things don't happen again. Unfortunately, as well, a lot of our mindset is that this thing is trending right now, and again, I know it can be difficult realistically, but a lot of these conversations only happen in the moment when it's hot, when the news is hot, when it's trending. But then after that, nothing is said to keep reminding people that this is the big goal, this is what we need to try and achieve, let's keep working towards that. And yes, people shouldn't ideally need reminders, but do you get what I mean?
There's nothing the communities can do to stop the knife crime that you are talking about, innit?
Why do you say that?
Because I don't understand what you're going to do with it. It's a government problem. They need to be the knives like that, or any kind of knives need to stop being available or something like that. I couldn't go on, there's certain weapons I can't go on the internet and order, but I can go in places and go and buy these knives. How are you going to stop a man rolling with his knife? You get me? Forget the using it or the crime or how it is, just using it. Because if I just had a knife in my pocket, that's knife crime. I don't have to do anything. I don't have to bother a soul. But that's taking part in knife crime.
Yeah.
How are you going to stop a man from rolling with his knife? And it looks crazy because of the time and the day and age that we're living in.
Yeah.
And this is the Western world and this is illegal and stuff like that. But this is human nature from the beginning of time. Man walking with their knife on their hip, you know what I'm trying to say? Or their axe on their back, or their sword, or their gun, or their... No, I'm telling you. It's humans. It's just nature.
Isn't part of that solution where the whole mentorship comes into it then? The people that are doing mentoring... We had Sace, we've had Kay, we've had all these, Lillian, we've had all these people that say that they're doing mentoring and all that kind of stuff. Isn't that where it all... that's all part of it.
Sace can talk to me till the cows come home. If I leave his youth club and have to walk to my house, and there's the slightest chance that on the way to that house, someone's going to see me and try and bother me, and all these men have got knives. I've got my knife. I'm going to be in that session with Sace with my knife on me.
Yes,
trying to do positive.
But you're asking,
he can say what he wants.
Yes, but you're saying you ask, what is the solutions? And I'm saying these are part of the steps people are taking. Because when he was here the other day, and he's talking about in terms of internships, in terms of all this stuff, in terms of doing all these things, in terms of some of the kids are on road because they want money. So then we're gonna partner with this company and this company. All of that is all part of it, isn't it? Are they all part of solutions?
Definitely, it's like what you're saying.
It's not gonna solve it.
You've got to do something, and you've got to take steps. But I just always find it. It's just always interesting when people speak, and obviously from being on the other side of the fence and being involved in certain things, it's like I'm hearing people that don't live that life pass opinions on things and don't get it. But I'm always like, okay, cool, because what you're saying is right. We need to stop these things. But I want to hear. What are you actually going to do?
What do you think?
What do you think's going on here? It sounds all great what you are doing, but hit me with this plan that you have got.
How do you think it can be?
But it's also people who live that life who say the same things as well. So I get what you're saying. I agree. I don't think you should romanticize. Obviously the idea of saving the ends is so easy. It's just do this. It's not that, obviously. And there are going to be many different approaches to doing it, right? But at the same time, that's why the stages of prevention, right? The people that are holding a knife today are not the ones we're going to say, the best we can say is maybe drop your knife. But there's different stages. There's young black boys now, let's just use an example, who are in year 4, in year 5, who are not holding the knife. And there's also the guys who are in the ends, who saw everything and didn't hold the knife. And no one said that they still did bad or good things, because I understand what you're saying. It's also a defensive thing as well. But for every person that is holding a knife because of what they've seen, there's people that didn't hold a knife and they saw the same thing. So no one can come and be like, no, people have been in the ends, in the thick of it, and not doing that. So justify that as well. But I do agree, it's at the end of the day, some people who are holding a knife now, they need a different remedy. That's it. If I'm already holding a knife, Of course, coming to one workshop is not like these are the same guys that you can still chat. They can still have a nice normal conversation. They're not like these ogres that have. Of course,
Some people are just bad.
but some people are just bad.
Some people are just bad.
But
Some
that's
people are
life.
just wicked. And as long as there's bad youths out there, because
Yeah.
I could
And
be
there always will
outside
be,
trying to
though.
bother myself.
And it
I'm a
wouldn't be
good
a-
youth.
but it wouldn't be a
You can put it
pandemic.
in, but there's bad youths out there.
Of course.
But there always
the-
will be there, because that's
Exactly.
humans.
Of course.
But then that is what you're telling me. Should we then say, because we're never going to solve this thing, we shouldn't do anything about it then?
Nah, so yeah,
You
you're
see what
right.
we did there, baby?
I like it. That was good.
Thank you very much.
No, that's crazy. Not
Stay
what I'm
woke.
saying.
So is it a poverty thing?
Of
Is
course-
it
of course
is
it's a
it an
large-
education thing?
It's
all of it.
It's all of it, and
Family
it depends.
thing.
It depends
Absent
on
fathers.
it,
Black
man.
men.
All of the
your
above.
specific
Are you shy?
your specific experience. Some of those things will be more important than others. But systemically, like Marx is right. It's of course ultimately you're creating houses. You're putting people who have different vulnerabilities in the same areas. You're removing resources, right? You're projecting, or even from the music side, you're reinforcing images to vulnerable people. That's the thing about the music imagery that I don't think we take accountability for.
Yeah.
It's not music is not the problem. Visual's not the problem. It's the fact that I'm not a vulnerable young person. So I can listen to drill all day, but everything I do the rest of my day doesn't reinforce the lyrics. It doesn't even make me feel that. I'm not trying to say it's the lyrics, but it's like it's the imagery enforcement that as a young person, bro, if I'm just even a young girl back in the day, I'm thinking if I when I grow up, I can't see myself older. So who do I see? Whoever's older. Another black woman. And that's what you see.
Yeah.
Listen, yeah, because Christy said that I'm being defeatist and I'm removing accountability from the community. Yeah, I've lived in those communities. There is, it's unfair to even put that pressure on the community. There is nothing.
No, we are the community
These
though
people,
still.
I'm telling you from lived experience, there is nothing these people could have done, yeah, to stop me protecting myself. Nothing. So I don't understand. That's what I keep saying about the community got to do
But
this and these
protecting
initiatives.
you
I don't
from
understand. From other people.
So the point is that we can't stop you from protecting yourself. What we can do is reduce the need for you to protect yourself. So it's don't forget, it's a symbiotic relationship. For you can be an innocent person, and I think most people are that. You just live in a particular estate. I'm in a gang. Right, or not in a gang, but like I don't like you from that ends. It's not everyone is repping anything, right? I just live there. We understand that, and you're defending yourself. What can society do? The reason someone wants to stab you, I might even be able to mitigate the reasons for them needing to stab you, so you don't have to hold your knife. I'm not saying we can all the time, but I'm saying there's a reason why the person wants to stab you too. What is
really.
that? You just think they just want to stab you for no reason?
They don't. Some people don't even want to do it. Obviously, that's why it's like prevention is better than cure, and that's why it's best not to
Exactly.
have it in it. But that's why they say these things. If you have these weapons on you, you use them. It's not a want. It's not like a want that anybody wants
No,
to
but
stab
she's
me.
not saying that. But
It's like if you're gonna get into a fight with someone, you got a weapon on you. You're more likely gonna use it.
So what we're trying to say is
but
that
that's
how
what
to
she's
get to
saying
that
though,
point. You're talking
yes.
about the point at which the weapon is already there, which of course it's like saying my wedding's tomorrow and I'm already 50 pounds overweight. It's not the day of the wedding that you want to now come and
Go and do
exercise.
press-ups.
I might do one small
But it's the way. It's the way.
cucumber diet.
It's the
but
way we set
tomorrow-
up in our communities and the class system and the poverty that we're around. That's going to
And
lead.
that's what-
of course, that's what I'm
That's going
saying.
to lead to
And
crime.
I'm agreeing with you.
That's what she's saying. That she's saying that that's the thing that we need to then tackle, so that pipeline is reduced.
Because the alternative is saying that 100%, I agree with you. Ultimately, it's what he said about the poverty, the government. I believe that all these agendas, their recklessness, they're 100%. And the community I'm talking about, it's not the people holding the knife. It's us. It's the ones now on the periphery a bit. There's an element of like, I'm not penalising the young boys doing it in that way. Of course, death is death. And at the end of the day, you know that death is wrong. But the situation you're in, of course, I understand how you can get there. But we are also community. We are also the people that can say it like you can say that you grew up and you saw it. Now, you've seen it. Makes you part of the wider community now. So now, so what are we doing? It's not them. What are we doing? You're doing it. You're coming on now. So now, and it's not every black person that we're talking about, every young black boy, but there could be some people that are susceptible to falling into it. But with the right thingy, they won't.
Yeah.
They might come online and see your face here doing this and going, someone I respect. I love his music, I love this. He can also talk on politics. Politics might not be something that is off topic then. Before you know it, you've allowed him to scroll on something and find an interest in something that isn't that. It's that small, and that's how we grow up. It's all the small things that
The bridges
accumulate.
are quite here. I pour into my community from day one. I'm different.
No,
I
no.
really.
No,
I really
that's what I'm
do
saying. I'm
this.
using an example. That's what I'm saying. I agree. Like, I know you do. Like, I know, like, I'm not saying, that's what I'm saying. You do what you're doing trust me, you will do it even if you don't think it works, because there's a responsibility to go, if there's one person's life I save, that's one mum who's not going to cry.
Yeah.
When you look at it on the micro level, it's worth it.
Yeah.
On a micro level, it's worth it. And all these kids that you will hear the story, yes, you get the ones who are, their parents were this and that and the other, and it was just no hope. But you also get the ones who were just like, I moved to the wrong school. Or I had literally no dad. What about those ones? Let's do the ones that we can do small, and where the government's role is, we can then refine our ask. Government, improve housing.
Yeah.
Don't do nothing else, because you can't do nothing else, so you don't understand it. But the one thing I can tell you to do is that when you build social housing, build housing with good conditions, more than one bedroom, making sure the schools are invested in, making sure you also make sure you pay our parents properly, because our parents are doing night shift. How are you going to look after the kids, right? Those are the things that the government can do.
Yeah.
Give unto Caesar what is Caesar's, give unto God what is God's. Now, that's what the government's going to do. Now, what do we do?
Yeah.
Even if the government's going to do 90%, there's a 10%, right? Now, what's our 10%? What is our 10%? That's all. Even if it's a 1%, do your 1% and go. But it can't be that we're saying that the government's going to do it, because the government are designing it like this if we believe that they're designed like that. So what incentive do they have to solve it? Once they don't have the incentives to solve it, it's now irrelevant.
Yeah.
Word.
100%.
It's so funny, Mags, that, sometimes I say that you argue just for the moment, you argue in pockets. Because I know full well that you've already started making moves to sort out some connection to open up a studio.
Are you allowed to say that on here?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. It might be
Because
something.
No.
Did you cover the mic?
No,
You were like, no, wait, his mic.
I'm like, shouldn't it? Like,
So where you're saying, yeah, this could never change anything for me, you're even living that, reversing of that.
Yeah.
Do you understand? You're actually doing that, but you don't even know it's connected. You even realize it's literally connected.
What do you mean?
When Sis was here,
Yeah. Oh yeah.
and then what you did afterwards,
Yeah.
right? And you know full well that's going to help actively on the ground.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes, it will.
No, he's not
It's
doing
like-
telepathy. He's looking like,
you know what I
It's
mean.
like,
speaking
it's,
out.
like, it's like what she's saying. It's not you. Every little helps, isn't it? It's not a point having a defeatist attitude. So you've got to try and do what you can. That's not reinventing the wheel. It's not gonna change. I'm not gonna say it's not gonna change anything like
Of
that or whatever,
course,
but
yeah.
it's going to help. Like what you're saying. Yeah.
You stop rapping because you don't feel that way anymore. You don't want to be glorifying that kind of stuff. You ain't living like that. Do you understand? And you don't want your son to be grown up in that same type of environment. So your life is now dedicated to, again, erasing that, reversing that.
Yeah, but
You're part of the future. You're part of the cure.
yeah, I know. But I live my raps. Like I do this.
But you're not rapping no more, right? You said.
No. I just
So you don't. So how are you living?
How do I live my raps?
You said you don't rap no more, but you live your raps.
no,
That's a phrase.
not those raps. Not those.
I'm saying the
old
words.
raps.
No, I'm also joking, but I'm like, what are the new raps? Like,
I was
what
like,
are the new, how are you living?
what are the
These-
new raps?
Yeah, like-
okay. So what do you do now then? You said I do this. What is
Spoken
it?
word.
These are my new raps, man. I'm out here, community based.
You see,
It's
you're
like
doing,
community
you are.
based.
But I get it. It's also such a duty that you wouldn't even see that you're doing it. The government's doing it out of. They're not doing it, but they do dragging their leg. You're doing it out of. Everything you do, even when you are part of that, there's still a community element to it. You don't even notice it. It's just formalizing it and going, actually, yeah, it's not that. You are doing it with every child that we give birth to. You have a choice to say something.
I'm not saying don't help, or I'm not saying there's no hope. It's just about a lot of the conversations that go around it and the voices and the opinions and stuff. It's just finding a bit of clarity in the way we're moving. Those are the kind of things that I'll just give pushback on. I'm never gonna say don't
No, of
help
course.
or don't think or don't try and stop the kids
Yeah,
from doing this stuff.
yeah.
Like, of course not. But it's just there's always a disconnect. You know what I'm trying to say? But it doesn't matter how you sort of see things or how you sort of think, yeah? The ones that are living in it and going through it, yeah, don't understand what you are talking about.
No,
Like,
100%.
you know what I'm saying?
No, 100%.
Like they don't get it. Like and they don't understand you and you don't understand them. You know what I'm trying to say? Like when you ask the reasons why would people do this, why would people do this, why would people do that, why would you do this? And these men are moving. And obviously sometimes they could be wrong, but it's how they feel and it's how they think. Their actions are moving out of a place of necessity.
Facts.
Do you get what I'm trying to say?
No, facts.
Necessity. Every
Facts.
step I take is necessary.
Facts.
You get what I'm trying to say?
And they, at the same way, we don't understand how they see it. And I get it. Reality is they're not like watching what we're watching. They also don't know what we know. There's a systemic issue. So they're doing it as a fight or flight. But what we can do now is where I can piece together is that you think it's just that. You think it's just badness. You think that man's just onto you. now everyone's been diagnosed with ADHD, but it was necessary to a point to go, actually, there's actually also medical reasons why some of us are doing certain things. So what do we know? As an adult, I don't know what is in, I don't know who's that, I don't know what area you can't go to. What I can tell you though, is that I know there's a root cause here or this. And actually, if I move my child to that school, it reduces that chance. Your child is not going to know why you moved them to school. Yeah. It's irrelevant to them. All they know who's in the school or not in the school. So it's also what we don't know, they don't know. And what they don't know, we don't know. There's blind spots. And I agree. Particularly, there's a demographic of kids or young people who do hold knives and do that stuff who don't actually get facilities. It's mainly a prevention thing. It's always the kids that are like observing the ends or just like proximity who are always, all they needed was just something to do in summer holiday. Not everyone's like that. Some people are growing up with people whose parents who are trappers. Or like they're really in it or their older brother, whatever it is. So, but not a lot of initiatives are for them. And I think that's something that I do think is harder to address, but needs to be addressed because we leave them behind and it's not fair. But obviously prevention is easier because you just have to program someone's mind. Deprogramming is so much harder.
Absolutely.
Before we move on, you mentioned that black people need to address the things that are deep-rooted within our community before looking to claim that they're going to progress, right? You mentioned the knife crime. Are there any other things that we need to be accountable?
Yeah, violence against women. Just definitely misogynoir or misogyny. But that's a big one.
Imbala doesn't think that exists though. What?
Don't say
Why
that.
you what?
Sorry.
Who doesn't think that exists?
Don't listen to him.
You don't think it exists?
The man I will not be voting for, whose party I won't be voting for.
You don't think there's violence against women? Oh, it's rough.
It's rough indeed.
If you listen to the show more, hopefully next time you listen to the show, you understand this is what he does.
Okay.
It's not true.
Okay.
If anybody wants to call in, please use the Discord. I turned off the phone because the phone was not connected to the board. So please jump on Discord. I will allow you in the chat. Thank you.
Yes, and by the way, everyone's loving you right now.
I didn't even know. At this point, I was just like, do you know what? I know I'm coming back. I'm not coming back, but it was great. Do you know what I mean? I was lovely to have you. Do you know what I mean?
Nah, man, this is what we do at TDA, man. Everyone, look, you got people in here saying this is my favorite guest.
Oh,
Wonderful.
thank you.
We've had loads of guests.
Oh,
we have.
I might not be on the scoreboard, but
Okay.
people's favorite.
You on the leaderboard.
Exactly.
Okay, you're on the legendary board.
Cultural capital. Do you know what
Thank
I
you
mean?
very much.
Versus economic capital. You know.
Amen
I don't
to
own my
that.
own house, but do you know what I mean?
You're so silly.
Okay. I've got 2 more questions to ask you, but I'm thinking to leave it off so that you can come back. You gonna come back?
Does she want to come back? Are you? I said, why should she come back?
No, I would come back. Yeah, of course. If you invite me.
You just send that because on air.
No, I would. If it's for you lot to debrief, I don't think
We
Martin's
don't
that
need to
impressed.
debrief.
You
That impressed with what?
I don't know. I was like, debrief after. Vote on it.
No, man.
That was impressed with what?
I was like, they want to come back after. I go, you should ask him just in case he feels like.
No, it's not a voting
Oh, you'd
system.
know if I didn't want you back.
Oh, is it?
No,
is
yeah,
it?
he would let you know.
Oh.
Really?
Like, look at a man that lies.
But on air, you're black. Just don't come.
If he
like
doesn't
a-
like the guest, he doesn't talk.
Yeah, for real.
Really?
Yeah. She's here, but it's
Yeah.
not her. Like, you know.
And you guys cover for him.
I mean, he would have said he's filming today.
Yeah, it's like 11:30. I would be like, "What you man?" I've got a film. I've got a film. But, you know, I'm chill. Yeah, man, I got to go.
Just in case he does go, that he actually is filming.
Yeah.
She's on the picture like, okay, convenient.
Yeah.
Well, no, it'd be great to have you back for sure.
Yeah,
Thank you,
100%,
thank
man.
you, thank
I'll
you,
definitely
thank you.
invite you again.
What other problems do you think there are? I'm interested.
In our community as a people, I think individualism, not necessarily specific to our community, but some issues disproportionately affect us.
Okay.
So obviously we're in the eye of the capitalist storm. We're in Britain, and it teaches us to be very individualistic, but we're naturally community-based people, and our issues require community. But we're individual in terms of our pursuits.
Yeah.
So for example, that's why it's not, people don't make the association of having a party and also raising money for islands that are suffering from or are experiencing a hurricane.
Could they just think
Doesn't
I'm
make it-
trying to make it out of the hood?
Yeah, and they beat it out of you. Do you know what I mean? They beat community out of us. Even outside of like the pressing issues, even the normal concept of communities, people are already saying it's not really there.
Yeah.
Like just your local, like just, you know what I mean? Like the sense of community. Like if I was in need of something, where do I go?
Yeah.
Or like if I want to, do you know what I mean? It doesn't feel like it's that really in that way.
Is that because of people though? Like, do you don't you have to pour into your community? You have to make an effort. Do you talk to your neighbours?
No, that's the thing. So I'm not saying that it's. That's what I'm saying is the problem. I'm not saying who's to blame, but that's the problem.
Like, I talk to my neighbours. I talk to my shopkeepers. I talk to my whole community.
Yeah.
Some people are like, "Oh, you're so busy. I couldn't talk to my neighbours." I say, I couldn't live somewhere.
Yeah, not talk to neighbours.
And I don't even talk like nobody. So I'm just by myself. This is crazy to me. I'm not on all that. I'm a community based kind of man.
But are you talking about like?
But bare people live in new builds, for example,
Yeah.
and all this stuff. When you look at gentrification and stuff, that is a violence against community as well. When you gentrify it, you've got people who are bankers living next to a family of 5 who don't speak English, and there's no playground. You don't even have that serendipity of meeting them in the shop. We should though, 100%, and we should.
But you can still point that yourself. Like, I live in a block. I don't know everybody in the block. You know what I'm trying to say? I don't know everybody in the block, but my whole floor. My floor, we got a community. You know what I'm saying? Like, my floor, we're good. Couple of them man from 3 and 4 and that are bucking the lift while I see in the morning. We don't pass each other without saying hi and bye, stop, how you doing, how's the little one, all that kind of stuff. And I'm pouring to feed it back because, like I said, I don't want to, like, having no community I don't like it. You get me? There's people who I know, I've got friends like that, say, what, talk to my neighbours. I'm not talking to these idiots. I don't want nothing to do with these people. And they just, when they go home, they're in their home, they don't know nothing, they don't know and I'm just not like that because one day, God forbid, I lose my card and I ain't got no money and I need some milk from the shop. I need to be able to say, boss,
I'll be back.
give me some milk, please. I'll be back. Rare. If he knows me and he's very rare, he'll give me the milk. Not look at me like I'm some thief trying to finesse him. Like, do you know what I'm trying to say? That, but I don't know. That's just...
But then isn't that what you were saying though, about like how it's being taken from her? Because when you were saying that, I was thinking about like if when in like the corporate space, for example, where 2 or 3 black people are gathered.
God is there.
It's a gang to them.
Yeah.
It's a gang. And I was thinking about that because then you have people who in their workspaces that they would, just so they don't appear a certain way, intentionally avoid people from there, or they have to kind of meet like you meet in secret, or you don't. Do you mean like you don't
when you're getting food?
Don't want to be too black. You don't want to be too black together.
You don't want to be too black together. You don't want to be when it's like 3 blacks max.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, they might think that we're trying to start something.
Take their
I
jobs,
thought that was very interesting when you said about like how, I guess, even the way the system is, they try to take community out of us.
And like, I see it because I'm from Camden, so like, you see it in some areas where it's just like, there's homeless people bare, like obviously there's bare. And then some people just go and do like, give them free food. That's the kind of community that we're seeing as well, that we could also wait for the government to rehouse these people, but whilst they're hungry.
Yeah, we'll give them food.
Some people just, but can we feed them? Do you know what I mean? Can we do something? Can I don't know, even little things. I'm very community like vision in my head. So sometimes I'm even thinking, if I was to design this country, all the young people who are studying like daycare, childcare, in your off time, once you get your qualifications, go and find an area where there's bare black mums who are NHS workers who do night shift and look after their kids for cheaper money because you're even still studying or whatever. There's things that we can really be doing that I just don't think we're really making use of, because again, it takes ideas. And if you are stunted by what you've seen and what you think you can do, you're not going to change the world. But you have to be innovative and be like, actually, you know what? Yeah, cool. Like, let me. So,
is it maybe because we have an over-reliance on the government? And there could be
that's your agenda. I see it now. I actually do see it. Yeah, I seen it. No, I saw it.
You've never been in them charges.
At first, I was a bit like centre left, centre right.
Girl, he's
but
strong.
now it's even reform. I'm a bit like, you like their tax policy, innit?
I've not been in charges. See, like
even ultra right.
Yeah, man.
Listen, lower tax is always the best thing, I think, personally.
Do you have a disability? No, it sounds like a wild question. Sorry. Do you have a disability? Just a general question.
No.
Are you a carer?
No, that's a question.
How can you laugh at this? I know you're a carer. I know, but do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I get you.
So of course you like low tax.
Do you know the thing is? It's more so this. I'm not against taxation at all, but I'm just against the fact that government think they can spend my money better than I know how to. And that's essentially my issue with it. They will take our money and squander it. They always do this. You mentioned about helping people in Camden, right? That's not the government doing that. That's you saying, you know what, let me do that.
Yeah.
If you had more money in your pocket because there's less taxes, you can do that and also do something for yourself as well. That's basically my position.
But I also think that with or without the government, you should be doing things. Does that make sense? So it's like the government taking their money and stuff. Cool, take the money, do what you need to. And there's also things that we see that they don't see. Of course, we know the government is bad and whatever, but there's also some elements of the government that needs to function, right? That there's a purpose I can see. I don't have the perspective to know that there's white working class boys somewhere who can't read.
Yeah.
So who told you you'll spend your money better than the government would with perspective? You don't know, you might not care about climate change. So if it were under you, would we all be burning in England because we could? Do you get what I'm saying? So there's also there's also that thing of that perspective of so many different people's issues come together under that thing. That's where you're able to know actually what is the priority. What's our priority might not be UK's priority. That's not racist.
No.
What is racist is when you purposely discriminate and disproportionately impact me, and want me to be at the lower rungs of society and whatever it is.
And how does that happen?
What do you mean, how does that happen?
A lot of that happens because the government doesn't know necessarily what you need. There's too many things to consider for a government body to say, okay, cool, I need to allocate things here, allocate things here, allocate things there. If you had a certain amount of money that was allowed to stay in the pockets of people who are benevolent and feel like, cool, I'm community-based, cool, we will now pool our resources and do X, Y, and Z, then I think you'll have your money stretch. You know what I'm saying?
But you said you're not for no taxation, just low taxation, yeah?
Lower.
Yeah. So was there a time when, what level, or was there a time or government that you felt like this tax was okay?
Conservatives.
No, it's you know what the thing is?
For the entire 14 years.
I said this on the show as well. Like, people think that
Is it conservatives?
For the entire 14 years.
Hey, don't kill me. The last 14 years was the best time of your life.
No, not at all.
Okay.
I have to pick up Blair. Yeah.
Oh, okay. But so, for example, using Blair. Sorry, continue.
No,
do you like his tax? Like, just say that tax thing, yeah.
You see, the thing is, I can't remember what his tax was like in detail, but at least it seemed like people weren't suffering. And what I don't like is the Keynesian idea of, cool, there's problems here, let's just borrow and fix them.
So who are you, Hayek?
Yes.
Oh, you're
That's not crazy.
You're
Hayek is a proper economist. I don't necessarily have all the views. I'm not fully saying, okay, cool, I agree on the whole libertarian.
Sorry, I was going to say, actually, Hayek and Keynes, they're like two competing like ideologies. Was it like post-war?
Yeah.
Post-Second World War?
Yes.
There was like a competing, like, obviously government, because everything was militarized and under the government's like ownership. Obviously after war, everything comes under mass consumption. The government had more money and kind of was like thinking, how can we replan the economy and stuff like that? So there were two like big thinkers of the day, economists of the day. One's called Keynes, and then Hayek.
Yeah.
And they were kind of like on the opposite side. Keynes was more like spend more money when you're in like recession because it boosts people's ability to have more money and then they can spend more. And that spending more boosts the economy, right? That's how they ask you to spend in the recession because it's spend what consumer base. But Hayek was more like lower taxes and all that kind of stuff because government doesn't know how to manage the money and that's what he's aligned himself with. But they're like popular like thing is. But it's like, it's like economics. Like.
So you're more of a Keynesian?
I'm more of a like, people don't have to qualify.
Okay, cool.
To have money or support from the government.
I hear that, but you know what the thing is? This is why I don't necessarily like to say I'm on this particular wing, because I feel like my number one thing is, I'll be honest, is black people. And my thing is, how do we use the system that we're in to benefit ourselves? And I don't think government helps us enough. I feel like if certain things were in place so that the entrepreneurs amongst us were free enough,
Thank you.
to then do certain things, we can then benefit ourselves.
Oh, so you're saying if the entrepreneurs had a better business deal from the government, then they will be able to use that money?
Potentially, yeah.
Yeah. But going back to what I said before about intention.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I was annoyed that I missed that when I had to go there. But
intention,
it's necessary, but at the same time, I also believe I can't force you to care about black people, even though you're black. This is why I was, when we were talking about the whole the new black and stuff, I was always saying to Brent, like, we can't necessarily, again, big up the TDA community. This community is amazing, but we can't have a plan which relies on people just giving. We have to,
of course.
You know what I'm saying? We have to have something that benefits the person. It has to be some sort of trade. You know what I'm saying?
Yes. But again, I guess it goes back then to your spiritual, emotional, religious, whatever type of version of what you think community, how you think the society should be run. Okay. Some people believe in like that empathy where it's like, if I always have more than you, me giving is not you just relying on me. Like, it's not reliance because it's my neighborly duty to support you.
Yes.
If it's reliance because the words that we use is very capitalist, which is if you do not earn your own money, you're not rich, you're a burden.
Yeah.
But imagine it wasn't like that, those kind of concepts. I was like, if you have, God has just blessed you with more, so do more. You don't need to look for other ways to create more to give back. Do you know what I mean? I get sustainability in society that we're in. We live in a business-based society where sustainability of businesses is a big thing and is going to help. But when the pandemic came, what business helped us?
But why is that though? Because the government was too in control.
No, it wasn't too in control. Because they were the only ones that got bailed out. They were the only ones who got there was no money.
Who got bailed out?
There was no money in when COVID was happening. Obviously, everyone was working at home.
Yeah.
Overnight, Boris that came out with all these. Sunak at that time. Was it not about bailing out businesses? Not the small businesses, but bailing out businesses. That's your cure for bio warfare. There's a virus outside. People can't leave their homes. People are sick and isolated. But your decision was to give businesses more money so we can earn money from our house, so we can buy more stuff from Amazon.
Yeah.
That some things are just not based on business, and people don't get that. And I think that's the issue. Some things are not about business or money.
Yeah.
And if you think it's always that, then of course you're going to have that agenda.
Yeah.
It's not.
I hear you on that. I fully do. And this is where I guess some things are kind of flawed, because as much as I like Hayek, right, I'm also somebody who believes in the NHS. So that's contrary to Hayek's worldview. So I understand that balance, but I just don't like the other side, where it's like, cool, let's rely on the government.
Yeah,
let's take
of
from
course,
people
yeah.
to try and lower, to kind of equal the playing field. Why don't we focus on raising people up rather than bringing people down? And that's my issue.
No, and it's definitely a ploy. Is it a ploy? Is that the word ploy? Ploy by the government, like the government or those people who they like dependency culture. I think that's the thing that a lot of people say about Labour and stuff like that. It's like dependency. Like you can give, but when you go, I realized that 80% of what I have was yours, 100%, and that's the people why people pursue all this stuff. But I even think ownership in that is also a bit of a lie. Let's be real. What do you really own? You own your house when? After how many years are you going to pay for it and finish paying for it? And then after that, they can still take it from you. There's nothing in this world that they can't take. So it's that thing of like, ownership feels good, but you're not free. Let's not make that. What you can do is post on Instagram your keys and let people feel like you're good. Well, of course. No, but that's what you can do, right? What you can do is also be proud of the fact that I came from a place where my parents couldn't even save for a house.
And I'm here.
Those are personal wins, of course.
Yeah.
But don't mistake that for freedom.
100%.
That's what they want you to do, because if you get into it, the housing economy is here to fund the banks.
Yeah.
They have no other purpose. When populations keep growing, where's everyone going to live if everyone could afford a house? It's fake. It's like school. Not everyone's going to get A's, and there's not even enough jobs for all of us anyway in the top. So clearly you're creating, you know what I mean, you're tiering things. It's not sustainable. It doesn't make sense. Ownership for a growing population, because we always grow, is redundant. But they try and create these static concepts of life to make us essentially build our heavens on earth. Why? Why are you building your heaven on earth? If you obviously, again, if you're atheist and that, cool, makes sense. This is your last chance. Do what you can. But if you're going to inherit the kingdom of God, buying your house is it not going to? But I still get it.
Yeah.
Like how it is in economics. Sometimes like one thing I don't like about the economics thing is that it's the finance people.
Yeah.
They have like they're like 1% of economics. That's my issue.
Yep.
So when they come online, don't get me wrong, I've got friends that do finance, so it's not always everyone, but there's certain things that's like, you talk about finance like it's economics.
Thank you very much.
And it's not, because the finance people will tell you about buying a house, but economics will tell you buying a house even in England isn't even a good use of your money. But a finance will be like, this is how you roll over and use your straight credit card. It's like, that's finance. Finance is about making money from no money or making no money from.
This is why.
So this is why do you know what I mean? So for me, I do get it. Dependency culture is not good, but the false sense of ownership and freedom is another thing where it's like, maybe we could use our time better to help people with what we have versus being like, I'm going to wait until I'm 50, 60 years old, or the average age, because everyone's going to become a millionaire apparently. Right? So at one point, we're all going to be 50 years old and look at everyone and go, did you do it? Because right now we're all young, innit? We can still say we're going to be millionaires. But when we're all 60, then we can go, right, so let's show did you do it? Okay, so did you become a millionaire? What was all that then?
Yeah, I hear it, man.
Thank you very much, Busayo. This has been fantastic.
Just say out loud. You're talking in the mic anyway.
Luz called me. You right?
Yes.
Yeah?
I'm fine.
You think about his other work at his current place of work.
Thing.
Imagine.
Don't worry. I've sipped up.
I can multitask.
Thank you very much
I
for
can't actually, I don't
so
really
far.
get it.
So there are a couple of questions that we asked everybody before.
Yes.
They are. So, can you please tell us what is your biggest life lesson?
Biggest life lesson is that life will move when you move.
What does that mean?
Which means that if you want things to happen for yourself or you want to experience things, experience it.
Okay, yeah. I like that.
Just experience it.
And then tell us something that people are usually surprised to learn about you. You could have had the one, I'm not a twin.
Yeah, I'm not a twin.
But no, doesn't count. Sorry.
People always think I'm from South,
Where are you from?
Camden.
Fair.
People think I only like politics. Obviously, this sounds like weird because I'm here to talk about politics, but it's like outside of this, I don't talk about politics. Outside of online.
Wait,
like
what else
that.
are you
Just like anyone else. Actually, I'm not sure about you though. I'm not. I don't know what you. Do you know what I
I
mean?
know what you be up
I'm
to
not
over
sure,
there.
innit? Like us,
I'm not
but like
involved.
anything else. But yeah. My favorite genre is like dancehall. So when
really?
I
Okay.
heard you speaking before, I was like, I can't even chime in.
Well, that's a real Nigerian.
Shut up, man. Do you know this mug asked me one time? He said, was that Ibo or Shayo? Okay. That's the real Nigerian over there.
That actually might be racist.
It could be. Could be, sis.
Why is
I
it
might
like
still
Ibo or
file a
Shia?
claim.
That's so funny.
I might still contact HR about that. I'm going to see how I
That
feel
is so funny.
at the end of this episode.
I've been racist in my past.
I said in your past. What did you do? Unconscious bias training?
No, just pick and choose.
Oh, okay. Is
Unconscious
there a
bias
particular
training.
demographic you don't like?
Oh no, I'm equal opportunities.
Oh, is it? Oh.
Everybody.
Do you like Ghanaians?
It means every girl.
Yeah, I love Ghanaians.
Oh, that's why.
Every
I don't
girl.
like that. Yeah, that's
It
why I
ain't
don't-
everybody,
yeah.
it's every girl.
Differently.
Oh, every girl. Oh,
Every girl, yeah.
okay. So you like girls from everywhere?
Yeah, I like women in general.
That's good.
Not that for you.
How did we go to women? That one I was talking about, was it?
Well, that's a Marx effect. So we get our previous guests to leave you a question, and then you leave a question for the next person.
Okay, cool.
And Sace, right?
Yeah, it says.
Yeah, it was Sace. So Sace said, what are you currently doing to rectify the negative traits within to make you a more positive person?
Lord,
I know. Deep.
regulate the negative traits. Negative traits.
You can say nothing. You can say.
I know. I'm trying to think. Am I doing anything?
Say nothing.
I don't think I'm actually working on my negative traits.
The user will come into my room and tell me, women don't take accountability.
I try to apologize quicker than when I feel like it's safer to apologize. Like I used to wait
Okay.
until like I feel like I'm over it. I'm let me apologize, but I'm learning to like meet the other.
Shut up.
Oh, I shouldn't have said that as a woman, innit?
No, it's a good thing. It's
No, they're on a whole
No,
thing.
they're gonna use it. They're gonna use it.
Let me
Accountability.
You just told her
When
to
I-
say nothing.
Yeah.
I knew you were going to bring that up at a
When we
later date.
talk about the community, you forgot you were talking about accountability. Now,
Okay.
now we have to be accountable.
All right. These are
but
the
yeah.
misandry. lots,
Yeah, innit?
These ones.
And I hope you're going to protest like that. Are you going to the next protest for women? Violence against women?
I'm organised it.
Organised.
Sounds organized.
I'm a proper feminist. You ask me, am I gonna go to a spot where there's gal there? Yes. Yes.
Oh my God.
That's one of the things they're
politics.
fighting against. Objectification. That's one of the things on the
Innit?
agenda.
Yeah, I think just trying to apologize quicker.
I like you gave me that vibe when something you said earlier. I think when you said when we talk about the community, and you were saying that when you talk about that accountability with the community, like let's not wait for it was when you talk. I can't remember exactly what the point was, but you gave me that vibe. But I think we were talking about like let's just own up to it. Like owning up to it doesn't take away from the reality.
I can see that.
So yeah, really sick. And
There's
then
some pressing questions in the community. Are you single?
Yeah. Is that the community question?
Yeah, they
it depends who's asking.
Oh,
man.
okay.
Some-
I
some
thought
love you.
I was going to say that's why you answered this way.
Are you like a all love matters, or are you like a
Go with love is, I mean.
You go where the love
go
is.
where the love is, yeah.
I feel like you people
All
have,
love matters, the
have
same thing.
misunderstood
What's
my
that?
go where the love is.
Like LGBT?
No.
No,
Okay.
no.
No, I'm saying
You
like
can
you
make
said
the
all.
chat fire up again.
No, sorry. But you said all love matters. What's that?
but
Are
basically-
you Black Love? Or are you
yeah,
United Nations?
I am black love, but the way the world is going,
Oh, more.
Don't
Are
give
you gonna dabble?
Don't give up.
Don't give up on who? The black
I can't,
men.
man, I can't.
Yeah.
You're not ready. You're not ready. Not ready. Want to be. What's up with you? Say something else.
They're
They're or girls up the same back in the day. So one storyline.
Yeah, man. They don't have the mums and the grandmas
Yeah,
used
they'll
to
have one
be.
storyline.
They're building their wealth.
Traditional
Some of them
women-
take accountability.
traditional women, we're
Traditional
doing this
modern
now.
women are really taking out really sad into traditional
Someone said to me
women.
the other day, like, they said to me, like, the reason why it's hard for them, there's a man, yes, the reason why it's hard for them, because obviously the girls that they think are paying, yeah, they have no personality, but the corporate girls, they have no, but they don't have, they're not paying.
So
They're just creating these dichotomies. I don't know.
There's good women out there that
Dilemma.
look good, that got great
Have you
careers,
got- have you got
that
girlfriend?
cook, clean. Huh?
Have you got a girlfriend?
No.
Have you got
Oh,
any
cooking
partner?
clean.
What's that mean?
Any, so someone out there might think you're their girlfriend. They might
That
think
you're their boyfriend.
I don't think she's my girlfriend. I got something I'm seeing though.
Oh, okay, cool. Does she do all the things that you want?
Of course, I wouldn't be saying that.
But she's not your girlfriend?
Why not?
But she does all the things.
How could she get to be my girlfriend if she didn't do all the
Crazy.
things?
This is where...
She auditioning.
This is
Yeah,
she
yeah.
passed.
How long
That's good.
is the probation
Subscription.
period?
Huh?
Innit?
How long is the
Free
probation
subscription.
period?
She's going to start paying
Is it
$8.99
a usual
after
12
while.
weeks or is it your...
She's got a month left.
What?
How long she had? A year and a half?
About 6-7 months.
Does this girl watch this?
Probably.
Oh my god.
And she's still going to stay?
Of course.
First
Finish
of all,
her probation, innit?
you lift your head up over there, stop taking prices for someone else's headache.
That's so
I
rough.
can
Brent, I'm
tell you-
talking to you.
I can probably tell you've never watched this before.
No, is he joking?
I can tell you've never
What
watched this
colour?
show
What
before.
colour is this girl?
He is
She's
who
black.
you think he
He
is.
is. No, I feel so, but I feel
He's
like,
very like-
let me use opportunity
yeah.
because I'm new. He might want to share.
Oh no,
He might want to speak to someone about it.
this one.
Do you know what I mean? It might be a good opportunity.
I'll speak.
What colour is the person?
Black.
Oh, that's good.
Why are you surprised?
Yeah.
Why? I don't look like I like black girls.
You look like them online. Not in a bad way. Not in a bad way. No, you look like you would say
Said
nice
you're
things
a
about them.
performative activist.
Ah,
Yeah.
okay.
But if I saw you out,
Cosplaying.
yeah. But if I saw you outside, there might be different colours. Not in a bad way. Obviously, that's your choice.
Okay, fair enough. I get that quite a bit actually, so I don't mind.
When I clip this, don't pretend like you can't see me tagging you. Yeah.
Huh?
I wanna amplify this.
Ben was stressed. He was
Amplify
taking
what?
paracetamol.
Do it, man.
His answers.
I said he has 1 month left. What's happening at the end of the month?
Just finish his probation period.
This month or next of September?
September.
Oh. Sister.
Sorry, wait. You got anything planned at the
We're
end
back,
of
yeah.
the month? What have you got planned? It's serious, we're here.
To celebrate.
Yeah.
To celebrate
What's happening?
the past.
Innit?
All right.
Huh?
All right.
Why? What's happening? Oh, because I'm going away on holiday.
Oh my God.
Is she going with you?
Guys, this is all entertainment.
First, why are you involved?
I'm just trying to help.
Why are you in it?
Trying to help.
That's when men always try to help each other
Yeah.
Community.
in stupid areas. Areas that you can help each other, you will help each other.
Stupid
I don't know, fair man. So, you know.
Next time you're in, we need to talk about misandry.
Yeah.
Yeah, we need to talk about misandry because these lot, yeah, their opinions are a bit
These
skewed.
lot.
Do you think
They were,
do-
these lot didn't mean just you guys necessarily in this room. You see, I said necessarily.
Your people.
If the shoe fits, it fits. If it doesn't fit you, then it's not you in it. Do you get what I'm trying to say, Brent?
CC.
do you identify with her statements?
Yes,
Do you
I
see-
do.
do you see yourself
I think
in what she's
it's
saying?
good. No, I think it's good that we talk about the people outside of this particular space.
Yeah.
See?
It's got a responsibility.
This is why we can't have a political party based on you lot.
No, you see why I said I wasn't going
it's rough.
to hold my vote?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, I'm
thank you
starting to
very
see it.
much.
Before I was new, now I'm like, okay.
Exactly. Thank you very much. And then what question are you please leaving for the next guest?
Let's see. For the next guest, what would be a good question? I guess, what have you done for your community lately?
What have you done for me lately? Wonderful. Thank you so much. Can you let people know? Thank you. It's a man to put on a woman. Thank you very much. Can you let people know, please, where to find you, where you put your content, like where you post? Do you have a
Yeah.
set days that you post or as the spirit leads?
As the spirit leads.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, just my name, Busayo Twins, on Instagram and TikTok.
Nice.
Yeah.
How have you found that content creating? How long? When did you start actually?
Yeah, literally last year. Last year, as in I'm producing content, but
Okay.
naturally, I would post things that are political because that's what I
Okay.
enjoy. Just like anyone else's interest.
Okay, yeah.
I might just be like, oh, this is what the news. But during COVID, I was posting a lot more.
Okay.
Because I was trying to tell people like this is what to expect and or like what to do. When I stopped and I was like, actually, let me just keep going. How would I find it? I find it all right. Like sometimes you feel like, does your opinion matter? Like I might think of something, but do I need to go online to say it? You know. And on top of that, it's just obviously you're just in one social media space where you're thinking, do people care about this? Or like, you know, it's always difficult kind of thing. But also you get nice messages as well. People saying you helped, and some people be like, "Well, my kids at school use your content to learn politics."
Oh, amazing.
So it's like, so stuff like that is like, you know what?
It's
No
very
matter how
encouraging.
irritated I am, like, okay, cool. Let me just try my best.
Yeah.
What least I could do is at least diversify, like what you're doing, diversify what people can talk about.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is it really?
If one asked, are you saved and sanctified?
Am I what?
Are you
Saved and
saved and
sanctified.
sanctified. Are you Christian?
I would like to think so, but I'm beefing them right now.
Christians or God?
Christians.
Okay, so you're still.
I'm saved. God willing. We'll know at Judgment Day, innit? We'll see
No,
where
you
we
can
all
know
part.
before, sister.
When we, huh?
What do you mean know at Judgment Day? It's too late then.
No, but we can say what we like about ourselves. But when Judgment Day comes, you can call yourself a Christian all day. But if I see you go down the escalator, I'll be like, I thought you were.
Not the escalator.
Do you know what I mean? But yeah, I am. I try to be. Obviously, I could be more. But I think sometimes with politics,
Yeah.
it always makes it difficult.
Really? I
Yeah.
would have never thought that. In what way?
So, I just had to cut you because that was your conversation. Actually, you don't have it because it's a proper random thought. No, because you're talking about politics and religion and all that, yeah. And I was just thinking, religion's big in politics on America. They run on religion and stuff like that. Yeah.
Even this country.
I was gonna say, how come not in this? I don't hear them.
Yeah,
I don't hear them talk about
That's
religion.
what we talk-
I don't hear them give a. They don't give a shit.
I thought they used to talk about Elizabeth was the queen of the church, something like that. You see that? Was she queen of the or head of the church?
Yeah, head of Church of England.
But how come? Are we a godless country?
Yeah,
We're
it's
very
officially
secular
now.
country.
We're secular, very, yeah.
Very secular.
Officially, it's secular now.
But yeah, officially now. But back in the day, it wasn't. It was really founded on allegedly.
But there was a big movement to separate church and government
state,
in the UK. Really big.
Okay, sorry. As you
That's
were.
all right.
So just quickly, what's the conflict?
I think recently, obviously, with things like with Palestine or just things that happen in general, I never see Christians talk on anything other than I'm praying for a husband, wife, car, job, something.
Yeah.
And I'm like, and I think even in uni, my dad's Muslim, mom's Christian.
Okay.
So I always grew up with all these things. But when I went to uni, it's one of those common knowledge that if you say you're Christian, whatever comes out your mouth next, people don't think you're intellect.
Really?
Yeah, it's facts. Like you can't call yourself a Christian, black, and then all people have to bring up is slavery, and then you're finished. There's just no. It's a very difficult religion to speak about in an intellectual way
Okay.
because it doesn't. Do you know what I mean? But at the same time, it's God. It's not the church that thingy. But I do like Christianity. But I think how we perform it right now, we just need to get back to doing what exactly we were supposed to do, rather than.
I agree with that. I think people have turned Christianity into a joke.
Basically.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? The only time they speak up is obviously when they think it's about gender toilets.
That's the
only time they
Christians
remember
care more
themselves.
about gays and
Olympics,
homosexuals
yeah.
more than the paedophiles that be on the pulpits.
Thank you.
So
yeah, that's essential. But yeah, God is good.
All the time and all the time.
God is good.
Amen.
Are the rest of you two, you don't want to chime into that one?
What about?
God is good.
All the time. She's done it.
All the time.
You don't think so?
All the time.
Okay.
Because they don't think so all the time.
He's Muslim.
Who are you Muslim?
No, Iman.
You Muslim?
No, he's the nation man.
Oh, is it?
His nation of Islam.
Oh, is it?
He's a Christian man that misses church on Sunday to tune into the Nation of Islam seminars.
No.
He's got the hat and stuff.
The gear.
Is it?
It's
What's
not
happening?
hats,
What's
the
happening
gear.
with them, man, right now? Where's Farrakhan?
Putting in the work.
Is it?
As always.
Is
Putting in
it?
the, yes, 100%.
Is he?
might get
What's
my
his
nerves
elections
today.
wise? Is he around? He
Um,
must hate Kamala, or is he? What's going
no,
on?
to be fair, like the nation hasn't been taking their stance. I guess taking a position on this particular election. And to be fair, in the past they haven't always done that.
They haven't always,
Yeah,
but I think Farrakhan was more active.
Yeah.
I haven't seen nothing from him.
he supported Jesse Jackson when Jesse Jackson was trying to run. He was also speaking about Obama and basically talking about the need for us as black people to actually come together, form some sort of, something, and then basically don't just take for granted that he's in power.
Yeah.
Because he's black, we're going to benefit.
Yeah.
We need to actually come with something. So it's sort of the same narrative time and time again. But again, Farrakhan obviously is the head of the Nation of Islam, and the Nation of Islam is always about doing for self. Economics, you know what I'm saying? Economics, self-reliance. That's what it is.
The only guys I ever meet who like politics, talk about politics, are the Nation of Islam types. It's so weird. It's so weird.
What's the mathematics? What's today's mathematics, bro? Man.
What day is it? Say 22nd. Today's mathematics is wisdom, all being born to culture freedom.
All right then. See, he is in deep. Curtis Jackson said, when Judgment Day comes, it's going to be long day for E-Man.
That's so violent. So violent.
Can you imagine?
When Judgment Day comes, I'm not going.
I'm not going.
I'm being so real.
You're not going.
I ain't going. I ain't got time for this shit.
It's not a rave you get a ticket for.
I'm just saying, when you start queuing up,
What are you going to do?
I'm going about my business.
Don't kill me.
But you see why Brent, he cannot be who we call? It's out of show. When Iman had a question for us, Iman basically asked and said that, what was the question again? About rapture, and if...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so basically, if rapture happens, is it if it's happened, if I know it's happened, and I'm still here, who am I calling to find out whether it's really happened or not?
Yeah.
If they're still here with you.
Yeah, but I said I was going to call Brent. But then Brent thought he was going to be my first and last call. I said, no.
Shame.
That's my first call because I know that Brent knows 2030 and that. So I couldn't be like, do you see what's happening? He is wicked because he said he wouldn't pick up my call. Just to make me think that I'm the only one here. And then he'll text me saying, hi, I'm
where are you?
Yeah, and then I said that depending on who is missing, I might think it's like a reverse situation. Brent said, if you were gone, but he's still here, then he would just be like, oh, okay, then that is like a reverse.
This is heaven. This is heaven.
No, if you don't go, you don't see me, you're in hell. Surely you know that. If you don't see me, it's dark days ahead.
Dark days ahead. Yeah.
And surely if you see me, you're going to breathe a sigh of relief. Like,
no,
because
course,
whatever's coming is
fun,
hot.
entertainment.
Whatever's coming is hot.
You talk about girl a lot. You think?
Right, innit? So
I'm going to see you and be like, oh, well said, guys. No, I'm panicking.
Trust me.
Panic.
God knows my heart's clean.
My thing is I don't want like collective punishment. So imagine someone just goes like, the reason you're here is because you know him.
Oh.
It's like, welcome. Family, community, innit? Do it down there.
Excuse me, I only work with him. I could have taken me today.
It's also the other side of it. You could get saved by me as well. Proximity through the works and the deeds
because
that
you
I
know
do.
him.
My hard work. These are covered by the blood of Jesus because these are my family. Bob passes down.
Now, when we weigh it up,
Give me youth
which one
buster.
do you think is more likely?
The latter.
Okay.
Lying lips. Can you imagine? Anyway, Busayo, thank you so much for coming on. Hope to see you back soon again.
Yes.
Might help me fight these men.
Definitely.
Appreciate it. What are we getting into? Last headlines?
Last headlines.
Thank you.
No?
What is it? Asking a friend?
Yeah.
Let's get into asking for a friend. Oh, Busayo's here.
Reaction. I made threats in the group. I told them.
What group?
I was in the chat. I told him, once she's done, we're done. I'm done.
Alright, okay.
You're not going, oh.
Okay, so we do this and then you read the headlines and then we'll wrap it up.
Yeah.
Wonderful. All right, so here's our dilemma for today. Hey, man, I'm watching now. I'm just going to send my update because I don't know if you got it yesterday. Update. Hi, guys. Hope you're well. This is an update from the last time I sent my dilemma in. To refresh your memories, love this. Thank you very much for this. I'm the 26-year-old with a wife who got cheated on because my wife found another guy more attractive, brackets, easier on the eye and more tall. That was tough. Well, to update you all, that wife of mine is my soon-to-be ex-wife. Oh, he said sadly. I was going to say where's the horns. I personally believe you deserve better.
He's saying sadly, but
Yeah.
But you dodged the bullet.
I feel like
Why is he sad?
I feel like
His wife
Brent should
told
give
him
horns.
that she's attracted to somebody else because they're easier on the eyes than her husband.
Rough.
And then
not just attracted,
she
she cheated.
She cheated on him. And then when he
asked
asked her
he
why,
said the guy's
it's easier on the
better looking than
eye.
you and he's tall.
And he's tall.
And
Can you imagine the disrespect?
But it doesn't sound like he's happy about divorce.
He's not, because I think he loves her, innit? But
Yeah.
trust me, your blessings will follow. He says, well, to update you all, that wife of mine is my soon-to-be ex-wife, and I'm going through a divorce. Sad news. You're probably thinking, why has it taken so long for me to write back? No, not at all. Because I sent the first dilemma around 3 weeks ago. I've been healing and contemplating the fact our marriage of 3 years and relationship of 5 years is over. Turns out she had been cheating on me the whole time, and even before we got married. I found out that she was having sexual relations with a guy from her workplace for about 2 years, and she also had a full-on affair with another guy she met at a nightclub.
That would do it.
That will definitely do it. The reason she decided to tell me everything is because I was away on a work trip for a week, and my sister, who has a spare key to my house, caught them having sex in our bed whilst I was away. This story probably sounds too good to be true, but I promise you I'm not lying. This broke me, and I begrudgingly asked why she did this and why she decided to marry me. And that's when she told me that I'm the type of guy that's marriage material, but she didn't find me as physically attractive as the other men she had history with, but I was good enough. It's been super hard to hear and adjust my life after this, especially with finding out that the guy she's with now is the guy she had an affair with and went to primary school, so he semi-knew who I was.
He went to his primary school.
So why you laughing?
Primary school was crazy.
Primary school is quite crazy.
Yeah, he went to his primary school, innit? Yeah.
Yeah.
So are these like in one end?
No, she had an affair with and went to my primary school. The guy went to his primary school and knows who he is as well. It's devastating, but every day, even though it's difficult, it's getting better. She just thought you lot deserved an update and clarification. I'm black and I'm Trinidadian, and she's black and Angolan. Take it. I send you so much love, and I know it's hard, but trust me, man, you couldn't be with that witch.
I told you from when she told
couldn't
you
be with that witch, man.
She liked the brother because he was tall. I was like, you know how much men are out there that are taller than you? You don't stand a chance. How are you gonna stop her?
Bro, she's a serial cheater. She's gonna cheat on this other guy as well, or either his like. People like that. So I don't believe that you can go around hurting people in relationships like that and think that you found your happily ever after and think that's going to be well with you. It cannot be well with you.
I didn't know she'd done it before, but it was bait. She was going to do it again.
It was always because the reason you gave was the person was easy on the eye and they were tall. Tall.
Yeah.
Do you know how many tall men are out there?
Yeah.
So any tall man you see is going to jump on him.
Yeah.
No, man.
Sad.
No, man. I'm really sorry that you're going to deal with that.
If you get cheated on, yeah?
Oh, it's horrible, man.
If you get cheated on and then the person stays with that person, do you have to forgive in your heart because God don't like ugly? Hating is ugly. Why are you hating on love for? Like, if it was a fleeting moment, trivial thing. If it's a fleeting moment, trivial thing, or that, I get that because he's mashed up his relationship. Yeah. But if the person that he cheated on you with, he stayed with and built with, and it was real love, do you get to a point where you just have to accept it and forgive and understand? Because you can't be a hater your whole life. It's like when you go Casa Amor and you like the girl more, but you still want to be moaning, bring it back. He went and found someone he likes more than you, and then he stayed with her. This is genuine. This is it's sad you had to be the one to go through this, but what they've got here is genuine.
Okay, so
real.
you're saying in the case of like who she's now with is genuine. So must he forgive?
I'm just asking you personally. I'm saying, is there no point in where you like, you know what, for real, man? Like, look at them. They're still together, still going strong. They got babies now. This was the real deal.
No, but I think anyway that you should still forgive because all forgiving does it ruins you. All unforgiveness does is that it eats you up. Unforgiveness is literally like taking paracetamol and expecting the other person, or taking poison. Me taking poison, expecting you to die. It's not going to happen.
Because you actually forgive someone who cheated on you, though.
I'd prefer, if my guy cheated on me, I prefer that she lived happily ever after with that you, rather than just some random you she fucked in the street for no reason and mashed up everything and like for no reason, for nothing.
Yeah, but do you still see her as an extension of your decisions, though? Imagine she cheated on you and she was moving bare ragged. That's a reflection. It feels like a more reflection on you because you're like, I chose a girl like that. But if a girl stayed with a guy and she built, it feels cleaner. It feels like, okay, it wasn't with me, but you're also not. You know, sometimes it just feels like, don't go out there and make me look weird. At least, so I get it. I do think so. I'll prefer for a man to stay with a girl. At least I could be like, you know what? If you were going for someone, you loved her.
I think if you
Yeah, like, good luck, you loved her.
I think you just can't cheat with a prostitute, and I'm for prostitution. I think that people should do whatever they want to do.
Yeah.
I'm not.
Better.
No, it's not.
You know,
I'm not
Japanese
here-
culture. Have you seen that stuff going around with the women? And they ask you, "What would you prefer your man to cheat on you or get escorts?" They all like not all of them, but like say like 18 out of 20 of them are like escorts.
No,
In their
because you know what
culture,
it is,
that's how they
yeah.
raise the thing. They're saying like they'll rather go to the escort.
No, I'd rather not, because you know what? And it's got nothing to do with the escort. Is because first of all, yeah, she's not checking for you. Like you are just a client to her.
Prostitution
And then also-
has been saving marriages from the beginning of
But
time.
what is it about it though? Is it that you can't sleep with your partner anymore, or you're not attracted,
No,
or
but I
does it
can't
get boring? Like,
What, as in when people cheat?
in marriage, I'm trying to think about in marriage. Yeah. Oh no. In marriage, is it boring? Is it like you get tired of sleeping with your partner? Because what are you doing? You can have sex with your wife, right?
My own talk. He wants to give
He's
you
married.
Mr. White. Go on.
No,
Oh, yeah, okay.
it's all it is.
This is Nation of Islam, so you might even.
No, but
have
he's
a-
married though, so he's the only married one in this room.
Okay.
The rest of us
okay.
didn't have
The argument.
hypotheticals.
Okay.
I'm only saying, yeah, it might be because there's other issues in their household. You know what I'm saying? I don't think it's because maybe the man and the woman's having less sex or something like that. You know what I'm saying? I think that's just normal as you get older and older and have kids and have other priorities. But there's probably other things, you know what I'm saying, that's caused a divide between them.
That pushes you that way.
Yeah,
Could you not still sleep with your partner even if you were angry with them?
Oh, I had this conversation the other day. I can't do it.
Is it?
Because I'm an emotional
Yeah.
connection person. I can't be angry with you and have
And
sex
then
with
lie
you.
with you. Sure. Maybe sure. That's what
You're,
that is then.
yeah, and I
cause
think,
issues.
and I think
That
a
makes
lot
sense,
of
yeah.
people, like sometimes when marriages break down and stuff, you realize there's been a breakdown in communication. There's been something that's happened, and it's just kind of like gone on for long, so they become distant. It's almost like they're just roommates living in the same house, and then you start to have emotional connection with people outside of
Yeah.
your marriage, and then that's when at some point cheating could possibly happen.
Yeah.
Do you get what I mean? But some people can have sex with people that they're angry with. That I can't.
Yeah.
Would you
play,
having sex with me as
would
if
you
you're
play
fighting
house?
demons?
If you had a kid with them, would you play house for the sake of the kid?
No, I've always said that no. I'm not playing house with you. I'm not staying with a man for the sake of the children, for the sake of Jesus.
Okay, let's say the Black
No,
Manifesto.
but no.
Let's say the Black Manifesto comes out from my man, yeah, and it says to build a strong Black community, we need a strong Black family, and they encouraging those people who are co-parenting to live together. Like what basically, what if you saw there was a benefit to it?
You got to stay together as long as possible, man.
I'm not doing that. Because my thing is, when I read the manifesto, where was your eyes?
Nah, man.
Oh yeah, it's true. We should have.
Because that's my thing with
Yeah,
cheating.
yeah.
My thing is that,
Where was your
I also could have cheated on you at some point.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
my discipline and what we're building here was so important to me, I wasn't going to break that. So I need to know where your head was at when you thought it was worth risking enough to break what we're building here. You can't come to me and talk about what we're building when you didn't think of that when you were cheating. That's impossible.
That's the
cheekiest thing
ever.
ever.
That the white people do that. They got the right idea, man.
White people. But they're thinking finances. though.
They stay for the family a lot. That's why you got
But I
them
think
old
finances,
middle-aged
though.
divorcees, because the second they get to 18, 19, they're done.
Yeah.
The second they get there, they go.
No, but-
These man have been done for the decade.
No, but they're not
They
thinking.
got to put the kid through college. They got to tear, and that's
true.
important. Them foundations are important.
They're not thinking family. They're thinking finances. They're thinking we've got mortgages together. They're thinking we've got businesses together. They think it's a financial decision for them. That's why they live very separate lives. Their kids know them to have separate boyfriends and separate partners and blah 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 blah. The kid is aware that mum is going on a date and daddy's the one watching us tonight.
No, not like
So,
that.
no.
Not that crazy
Not that.
situation.
Yeah, that's
That's not crazy. No, but I don't think that's so crazy. I think that's a healthy situation of anything. if the manifesto says I must say, that's fine, but guess what? You're going to be my boyfriends. And I'm going to make sure I get a new one every week.
Yeah.
You will meet all of them.
That's so funny.
But I don't believe in I personally don't believe in staying with somebody for the sake of your children and stuff like that. Because I think that people underestimate how your children are very aware of things that's going on. There's going to be a change in dynamic, and your children are going to feel that. Whether you think you're hiding from them or whatever it is, they're going to grow up and they're going to let you know that they felt the animosity between you two, that they felt the distance, they felt the energy, the vibe is off. I think that is healthier if you're doing lovey-dovey, whatever, and then something happens and then you separate, and separately you can do lovey-dovey with your children, than if you stay in that house and tolerate each other, and the kids are going to feel the shift between that when we're all doing loved up family to is just like, okay, like they're tolerating each other. I think that's more harmful on children than having two separate households that are actually healthy.
But some people are good at it. Some couples fake it so they make it.
But
Some couples
that's what you think. Have you spoken to the children?
No, but it's not like it's toxic. They just might think, okay, my parents ain't necessarily my mum and dad weren't that affectionate or very. They don't mean it's toxic. They wouldn't have known that. they
but
don't want
that's
to
the
be
thing. I
together.
think sometimes when we think toxic, we think of the extremes. We think of domestic violence, but toxic can just be that you lot don't talk to each other, and it's like, oh, can you go and ask your dad, go and ask your mum. That's still toxic.
Do you think, because of this generation, yeah, obviously the dating thing is different. So I think I'm trying to see how this would work if someone had a child. How would it work if someone was in a situationship with someone but they had a child together, but they're in a situationship, they're dating?
So I feel like ideally, I would think that you now need to convert. You should need to convert that subscription.
Do you think
into a relationship?
Really?
And I think that you need to figure out how you can move forward. And I think that if you're unable to move forward, because sometimes pregnancy happens for different reasons. For the most part, people are irresponsible. That's why it will happen. So I think you just got to sit down and actually think about, okay, this is our reality now. We've got a child. What is it? What do we want for this child? And then also with both of us, can we actually be in a relationship? And what's kept us from being in a relationship for so long? Why has it been a situationship? I think a lot of problems in this society when it comes to dating and stuff like that is just lack of discipline. It's lack of discipline, it's lack of commitment, and it's a lot of I think it's lack of it's a lot of emotional unintelligence.
You and a man, staying together, getting together, trying to get in a relationship, bringing a child into the world, realizing it don't work out, realizing you two maybe ain't the forever thing, but coming together and making a decision to stay together and raise this child into the earth and make it be the best person I can make it be it's commendable. It's a good thing.
Yeah, but it depends on the relationship though. If I'm not upset with this partner of mine that's cheated on me, and we can actually be cool and we can go back to say with friendship, we can be best friends in this household, I think that's what works for the children. But if I'm upset with you and I'm still angry with you, we're still in therapy and whatever it is, and we're not really talking like that, I'm just tolerating you, how is that good for the children?
Okay, so that's always worst case scenario, cheating on that. What about just falling out of love? What about no one's done wrong? What about you just...
Yeah, but even that though, but I think for me, regardless of whatever the reason could be, what does our dynamic look like? I think that's what affects the children. Okay. Because even if it's just falling out of love, but then I can't even stand to be around you. Because you can fall out of love with somebody, but you can still love them as your friend. So we can make this work. And this can be fine because we're still affectionate. I'm just not in love with you like I am. I just don't want to sleep with you wherever else being in love comes with. We can still be calm when we go out, we joke together, everything is healthy. But if it's a thing where we're falling out of love and I actually just don't want to be around you, that's going to show. And so how can the kids thrive in that? Because kids should really be in happy homes and calm homes and homes that filled with love and filled with affection and filled with, do you know what I mean? Just filled with love. But if the two people that are meant to be raising these children are not filled with love for each other, and then out of that pouring into the children, it's counterproductive in my opinion. It's better for you to separate and then you're both in healthy spaces separately, and then when you got the children, you're able to pour love into them. And I think also as well, sometimes separation as well allows you to then get to that point where then you can actually be like, you know what? We've both done the work separately to heal. Now we can actually be really, really cool.
FM wants to know, could I stay with a woman that cheats for the sake of the kids?
Oh yeah, would you stay with a woman for the sake of the kids?
I could stay with a woman. You know what it is? It depends on what phase I was in my life. It's where I was or where I am.
What phase?
No, because I'm saying I could stay with a woman that cheated on me without kids.
Really? Why? For the sake of what reason would that be?
Depends on how good or bad I was. If I was good, it's tough. If I was a good you.
Okay, so you're saying if you were cheating too, you would stay. If you weren't cheating.
If my actions drove her to those decisions and essentially I feel like she's the best person for me and she's good for me, then I can...
But do you believe that...
I'm not going to cut off my nose to spite my face, isn't it?
But do you believe that your actions can drive someone to cheat?
Yes.
Really?
Would you make a big deal out of the cheating though, even though you're going to take them back? Would you still be like, I hear why you cheated, it's peak, but... Or would you still make a big thing out of it, but knowing that you're going to take them back? How would you deal with it?
And that's why I can't stay with a cheat child.
Yeah, because you want to
bring it up. You forget the sugar from Tesco? You didn't forget to insert your penis in there though.
Yeah.
Any little thing, I'm bringing it up.
So you can't do that.
That's why I can't stay.
Yeah, that's why you shouldn't stay. Because if you're going to do that, then you shouldn't stay because it doesn't make sense.
And I don't believe in that. I don't believe in staying and making your life miserable for it.
I don't know. I don't know how
bring
to
it
do
up.
And cheating is weird. I think it's context is important. It's about how you done it, where you done it, who you done it with, why did you do it. There's bare reasons. There's a lot, and none of it probably excuses any of it. But something you could say something that softens the blow, innit? You know what I'm trying to say? Or I can kind of see where you're coming from, especially if you're coming from a cheater's mindset.
No, cheater's
What's
mindset.
that?
I'm saying if I've cheated before, then I can understand where she's coming from.
Why did you cheat?
Huh?
Oh, if you cheat before. Or
I
when you
didn't
cheated.
cheat. Cheating is a social construct made up by society.
I was
So they
going to
push
tell you
that onto
that.
me.
I was going to tell you that. That's very
Cheating
important to
don't
know
exist.
before you answer that question.
You know what I'm trying to say?
He doesn't believe in cheating. He doesn't believe cheating exists. It's a social construct.
It's a social.
So I didn't cheat. You are just moaning at me for stuff because everyone's just selfish. You know, gal want to be the territorial. All girls do this one. And they all say they don't.
She thought
share.
you were her girl after you
Gal-
asked her to be her girl.
gal
Yeah.
always
How
say-
crazy
That was
of
her fault. Yeah, that was
yeah,
her
how crazy.
fault.
That's stupid.
You are my girl if I ask you to be my girl. Whatever I do in my spare time ain't none of your business. Gal, love talking about I don't share. And they all share. Some of them just don't know and they're blissing.
Don't know that they're
ignorance.
sharing.
We'll find out in 1 month,
They're
innit? The one that
Who?
the one that is here for 1 month, she'll know.
She loves me.
Does she know
for
there's other
me.
girls?
She ain't got nowhere.
Does she know there's? Is this girl real?
She loves me for me.
Tell the camera.
She loves me for me.
And the other girls, she knows about the other girls.
What other girls?
Oh, you don't have them anymore.
What? That her?
No, you said what you do in your spare time.
Ain't none of your business.
Bro, you're kidding me.
Yeah.
Yeah, facts.
So do you have other business that isn't hers?
My business is my business.
Fair enough. It's a choice, though. Love is a choice.
It is, and you got to remember, everyone else. I'm not a monogamous you.
Oh, does she know that?
Everyone knows.
Oh, everyone.
Okay, wait. This is my problem with men, yeah? Men will do a, you should know, but have you ever told me? Or have you just said on TD and you're hoping she tunes into no behavior? This is a great time to tell you what Bathroom Diaries thinks about you. She says, Marks is so self-aware. I love it, but he gives such player energy, so it's jarring.
Come on, man. Player on player.
That's how girls will like him.
Eh?
You be so, sister.
That's how girls will like him. I like the honesty.
I promise you, there's a market for what I'm working with.
There's definitely a market.
Look at this one.
There's girls.
He's not lying.
He's the
No,
main
he's
one in
not.
the market.
There's girls listen to this now, yeah, and they're thinking, oh my gosh, like, fanny flutters.
Like,
Well, it's
innit?
better the devil you know. At least you know what you're getting.
And his market is thriving.
It's a good market.
It's thriving.
Are you auditing
the
his
best,
market?
The best, you know.
Look at this auditor.
Chef's kiss.
He's looking at your stock.
Crazy.
How do you know?
That's why I'm giggling because he's not lying. He did tell me that he tells the truth.
He's
right?
really proud of you, you know.
No, I'm not proud of him.
I've never seen this before, but wow.
He's against
He said,
snitching,
wow.
but he's here snitching on himself. Do you understand?
Yeah.
And he will say, "No, I'm living my truth." And the thing is, he's not lying. They know.
They know who he is.
They know.
They know what they stand up. But yet, there's more girls that still like him, hoping to be the one. I think some girls maybe they think that they might be the one to change him, but I think some of them just feel like, but I just want to. I think women objectify you there as well. But you're not prepared to take a stance for that. Some of them
being
just want to.
objectified.
Yeah, you're crazy. They just want to sleep with him sometimes.
I love that.
Did it ever?
The
did
ones
it-
that
did
just
it-
want to sleep with me.
Did they ever write in?
Oh, queens.
No, they don't write in, but I hope that they can't
I
write
need to
in.
encourage them not to write in.
They can never write in.
No, they don't.
You should have a session of like experience with like Margs, like just
No, you should never.
bring and share.
I will
Just
shame
to
you.
share, like just to,
They wouldn't dare. No, not want nothing to do with me, really. They just like look at me.
Yeah, it
They
would
look at him
ruin
like
them.
a piece of meat
It would
sometimes.
ruin them, to be honest.
But he's very happy about that.
Oh, okay, well, fair enough, innit? They'll follow him wherever he's going after Judgment Day, innit?
Okay.
Oh,
At least you have
And that's why he's not going to get in the queue because he's got
See
he's got
y'all-
business to finish quickly.
See y'all in heaven.
Y'all is French. But yeah, man. But I personally wrote in, I'm sorry that you're dealing with this, and I pray that you're able to get through it. I definitely think you should get therapy, though. You know, I'm very pro therapy. I think you should look into that because I think that being with somebody for 5 years, I don't know if the married time is separate to the relationship time, but for all those years, and that's how she was moving, it's crazy. It's very crazy. But you did the right thing, man. I commend people who, when someone does something to them like that, when someone violates their trust, it breaks their trust, they're able to walk away regardless of how difficult. I think it's a very hard thing to walk away from someone that you love because they violated your trust. The easier thing is to stay because that's your comfort. That's comforting. Like that's your comfort space, regardless of whether you're miserable there, or whatever. It's what you're used to. And like when you look at the psychology of how our brain works when it comes to love, it's like a drug. Like love is basically a form of addiction. So it's easier for you to just stay addicted to this thing than have to have to break up with them and have to rewire your brain, because that's basically when you break up with somebody, that's what psychologically that's what you have to do to your brain. You have to rewire your brain to that whenever you think about it, your body sends signals that makes you believe that, well, that knows that usually when you think about this person, what you do is you call them, you text them, it feeds into that feeling. But when you break up with somebody, you've got to rewire your brain, you've got to rewire your entire body, your nervous system, all of that stuff, to no longer associate good energies with that person. And I think that's one of the bravest things for people to do. Walking away from situations that no longer serve you, I think it's one of the bravest things to do. So big up you.
Do you ever look at someone and go, if I ever get involved with you, I can't imagine how the breakup is going to be? Do you ever think that way? It's like, what is going to make me and you not talk?
Oh, yeah.
I don't try to stay there, but sometimes I'm like, imagine. Because obviously in the beginning it's all cool, just
also,
nice. But there'll be a time where I just can't, I don't like you.
Do you talk to all your exes?
Might be.
I do.
I don't.
I'm friends with, but I'm that person. I'm that, like, I don't really beef them.
I'm not beefing them. We just don't talk.
Do you follow any of your exes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's cool. That means you're like normal. I see someone telling me that they don't follow none of their exes or nothing, and like don't have no conversations. I'm saying that's not a them issue, you know. I think this is your problem. That's hella toxic. That's nobody you've come across with, you've encountered in your past life.
It's his.
Nobody.
No, but nobody's different.
To maintain a connection with. You're not a nice person.
No. That's different. When you say that, it sounds like friends as well. I think that when it comes to relationships, they're more intense than your friendship and your family ships. So when it breaks down,
you picked these people. So after you realize you think, so what? Your decisions was so bad that you could never speak to these people again.
Like,
that's the choices that you made. You got to look in yourself.
It depends what the situation
like
is.
5 years later, say no immediately. Obviously, you can block, do whatever you need to do. But imagine 5 years later, I see an ex or I see an ex online. It's like I can't chat to you. I think that's weird. I don't know, but obviously I don't know the nature of it. But all your exes,
if you don't talk to all your exes, everyone you don't pass, you're a toxic human. You're not a nice person. There's something about you that's not good. There's something about you that's not good.
Uncle, it's not up to that. It's a bit far.
Not a nice person is crazy.
Yeah, not a nice person. Like, I think it always depends on what situation. But I do think though, like I think for me, where I see the toxicity is if you're harboring hate after so many years.
What? This question stumped me because I want to know what exactly.
Why?
No, not why, but what exactly?
What about you? Okay, someone said, could you ask
love life? Would you like me to delve into? Like, there's so much. What
your love? But actually, we don't know what part of the love life. What question?
It might be the other previous thing, no.
No. Want me to ask about your love life?
Do you know the person?
It's one of our
listeners.
But I'm just saying,
about
I don't understand.
Your love life, are you?
I don't understand what that means. I asked her if she's single. She said yes.
Yeah.
What more do you
want?
Are
you dating at the moment?
No.
Yeah, but you kind of sounded fed up. You kind of sounded like, this particular market out here, the ocean is not. It's not.
You're gonna hear the same thing though, isn't it? It's just if I say something, you're gonna put your noise over me because you'll be like, oh. So let me not even say anything.
I love her.
Let us know.
Noise cancellation.
Is man on your agenda at the moment?
They're not on my. If someone came, I wouldn't be like, I'm not in the place to date you. Like, you know, the ones that I could date you, but I'm also just like, I'm too simple for it right now. You know, you're just like, I just want something easy and simple. I just don't want all the other stuff. So that's it, really. But I don't know where the man them are. Where do they reside? What do you guys do in your spare time? Like, where do the man them go?
I don't have spare time. I'm a workaholic.
Fair enough. So you spend like, how do you meet your girls? They DM you.
I don't really meet girls like that. I just show off online.
And then what do they do after?
I ain't got a bag of girl like that. It's a whole perception that I've played.
Look at you smart. Tell your face that. Tell your face that you piece of shit.
Mr. Bean versus Rowan. Which one is this, Rowan or Mr. Bean?
Is this Rowan or Mr. Bean?
In it.
I was out here performing, you know, man's like, I can't really get many girls like that.
I can't even, you know what it is? I can't multitask. Back in the day, I used to have bare gal on the go and all them kind of things. And I can't really do that nowadays. My energy's got to be...
Do you still think you get the same quality?
What, gal?
Yeah.
Quality is just always going up.
Oh, do you think?
Better.
You think you're doing better than last year?
Always.
Oh, is it?
Always.
Or do you move the goalposts? You know, sometimes you have to move the goalposts because you realise that actually...
I'm exceptionally talented.
So the girl that... Say do you want to marry?
Nah.
Say you did want to marry or you had that like thing. Yeah. Would the girl that you end up with be the girl that everyone expects you to get with because of all the things you said online? Or will you have to explain her?
Ooh, that's a good question.
Do you know what I mean? Would you have to be like, do you know what?
Basically, she's a lovely
beauty,
girl.
The way that I move online, I think if I got married, the woman that I marry, you probably would expect me to marry someone else.
Okay.
Really? What would she be?
Like, If I was gonna get married, it's more. I need more substance than because obviously I'm a visual creature. You know what I'm trying to say,
absolutely.
so I like all the looks and the aesthetics, and you know what I'm
Of
trying to say.
course.
I'm here for that. But when you talk about marriage and everything, then forever and all that, you need more substance than that. You know what I'm trying to say. So I'd be looking at different things. I'd hold more value
Oh,
on different
okay, I
things
get you.
other than like.
Yeah. But would you
looks and
actively
stuff
know
like
in your
that.
head, low key, that this isn't the longest girl I could get? And how would you sit with that
Yeah.
though?
Okay, so like, so people would
That's
expect
weird.
you to be like with a Kim Kardashian, for example, but you be with Aisha Curry.
You get what I'm saying?
But then would you in your head always look at your wife like, I could get a Kim? That's what I think is weird about that. It's
That's
interesting.
rude.
It is rude, but
But
isn't
would
it
you think
natural?
it?
Because
Yeah.
you see,
So that's not really thinking.
No, I would know if I would like if you know levels, innit?
Yeah, but if you're
There's
thinking,
enough man who's got gal, and I know the best thing I've seen them with is not their gal.
why are you
Yeah.
saying this?
You know what I'm trying to say? I
Yeah,
know
so
they can get
yeah,
things better than their gal,
yeah.
but they're not with her just for her looks.
But are they with her for her looks at all?
That's got to play a part.
It's got to play a part in it.
Can't be
Attraction,
with-
innit? It's physical attraction.
But she has to be like, so say you have elite, say you have like a line of elite girls that you think is elite. Would you choose a wife of that batch, or could you choose a wife that's under the elite batch but their personality is nice? So would they still look like Kim Kardashian, but you'll choose a Kim Kardashian with personality?
I don't even
or
like
are you
Kim like
choo-
that either. You just keep
Or
saying that.
whichever.
Yeah, but you just-
I get what you
I
mean.
meant like a bad-
She
it's
could
not
be
a baddie
she could
and
be less. She could be under the elite
Okay.
if she's got substance in other places.
okay.
It will match up. It will balance it out. You know what I'm trying to say? It will make up for what she falls short for in
Fall short for
yeah
in looks.
in them looks department.
Fair enough, man. So the girl that you're with now, does she embody that?
She's got everything
Okay. Personality and looks.
and looks,
That's crazy.
Wonderful.
and she cooks and cleans.
I don't cook, I don't clean. Bathroom Diary says Busayo is good at diverting the question. You didn't ask a direct question there. Would love to know why dating is so disappointing and what she's attracted to mentally. Actually, Brent did ask that.
What are you attracted to physically first?
I just think
diversion
it's
to talk
just,
about.
it's just
I'm
the
trying to give the
same.
man them some hope.
It's just the same. I don't know. Like, I don't have a physical type. I know it sounds like a cop out. I don't have it. I'm not that
No,
guy.
but yeah, I'm the same.
I'm not that guy who goes, I want a tall guy.
Yeah,
I hope
yeah.
they're taller than me, but I don't like. I want a tall guy. I don't have the beard fetish. Don't know. I just
I
think you
got
feel cool.
that.
I think I'm more like. It's more like.
Okay,
The
so
source that-
mentally then, what are you going for? What's doing it for you?
What kind of what's your green flags in a guy? What must a man be or
He has
have?
to be charismatic. Like you
Okay.
have to have like this, like even how you talk to me. Like you got to be. I think witty. You know the jokes. Yeah, I can go back and forth with you all day.
Yeah.
But it can't be that you're stiff or it can't be that you don't get it. Like just be. Do you know what I mean? The game. You know like
What a
how
Nigerian man. Because Nigerian men are like, they have
Nigerian man or,
character.
or like the man's from ends.
okay.
Those two have it. Like they
Yeah.
can go. They can go. You know what
Yeah.
I mean, but. Other than that, I don't know. I don't mind. I don't care. Like I don't really mind.
Do you care about like an emotionally available guy? Does he have to be like emotionally
I
intelligent?
think what I want from people in my life, I want from my man.
Okay, what do you want from
So
people in your life?
my friends are going to be emotionally intelligent. So my man wouldn't be the only one that trumps that trend, whatever it is.
Okay, I get you, yeah.
So I would like him to be emotionally intelligent. I like him to be like I like a generous man,
Okay.
not like a rich man, but a generous man.
Yeah, because some.
They don't know the difference. Why are you doing
Why are you
that?
doing that? Good, I'm glad you
What's
checked.
happened?
And I'm not giving you
You're
no
allergic
water
to
either.
generosity.
Oh no.
You're a selfish man?
Oh no.
There you go. So why are you joking?
Generous lover.
Where's the noise for
That's the one
hold
that-
on. Why don't we get noise?
I'm
No, because he
intently
likes this
listening
message.
to what you're saying, to be
He
honest.
approves this message.
Oh, you approve it. I'm
Yeah,
gonna
yeah,
say
100%.
there was no dun dun dun.
No, there wouldn't be. It's only when women speak on
When you
this
say that's a
platform.
generous man, I just thought, oh, she likes to receive.
No. I'm not. Also, I'm not an acts of service person. So I'm not a service.
What's your love language?
I'm like words of affirmation. That's why I'm like.
Nice.
Talk
you
is
get,
cheap.
You can get finessed.
Talk is cheap, but hella people ain't doing it.
It's physical
not that
touch, quality time.
Men love physical
Men
touch.
think
You
they're
don't
so
use
good at
this-
physical touch. It's not.
You're
deep.
not, man.
Trust me.
You're dry
I'm
hands.
alright.
You're not.
I'm alright.
Men need to look into why the
Men
love
think
language is
so-
acts
physical
of
touch. Though.
service, quality time, the proper ones.
Yeah, but you lot don't do that. What's the point of having those love languages when it don't work here?
What do you mean? Everybody's love language is different. So
Yeah, so acts of service. What do man them do? Actually, I do like acts of service, but because I'm acts of service, it looks like I'm more selfish.
What do you
Like,
mean?
say you. I don't want to use an example for myself because it would just be mean to the
Yeah.
person. But say there's an example, someone might do something, travel from far to give you something very minor.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't do the same. But I might just speak life into you.
Okay, so your words of affirmation then.
Yeah.
Okay. But I think the love languages that we have is different to the love languages that we show people.
We show and give, yeah. I'm
Yeah.
both though. But yeah, there's I don't know. I just don't think, I just don't think men do all of that. And not in like all men are this. I just think the cost of living crisis means that half of those love languages don't exist.
Word.
That respectfully, we live in a cost of living crisis, and man, them are not creative.
Word.
Like,
They're
what
sitting there making
can you do with
poster
£60? They'll be like, you know what I mean? What can you do with £60?
Yeah, but you don't want man talking about "I love you" with shell pasta and glitter on the
Oh,
paper
yeah.
and that as
That's
well.
sweet.
In this
That's nice.
economy, do you know how...
That's thoughtful.
We are so void of love.
Do you know how much
yeah,
you must
that
love me
it-
to
trust
be
me.
playing with blue tack? You love me a
Thank
lot.
you. Then we'll wash our hands together.
Thank you
See,
very
man,
much.
them stay woke. Don't let them trick you, yeah. Because cost of living and times are hard, but you want to be there and you want to be present and the sun's shining. So you say, you know what?
Yeah.
Let's go to the park. Gonna have a little picnic. You bring out,
Picnic
you
is
bring
really
out,
cute.
you bring out the Tesco meal deal.
Yeah. Not Tesco.
She's moaning.
Like that. But it could be. But the
But
thing
big
is...
snacks, grapes,
But who
whatnot.
doesn't like that, though? Do you think that a
Do
girl
you
would
have you
like
met
that?
women that don't
No,
like
but I'm
that?
talking about the cheap snacks. Like
Yeah, but
roll.
who? But
Yeah,
who
that's
doesn't-
fine.
If a
Talking
man
about-
call me and go, it's hot tomorrow. The man
Let's go to the park.
Man,
We'll
that's
have some
about-
little cocktails in the
I'm
cans.
not
We'll
talking
have
about candy floss.
popcorn.
I'm not talking about
love
candy
it.
floss grapes.
Okay, the normal
I'm
grapes.
talking about. Huh?
Yeah,
The normal grapes.
take it out of the packet. It's calm. Take out the meal deal from the packet. Divide it into 4.
I think, man, I
Honestly.
think,
They're
and this is
lowering
the
you.
problem. This is what when you were talking yesterday. I was looking at you guys side eye a bit. I think that sometimes men make assumptions about what women would want because you've seen the way women look or some women look, and you assume that you can't give her what it is that you think she wants. But really, even these girls that carry nice handbag and what they want is sometimes they just want affection, they just want attention and blah blah blah. And if you're doing that, you're meeting her needs. Of
And
course,
also,
there's
you're
other-
going for those girls who
This
want
is
that.
it.
That's why you can't really mock them girls because they showed you what you want. You like them. You think they're attractive.
exactly.
So you wanted to do the tango. And
You wanted to
couldn't do
say
the
you
tango.
got money,
I
and
don't-
so now
Cool.
she's there.
That's
The
it.
problem with guys have with those type of girls, we don't mind those type of girls if they can fund their own lifestyle. The
But
girls
that's
that
the thing,
love
those
nice
girls, they-
bags and want to eat in Novikov every weekend
Yeah.
and whatnot. If that's what they're gonna do with or without you,
Calm. Do
Calm.
your thing. Yeah.
you know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah,
This
yeah.
is what she is because for real. Get your level up. This is my level. This is what I'm on.
Yeah,
If you want to fuck with me, this is what you got to be on because this is what I do.
Yeah.
When you leave, this is what I'm doing.
Yeah.
No one's got no problem with those girls. It's the ones who move like that's what they're on. But if you're not there for a man ain't there to fund their lifestyle, they're in their room on a mattress.
Yeah.
No bed frame.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, but even that though, if you're not the one, if you don't want to fund their lifestyle, then why do you have to go out of your way to cost them?
I don't cuss girls.
Because you know what it is though, because the reality of a lot of these things there is that there's actually men who are funding their life. You can't, you don't want to. That's okay. Leave
And also,
that
I
then.
think when you know that girl gave whatever she gave to other men without doing all that stuff, I think that's when they get jaded. I think it's also
Yeah.
being like, why do I have to such a high price to do all that stuff when other men don't have to do that stuff and they get whatever?
But then you don't understand that you don't own women's bodies for you to be entitled that she can give that to whoever she wants to give it to, however she feels like. Because that's all that male ego stuff, and I don't play that game either.
I just think people need to just be more in love. Like
Right.
just be like light and like you don't have to all the rules. Do you remember the time you see someone just fancy them
And you just have a
that
crush
that
on
talk
them.
and you-
Oh my
Do you miss having a
gosh.
crush on somebody? I was saying
I
this other day,
love-
I haven't fancied someone where it's like, oh my god, like
Like I'm actually crushing on
like,
you.
where's he gonna be? Oh my god, yes.
That's a
That's
good
what it is. I
time.
miss having a crush.
That was a good time.
What we're doing now is too much like
It's too much politics. It's too much games. It's too much. I'm not gonna text you first. I like you, but I'm not gonna tell you I like you because just in case you
I'm
don't
gonna
like me
spend all
that
my
much.
time with you, but I'm not ready for a girlfriend. Okay.
Oh my gosh.
Well, wait. Okay.
Yeah, that's my
Yeah.
red flag in men. I don't like men that can't express their feelings. If you like me, you're not gonna tell me that you want to be with me.
You must not like men.
I think
then,
that's
girl.
weird. It's again.
You must not like men.
No, but no, do you know it's because I've met men who are very much in the leagues that I want.
Wait,
As in,
you
they're
find them
very
attractive?
emotionally. Yes, absolutely.
Oh, okay.
Emotionally intelligent, and I think that's why I can never write off all men because I've had really good experiences
Nice
with guys,
one,
and I've
yeah.
had bad experiences as
Yeah.
well. Bad is definitely more, but I think for me as well though, even if I haven't been the one to experience it, there's people around me that I see like beautiful. They experience beautiful love, and so because of that, I believe it exists. And I think also sometimes men talk as if all women are the same, but I know that I'm not the women that they're describing.
They're describing,
so
so I
I
don't take
can't
offense,
think that all men
yeah.
are the same.
Yeah.
Because they may or may not be the man that I'm describing. Do you get what I'm trying to say?
Of course.
And I just think the world is so vast for it to ever be a case where all men are exactly the same.
Of course. I think it's
finding a needle in a haystack.
It's a shot in
for
the
sure.
dark to try and get to know someone and find your right partner at the events that you attend.
Yes.
Not the type, but just the fact that they're not conducive
Absolutely.
of like good conversation. So what
Absolutely.
happens is that it's literally just, are you good looking? Do you have the good first 10 seconds and it's
Yeah.
done? Whereas, when you're in school, you got like years to even get to like someone, or I can
Absolutely.
see you at a party, or
I
see you
see
after
every day,
school.
yeah.
You can be loitering. I don't even loiter with the man them. Like we don't even stand on the corner of the road just doing
Not
nothing.
anymore,
Obviously,
man.
we're too old.
They're
But
kidnapping
those environments used to like foster. Even people go back to the whole house party
They're
conversation.
just
It's like, I can
genuine
chat.
connections,
I
yeah.
can't chat to you when I go outside.
Was you on Dating Black on BET?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
What is that?
Someone say that.
Someone said in the chat.
Oh, yes.
Been cited.
What is it?
Nice. What was it in black? Brent's asking.
It's
I didn't
a BET show that
That was
my
a few
friend
years ago,
directed.
right?
Yeah, they did one last year as well.
I think Koi was on that.
I could say Hema or something.
Yeah,
I think
the
Koi
first
was on
one,
it.
the first one with Hema and those are the ones. Like second one was like more like, well, even though Hema is like, the second one was more like well-known people. So you got like Scorcher, Charlie Mace,
Okay.
Koi.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of all the people that worked there. Jamila,
Oh yeah, Shani's on that.
Shani Jamila, Monica,
More London.
No, like DJ, but not DJ. Anyway,
Oh,
all these all these people when you see them.
Benson. Mercedes Benson.
No, what's it name? Monica.
There you go, girls.
Anyway, yeah, look,
Yeah,
I've said her name like 12
yeah, I
times here
can't
now.
Okay.
But yeah, it's like fair, yeah.
Nice.
So yeah,
So what is a dating show? What is it?
no, it's just basically talking about like, so you know, like dating experiences in London or like in the UK.
Did you talk about your last breakup?
No, the first time I was on it, I had a
Did
boyfriend.
he cheat on you?
Huh?
Huh?
No, he didn't.
So why did you go separate ways?
I don't know any reason.
With my ex.
Yeah.
Oh, it's actually, yeah, I can't say.
Yeah, I was gonna say you don't have to answer this question.
Yeah, and out of respect. But nothing happened, nothing major happened. It's just different times in your life. Basically. No hard feelings, like nothing at all.
You know what was funny? Me and Esther was both like, we need to leave early today.
Sorry.
No, but
don't
because you've been
complain.
so fun, that's why we stayed here this long.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, no,
Sorry.
You can't force me to do nothing.
No, like-
How can you take insult to that?
No, because
You're
you're
the
saying
type of
sorry.
person- No,
like,
I'm joking. I'm
okay,
also
I had nothing to do with you.
I'm
You
also-
did.
No,
I
like,
wasn't- I
don't
wasn't-
apologize.
I
Because you've
wasn't
been really great company.
Thank you
You've
so
been here
much.
doing interview about doing podding.
Innit? This pod has
I think the interview
free
finished
lives.
an hour ago.
Yes, it did.
You're doing really well.
Actually been
Are we
gisting.
streaming?
You know we've actually been gisting.
Is
That's
this-
what we're doing.
literally,
I know. Is there something where people press and they give you money?
Yeah.
That's what you should do.
No, but we stopped doing that
said
because
because YouTube was
YouTube takes.
stealing it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's
70%
some
was
of
too
it.
much, innit?
Yeah.
That's 70% was
30%
like that.
of something foolish just like that.
Yeah.
Could you guys do 24 hours?
Could we?
We could do a marathon.
Oh,
but we can't get
that
paid
would
for
be
that though.
so good. You should try. I think you could do it.
A 24-hour stream?
I dare you. Like just the 24 hours. You
Well,
know?
he said I dare you like
No, but I dare you. Like, why not?
We'd have to do it between all of us, so there's at least 3 people on the stream at
there has
one
to be 3
point.
people on the stream
At
at
any
the
given
end
time,
of the
there's
time.
3 people there, so we can
That would be so lit, you
so
know.
we
That
can
would
go
be
and come
in
back.
it. That's what I'm
I
thinking
reckon we
of.
could do it.
I think you should
We
do
definitely
it.
could.
Don't know if there's enough topics in the day.
No, but we can talk about anything
Anything,
though.
yeah. You can even put
Because
telly
it
on.
wouldn't be like it would be like TDA, but the TDA, the headlines part of it would be like, oh, this has just happened, developed. Do you know what I mean? Like,
Oh, yeah,
so we
developing
just
news,
exactly.
see what's going on in the
We have a few
timeline.
asking for friends.
We have the guests kind of slipping in, slipping out.
Yeah, exactly.
you know?
We have guests
Oh
coming
yeah,
in
you
and
have
out.
multiple guests.
Yeah,
That's hard.
we can make that a special.
That's
But that'd
hard.
definitely be a Patreon episode. If I'm doing that, you'll definitely pay me on the spot. Before that 24-hour finishes, I need to be chicken.
And when you say 24 hours, do you mean like a real 24 hours?
Babe, yeah. What do you mean 24 hours is?
What, like
What's
in
a fake one?
Like 2, 3, 4 in the morning? Like?
Yeah.
Yes!
Like you might snooze. There might be a time where all 3 of you are snoozing.
Bro, we start 8 a.m. We finish 8 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
So we're here through midnight, 1 a.m.,
Yeah.
2 a.m.
Trust.
That would actually be so lit. But we need to have the brand. Like, I need to be eating fresh food.
Yeah. You could.
I need to bring me the fruits.
Yeah.
That'd be so lit.
We've got a couple
lot should
spare
do
rooms
it.
upstairs so that you can take the nap and then come.
There you go.
You
It'd be
reckon
like,
the best day to do that would be like New Year's Eve?
100%.
Ooh, would you
Sorted.
want to do that? For
but
New Year's Eve?
are people watching though?
That would be cool though.
I don't do nothing on New Year's Eve anyway, so it wouldn't make a blind
that would be
difference
cool.
to me.
I had plans for this New Year's Eve.
But that means you come in when your plan is finished, or you do not. Oh, you're doing.
No,
oh, you're doing the whole.
I was not going to be in this land. for the
Fair
plan.
enough. Oh, fair enough.
But that would be so lit. That would be good New Year's Eve though.
some
But then will
food.
people watch it though?
Get some food sponsors in. Of course they would.
That's what I'm saying. Get
Of
food
course.
sponsors in. I think that would be so lit.
Of course, yeah, people would watch it.
Okay.
So you've just put your name down for being one of the guests.
Who,
It has to be. His idea.
12
Are you
hours.
kidding me?
12 hours stretch.
No, I'll do like 3 to 3:30.
What?
That's all right.
10 minutes.
I mean, 3 for 30.
Man, you'll be here like 3 hours already today.
Do you know what I mean?
That would be so lit. Like having people come in and out, and then we can even have like listeners come in and out. Like
That would be scary. Imagine saying like, for one lucky listener, if you respond to this quickly, you come to the studio.
That I think that'd be lit. That'd be so fun.
Imagine
Let us know your
imagine it's
opinions.
like a stalker though.
Get Eddie on
That's how it
Zoom.
starts. But that would be sick though.
There you go.
But
The
imagine
international ones as well.
you might
Call
get
in.
you might get one 15-year-old small girl though or something being like,
Yeah,
God,
fine.
what's
Come
your
talk to
ages?
us.
But
We talk to sixth form kids before.
You need to sign consent forms.
Oh, sorry, I'm got time for that. I tell you, we've got 24 hours. We go all the time.
Yeah, exactly.
We actually have all the time.
We have all the time.
That would actually be lit. We're gonna do that one day. We're actually gonna do that one day because that sounds very, very lit.
Can you 3 of you go for 24 hours together?
No breaks.
Just existing, yeah.
Yeah.
Do you think?
Yeah, why not?
That's calm, no.
We could talk, but
No, we don't have to be talking all
I have
the
to
time.
nap.
Yeah.
I have to nap at some point. Because after a while, we'll just be like,
There'll just be a time that you forget that it's there and you'll share some personal things, which is not a bad thing.
oh, not me. Not me. I'm too Nigerian for all of that stuff.
Really, like that you know the camera's there all the time.
Like I'm very aware, because even in my personal life, I don't share things with people. Like I can be telling Brent, I speak to Brent about a lot of stuff. Like Brent's one of like my best people in my life. But even when I'm telling him stuff, like I piss him off because I leave information out.
Yeah.
Don't I, Brent?
100%.
Pisses him off because he'd be like, "What do you mean you've left?" It's like I'm so like great at doing stuff like that.
Yeah.
I don't think I would.
You never know.
Yeah, man. Good idea.
That's why.
Why have we done this?
All right, so
I got filthy at 4 till 8,
wow.
and then I got to leave there at 8:30 to come back here from 9 to 11 to do no behaviour.
You're working today, boy.
So you're practicing.
So there you go.
Yeah, you go.
You
You
only
can
need
do
that
it.
24 hours.
You tough, right?
Okay.
You got this, man.
All right. Should I read the last headlines quickly?
Yeah,
Or what we
yeah.
doing?
Are they why? Like, who cares about them? Like, what? Actually, you know what?
This is why people are gonna look at us and be like, "I'll take their mics and just talk about dating and all that nonsense." No, we need to let people know. No, we tell you the news. We talk serious things on here. All right, trigger warning. Trigger warning for all 3 of them. So if you're done, you might as well just mute this. All right, trigger warning. Police have launched an investigation after a man was killed by his own XL bully dog in Lancashire. Officers were called to reports of a canine attacking someone inside a house in Accrington shortly before 9:30 p.m. on Tuesday, the police said. David Daintree, who's age 53, the owner of the dog, who lived at the address on Ashley Court, was found dead at the scene. That's so scary. The dog, since confirmed to be the brand breed, was shot by armed police officers to stop it from injuring more people as it continued to pose a significant threat of serious harm, the force said. Lancashire Police Superintendent Marie Jackson said, "This is a tragic incident which has sadly resulted in a man losing his life, and my thoughts are with his loved ones at this time." Do you know what's so crazy? It's annoying because they can't even ask the dog what happened. Like, what? Is anyone studied why XL bully dogs attack their own owners?
They're just aggressive.
Like, what's their triggers? But that's the person who raised you, no?
Yeah. I don't know much about them dogs, but I'm guessing that's the whole reason behind it. I'm guessing they must just have an aggressive nature.
Maybe they just have a... Because I said they're crossbreed as well. And certain dogs you shouldn't be doing that to.
I think so.
Yeah,
Apparently because, like, yeah, God didn't intend for that breed to cross.
No.
And so now their
look
stomachs is hanging, their food don't digest properly. A lot of them can't breathe. They've got respiratory problems as well.
But I feel like these owners must be not. They must be doing something as well, man.
I think it must have pissed him off. I think it must
See,
have told him
people
off.
raise flipping lions from the wild their whole life and never get attacked by them. Like, what's going on with these dogs? And it's not just the one; there's bare of them.
But it's a case. It's like a whole thing. All right. Next one, trigger warning again. Police have named the mother and 3 children who died following a house fire in Bradford in the early hours of Wednesday morning. Bryony Gawith, who is age 29, and her daughter Dennisty Bertle, age 9, and her son Oscar Bertle, age 5, and daughter Aubrey Bertle, 22 months, died after the incident on Westbury Road. A 39-year-old man was... Oh, you're joking. A 39-year-old man was arrested at the scene on suspicion of murder and had been taken to hospital with critical injuries. West Yorkshire Police confirmed the family's names at a news conference at the scene on Wednesday afternoon and also stated that they believed the incident was domestic in nature. To put him under the jail. Detective Chief Inspector Stacey Atkinson from West Yorkshire Police said this is an absolutely devastating incident in which 3 children and a woman have lost their lives. Whilst inquiries are in the early stages, we believe that the fire was started deliberately and that this incident was domestic related. RIP to them, that's horrible. And our last headline for today, the sentencing of Getnet Bay to 25 years in prison for the brutal rape and murder of 7-year-old Heaven Awat has sparked widespread anger in Ethiopia. Many believe the punishment is too lenient for the severity of the crime. Heaven was attacked by her mother's landlord, Getnet, last August in Bahir Amhara region. Following his sentencing last week, Getnet has announced plans to appeal. Can you imagine the audacity? Over 200,000 people have signed an online petition calling for a harsher sentence and expressing support for Abba Kalish. I don't know what that means. The Ethiopian Women's Lawyers Association, EWLA, condemned the 25-year sentence as very light, suggesting that life imprisonment or death penalty would be more appropriate given the nature of the crime and the victim's age. Word. Government officials have also criticised the ruling, calling the crime inhumane and promising to address the issue. Heaven's death has ignited a broader debate about the safety of women and girls in Ethiopia. A recent Human Rights Watch report highlighted an increase in sexual violence linked to the ongoing conflict in the Tigray region. That's very, very sad, man. R.I.P. to that little baby. It's time to pay some more bills. Let's wrap it up, please. Could have just kept flowing, man.
At this point, I can't remember none of the headlines, but we had a really good show.
Don't worry about it. With a great guest. We had a great... You're scrolling. I see you don't even know where to start. We had a great guest. Thank you so much, Busayo, for coming on.
That's the be all and end of everything, man.
That's actually it. Today was about Busayo.
Busayo Day.
It was Busayo Day.
Thank you. Woo.
Happy Busayo Day.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming on. And don't forget, follow her on socials, Instagram and TikTok, Busayo Twins.
Yeah, thank you guys.
And don't forget to follow us on socials as well, The Day After TNB, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok and Discord. Subscribe to the channel. If you want a marathon, a 24-hour marathon, subscribe to the channel. Granted, it might be in 2 years' time. Nonetheless, like we said, start making steps from now. But yeah, that was it. We'll see you tomorrow. Happy Friday.
All of the investors should have already received an email from me inviting them to our party.
Our shindig.
On the 30th.
Next week, Friday.
Please, if you haven't responded yet or it's in your junk, check, because the guest list is finalizing very soon.
I'm never been on the guest list yet. I need to sort myself out.
Ain't you on there?
No, I need to put a couple people on there.
I'm not on there either.
Imagine us like being able to get in. And we're like, no, like this is.
I know, it's me.
And then we have to go on YouTube.
Yeah, be like,
and show them. It's like, no, like for real.
You coming, Busayo?
I was gonna say I'm not an investor, but maybe I should become an investor.
Don't need to be an investor to get invited.
Why
You can invest
that
it.
first?
Can you imagine?
Why did you go with that first?
Can you imagine? Why would you go with that first?
Say yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Say yes.
But it's fair, it's community, man.
Thank you very much.
When is it? 30th?
Yeah, next week Friday.
Friday. What's happening?
10 p.m.
is
to
it
3
a
a.m.
party?
Yes.
Oh, it must be a party.
So basically, we've got a residency at the Ned.
Have you partied with him before?
Oh,
he's good.
Good.
I thought
That's if it's just nothing else, that man will have a good time. If nothing else,
Yeah,
but
the highlight.
also, yeah, we've got residency at the Ned to throw an event every month. So we just have a party basically every month.
That's nice.
So it's on the 30th of August. That's next Friday.
Mm-hmm.
I think parties on the Friday is the best thing ever.
It's
Because
I know, right? Friday.
I love it. It's the best thing ever.
And now we got 7 p.m. Friday. It's 95 degrees.
I ain't got me. We don't say the N-word on here.
Yeah,
because we're also taking steps to for the word to be banned by the community. So
imagine what this podcast would be called if you not podcast, but this movement would be called.
Imagine if we were saying the N-word, innit? Talk about the new black, but we're throwing the N-word around.
The new N.
Not the new N. Not the new niggas. CNN. That sounds lit.
That's in America. They'll do that.
But in America, they would. Actually,
They would do that.
You know,
I feel like
those people.
they'll do a collective like that.
They
But yeah, let
absolutely
me know. I guess I'll message. Well, I'll find out how to get it.
Yeah,
Is there a link on your?
I'll send it to you, though.
He sent it to you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, people.
Thank you.
Happy Friday Eve. See you tomorrow. Bye.